Hello. Good morning.
Testing.
Test your mic real quick.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Well, good morning. We are back on a beautiful Thursday and back for more budget discussions. And it's good to have four of us here in person. Lena is also with us, and she's with us remotely this morning. And welcome, staff. We're going to go ahead and do roll call. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am the board chair and the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez, supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair.
And District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan, District 3.
District 4.
Good morning, Judy B. Gay, County Supervisor for District 4.
District 5.
Good morning, this is Lena, and really great to join you all, and thank you all for joining. Thanks.
Very good. Well, the gang's all here, County Manager. So with that, please take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The first department to present this morning is County Administration, and Sue Brown and others within the county management team will be also joining in. So I'll turn it over to Sue.
Good morning, Sue.
Good morning, Madam
And-
Chair.
and Sue, if you can speak into the mic, please.
The entire organization just smiled. They are very tired of my voice anyway. Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. Thank you for your time. As the junior DCM, I point out, I am presenting our budget today, but it's actually a great privilege. I have had the pleasure of presenting budgets to the board for the previous 12 years as a department head. Today, I get to do it with the county manager's office. And it is a privilege because we get to talk about some amazing work that the county manager's office does every year. But we must point out as we all contemplate accomplishments for the county manager's office for FY22, and as we look forward into FY23, I think we know as we sit through these budget hearings that we are just trying to steer as all the amazing work is done by the organization itself, all of the amazing offices and departments of Coconino County. So any accomplishment that the county manager's office has is absolutely the work of the organization. If you will, Madam Chair, we'll talk briefly about our financials, and then we'll go in depth into the programs of the county manager's office. And in doing that, we'll be able to introduce our amazing staff because they get all the kudos for all the good works that they do throughout the county for the entire year. And they'll speak briefly about FY23, what's to come. So with that, let's take a look, first of all, if you don't mind. I believe it is page 4 in the county manager's budget materials. We'll look first at our financial summary.
The original materials.
That's correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. We do not have a PowerPoint, by the way. The first thing that you will see is executive management is our main general fund support at roughly $2.3 million. Public affairs and community relations, the same is general fund at about $880,000. Then you'll see Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, which is a federal program, and the revenue comes from the federal government and is expended through the WIOA program with its own board of directors. Then you will see elections, revenue from grants of $134,500 projected for FY23, which of course is FY23 includes two major elections, the primary election in August and the general election in November. It is important to note that elections is new to the county manager's office. Since 1997, the recorder had taken care of the elections function by contract with the Board of Supervisors. And the recorder, of course, retains voter registration and early voting. Those are statutory functions of the recorder's office. However, the elections are actually the function of the Board of Supervisors. We have moved it back into the county manager's office when the contract was canceled by the recorder. We thank her very much for her longtime work in elections and her continued work in elections as well. But we also welcome the elections department itself, including Director Esler Musta, who is also an assistant county manager. With that, we'll take a look at our general fund expenditure trends. You will see that our budget our actual use of funds generally will come under budget each year. That is largely dependent on salary savings, is filling our positions, but also on the number of emergencies, the number of unexpected issues that the county manager faces across any given year. Special revenue funds, you will see start to expend in FY23. And I would ask Siri to confirm, but I believe a lot of that is the WIOA grant. Is that correct, Siri?
Yes, Sue, thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have, the next piece is, of course, our staffing summary. You will see some changes over the last 3 years. You will see the total numbers of staff for the county manager's office extend to 23, almost 24 persons from 19 before. That is largely elections. It is the creations of an elections department in the county manager's office. Our staffing begins, of course, with our administrative specialist, who is Ftes Weems, who has been here. I want to mention that when you look at the county manager's office today, what you see previous to 13 months ago was Lucinda Andriani, deputy county manager, Ftes Weems, and Chris Pasteurs. 13 months ago, those were the only people who are still here. So we have basically got a new county manager's office, and a big thanks to them because they welcomed all of us with open arms, including county manager Peru about 13 months ago, myself about 10 months ago. So we're a pretty new group, but we're very proud of what we've been able to accomplish in that year. Then going down, you will see some additional an admin specialist 3, which is now that title actually, I believe, is now Brian Harris, who is our community relations and special events manager. That title has changed. We no longer have a business manager. Actually, I apologize. That is a WIOA function. Then, of course, Billy Francis, our WIOA executive director. Thank you. You might know County Manager Peru. Criminal justice coordinator. That position is unfilled at this time, and we are recruiting. But I want to point out Corey Ringenberg, and we'll have him speak in a second. He's been doing a lot. Corey is our special assistant to the county manager's office. Corey? He's been doing a lot with CJCC, and we thank him for his work. He's on his way to a conference on CJCC across the country, so we're very excited about that. Then we have Deputy County Manager and also the Director of Public Works. She stepped out for a second because her work is never done, is Lucinda Andriani. Then there are 2 Deputy County Manager positions in the same category. That is myself. And of course, you know that we will be joined by Andy Bertelson as that second full-time Deputy County Manager as well. He will be with us starting on the 31st of May. We're thrilled about that. Then Director of Special Initiatives is an old title. It is now going to be Elections Administrator, which is Wendy Kasperzig Roberts in elections. Our Director of Public Affairs, Trey Williams. Oh, Trey has stepped out as well. No luck today. You are here, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Yay. It's true. This is an example of the county manager's offices at any given day. We're in, we're out, we're everywhere. Then, of course, we do have our diversity, equity, and inclusion director. That is also an open position that we're very anxious to begin a recruitment for as well. After that, we have an economic development manager. Is Chris Pasteurs online? Lindsay, do you see him by any chance? Okay. I think you all know Chris Pasteurs, tremendous work in the economic development area. He's looking forward to meetings with all of you. And I think he's looking forward very much to FY23. There's a lot of exciting economic development work to happen. Elections administrator, I mentioned that. And what we had to do with a lot of these positions is retitle them. So some of them will appear, and I mentioned that the special initiatives director, that probably, that's an old title that you don't see anymore, but we used it to make another one. So we don't add FTEs, we use existing FTEs to change over to current titles. Then elections database coordinator and elections position, which I believe is Holly. Holly Roth, who works out of the elections warehouse. Then we have elections director, assistant county manager, Esler Musta. Elections training and communication coordinator, who is Stan. And Leslie, please. Pierce, thank you, Stan Pierce. We no longer have the two ERP business manager and the business systems analyst. Those are not funded. They actually have moved into other positions in other departments. Executive operations manager, and I don't think Nicole is here, but darn it, I wish she was. Operations manager is her official title. I will tell you that unofficially we call her the general. She keeps us all honest, and we are very appreciative of that. A management analyst is a position that the county manager's office has, typically stationed in the public affairs department. That was the position formerly held by Claire Harper. We wish her well at the city as the new airport communications manager. However, this position is now available and will be going back to public affairs. Management assistant to the county manager. And I believe that one, I need to look, that one is no longer used. Program manager 2 is, I believe, it's gelling up titles and positions, which is difficult because we have to change the title name so often. I'll come back to that one. Senior communications manager is another position we are recruiting for in the public affairs department, and hope to be able to fill that soon as well. Then special assistant to the county manager and jack of all trades is Corey Ringenberg again. So thank you again, Corey. And finally, workforce development specialist. That is also a WIOA position. Thank you. And the program manager too, I will simply say it has been retitled as something else and it escapes me at this moment, so I apologize.
Sue, if we can, that's Amanda's position that's moving.
Thank you.
And by the way, you are probably the only person other than myself that voice really picks up and reverbs. Just so
Okay,
you're aware.
stop reverbing. Back. Are you, Madam Chair, are you telling me to back away from the microphone?
You know, I'm sure you'll be telling me that as well.
I'm just so proud. Thank you. I'm stepping away from the microphone, trying to find that medium place. Thank you, Siri. And the reason that one comes differently is I want to welcome, at the same time as we're introducing all of our programs, Amanda Atchison, previously a program manager in sustainability and community development. That position is transferred to the county manager's office as sustainability assistant to the county manager's office. It is a long-held hope that we've had for many years to make it a county manager position, because at that point, we're really hoping to inculcate the idea of sustainability across the organization. So with that, welcome Amanda Atchison to the county manager's office.
Welcome, Amanda. Great to see you here.
Thank you, Siri. With that, you can see from FY13 to FY23, our FTEs by funding source. And you see largely we are general fund, with other funds being WIOA and some federal grants. Largely, we are a general funded FTE base. With that, we have a list of where we were in terms of one-time and recurring requests from the FY18 through FY23. And then finally, you have our requests for FY23 on the next page. You will see the first one is elections, a one-time request for $707,000. That is to handle the elections for this coming year, this coming fiscal year in, again, August and November. Then two other ones that were transferred from community development to the county manager's office with Amanda moving. We did not recommend these for funding because we felt we needed to see what our capacity is already within the county manager's office. So we have not recommended those two, but we have recommended for funding the election cycle needs at $707,000. Madam Chair, may I ask, are there any questions at that point?
Yes, and I do have a question.
Please.
And that is that were there savings then, since we, the County Board of Supervisors, of course, took our elections back and put it under the county manager's office? Were there savings with the county recorder's office?
That's a great question, Madam Chair. One of the things that we're going to do is final budget perspectives as we sort of try to put that fine line between voter reg and early voting and elections. It's a very fine line. So we're waiting sort of to the end of the fiscal year to see what that transfer over to the county manager's office will be.
Great, I understand, and just keep us informed.
Absolutely, we will do so throughout. I do think that estimate, the $707,000 is the elections amount estimated with the recorder, most likely Esler. That was put together quite some time ago. So that's an estimate of what an election will cost. There are some underlying framework pieces that we'll wait to see if they will transfer after the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you. Any other board members have questions at this point?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation from the administration. I like where you guys went and retitled some positions. I think it's needed across the county, you know, to make it to where it's suitable for the county overall. And I believe that we can even combine positions, you know, to up a title.
Mhm.
So I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you. I think the key word, and I really want to give a huge shout out to Director Erica Philpott in HR. She has done a tremendous job in helping us, you know, really to do those types of things when we have an FTE available that we believe, certainly in the county manager's office, we've got to remain flexible. Things change and issues come up, issues go down, and we need to make sure that our positions that we have, the FTEs that we have, are able to do the things that we need them to do. That said, in many cases, we are generalists largely in the county manager's office because we have to anticipate a lot of different work from a lot of different areas. And so we try to take advantage of those skills in all of our staff in being flexible, in being able to react quickly. So we look at that constantly. Thank you.
Since we have experienced a lot of crisis management here in the last 2 years, and really you all have adapted so well and have really led the way, and we so appreciate that in the county managers. We get it. We get what you're doing. We see it because we see it directly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That means a lot to us. I know it does to County Manager Peru as well. He's a great leader. He helps us in being flexible and adaptive and to being able to anticipate problems as much as possible.
Chair, if I could. Thank you, Sue. Actually, it's exciting. You know, we always start a new day and we got everything to look forward to. So it's great having everybody coming together. Might be helpful. I know we're still settling and all that kind of thing to put together an org chart just for a different gander at what you have there.
Absolutely.
But Welcome, everybody. Billy, so good to see you in person. I've only seen you electronically, so all right.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. It's great to meet all the team for the county administration. Really glad to see the team come together over the last year. We've watched the different pieces come together, and so excited to see you synergize as a group and start moving forward. You're doing a great job already, but I can only anticipate how well things are going to improve as you get more comfortable as a team moving forward. I just want to ask the question I've been asking everybody. Can you comment some on compensation versus FTE and kind of the position of the county manager's office or county administration?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisor Vasquez. Our priority is on compensation. At the same time, though, we do have an increment, and you see a budget request for elections, a sizable amount, and that is for the annual or the biannual elections function, which is, of course, we provide by law. So if the question is, what would I choose in terms of compensation versus the increment? Well, the ability to provide elections is our law, and we would be doing that. But without, if we did not have to make a choice with regard to a mandated service, of course, a very important service that we provide is elections, we would choose compensation as a priority. Over FTEs is the question.
And
you.
certainly understanding that elections is just returning or is coming out of the county manager's office is obviously a big change. We have a responsibility to the citizens, not only in Coconino County, but in the state of Arizona and this country, to make sure that we run open, transparent, fair elections. And that has to be one of our has to be the number one priority, actually. So understanding the importance of that. So thank you. And I just saw Supervisor Fowler bubble up.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. And yeah, you've been hard at work. This is a big shift in certain cases. I would have thought that maybe Amanda with the sustainability program might end up under facilities, just because it's the facilities across the county. I understand, the sustainability project with the housing that is happening in Flagstaff. But I just thought that maybe it would end up in the facility, and instead it's in the county managers.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, that's a great observation. And I think the reason it fits so well in the county manager's office is that when you think about sustainability, it is not just environmental or in terms of facilities. It's about climate. It's about social sustainability. It's about sustainable justice. It's about all of those different things. And Amanda, in her life's work, has embodied all of those things and promoted all of those things. And with the county, she has certainly built the sustainable building program in community development to what it is today, with the help of amazing colleagues like Nina Schmidt, who is now the program manager for that particular program. But sustainability in our future, and Madam Supervisor Fowler, you and I have had many conversations about sustainability in terms of drought, and in terms of all of the different factors that go into our environment, the way we live, our population, our quality of life, and the health of our earth. And we believe that sustainability is not just buildings. And so we're putting the emphasis on that, is that we need to think about in many different ways, from digital transformation, virtual work, electric vehicles, to buildings, to social justice in some cases, or sustainability and justice is probably a better word for it. And much of the work we did through ARPA, and many other factors. And we're excited to see how we can expand the view of sustainability for our future.
Okay, so this is not the same position that was in the community development. This is a new position that was created then.
Madam Supervisor, it is not new. I'll look to Amanda to answer. How long ago did the county manager's office fund the sustainable program manager that you have occupied for a long time? 10 years ago. About 10 years ago, the county manager's office began funding a sustainable program, which was designed to be an internal county sustainability. That was separate from the sustainable building program, which Amanda was also. She held a dual role for a long time. Then about 80% of your funding, about 10 years ago, about 80% of the funding of her FTE went to the internal organization, the whole thing. Nina Schmidt was brought on and primarily did the sustainable building program. And what we've done now is simply move Amanda. Nina has taken on all of the sustainable building program. Amanda is all this internal sustainability position for the organization. And we've now moved that from community development, where it's been funded for 10 years. And thank you to Jay Krisselman at Community Development, have moved that FTE to the county manager's office.
So maybe now, Madam Chair, maybe now we can do a recognition of not so much, climate change is a buzzword, but I think we need to, as a board, recognize the impacts that are happening within our county. I've talked to Amanda about it and others, recognizing what we see in our county, the impacts that are happening because of the change in weather patterns, the change in just the environment, and how it's changing the way we live now. So I think that is something that would be really good to write up and do that recognition. And to me, it's climate change, but that's just not something that that you really cannot. I don't know. It's become a political thing for some reason, but anyway, I would say that. The other one is economic development. Our economic development, we depend on it, as we have learned through this process just up to here. We are, I was surprised to hear yesterday and learn that it even impacts our credit rating because of the fluctuation in the tourism industry. And so I would think that we would really pay attention and really boost up the economic development department, because we're so dependent on our economy. In the state of Arizona, it's not the counties that do economic development, but we need it to do it. And I'm really happy that that's the reason why the board hired an economic development manager. But, and then in Arizona, it's the cities that are doing that then, but the cities only have a small footprint within the county. There's the greater unincorporated, all the federal lands and everything else. We have the bird's eye view as to where we are. And so for that reason, we hired an economic development manager. Now we're in a position, in a place where we're learning more about how dependent we are on economic development. So I would think that we really need to pay attention to that department and or program. I don't know how you classify it, that department. I think that we need to put more into that department. So I'd like to add that to our future discussion. Excuse me. Thank you.
All right. And any other comments or questions from the board? Please
Madam
proceed.
Chair. As we're talking about economic development and I see it listed as program services under the administration. Is there another tab in this area? for just economic development, just this one?
Madam Chair, Supervisor
Okay.
Begay, there is not. That is a program within the county manager's administration. So there's not another tab.
Okay, and then, so I guess for further discussion, I'd like to put it, at the end of the meeting or something.
For more discussion, we
Yeah.
actually,
We will have,
Okay,
when we do the wrap up,
okay, thank you.
board discussion on items that they want to revisit. But what I'd like to suggest, Madam Chair, is at the end of the day, if we can tease out a little bit more on what the type of conversation that you want to have, so we can be prepared for it. And so we will note it as follow-up item.
I think that'd be a great thing to do at the end of the day. And, economic development really goes across the whole county and really can be looked at from a number of different ways from across the whole county. And, for example, use of our assets and being able to get revenue from our assets, as well as developing certain programs. For example, the grants that we're looking at in terms of wildfire and forest restoration. I mean, so it's really an across the county to take a look at in terms of economic development. So I do look to have a further discussion in that at the end of today. So thank you.
I just want to make a statement. I really appreciate the fact that this sustainability is under the county manager's office. That just elevates the role countywide and shows and demonstrates that sustainability is important to our county administration. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to thank Supervisor Fowler. She corrected me and she was absolutely right, is that especially when we talk about sustainability, catchphrases don't actually have a lot of common meaning. They're regarded by different folks in different ways. And so I really appreciate that point, that there are a number of issues that go under the heading of sustainability. And it's not catchphrases, it's reality. It's our lived experience here in Coconino County. So I appreciate that, Madam Supervisor, for that. Madam Chair, if you're okay, what we'd like to do with the remainder, if there are no further questions on the financial side or the staffing side, what we'd like to do now is offer just a couple of moments to our program heads and our department heads to just offer some perspectives on the ending of FY22 and what we can count on in FY23. Is that
That sounds excellent. We'd
Great.
love to hear from the program managers.
wonderful? I'd like to start with Director of Public Affairs and Community Relations, Trey Williams.
Thank you, Sue. Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. It's great to be with you this morning.
Good morning, Trey. Good to see you.
I'm just going to adjust my camera here. Perfect. Of course, as you all know, I started with the county just at the end of September of 2021. And in doing so, the Public Affairs Office was a team in transition. We had several openings in our office. And so part of my focus has been coming into the county is building this team. And so we are still, in public affairs, we're not immune to the recruitment issues in the rest of the county. And so we are still in my department actively recruiting a senior communications manager, as well as a management analyst. And in terms of fiscal year 21, I think that the major accomplishments in public affairs were, number one, the management of the communications and community relations related to several different emergencies. Of course, there was the Raphael fire, there was the museum flooding, as well as the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, in which public affairs was very successful in communicating Coconino County's message to the public and getting out vital information on vaccinations, on boosters, as well as managing the flow of information relative to the Raphael fire, as well as the museum flooding. And of course, we just came off of the tunnel fire is still ongoing, 95% contained, but we are still in recovery mode for an existing emergency. And so within public affairs, you all understand very well the visibility and touchstones of public affairs across the county. We maintain relationships and work. We're a small but mighty team. And so we work across the county with other communications and public affairs type positions and departments and offices. And that collaboration is going to continue into fiscal year 23. In terms of looking at the future and for fiscal year 23, the first major programmatic goal will be the adoption of a proactive as well as a policy priority agenda for the US Congress, as well as the federal administration, and then a state legislative agenda. This last year when I came on, I believe I had my first day, and then we were at the CSA Legislative Summit. So I did not get to oversee the development of a state legislative program. And so that's going to be one of the major things that in public affairs we will embark upon beginning this summer. I'm really looking forward to working with you all on the board, as well as the county manager's office, and then across Coconino County, our departments, to develop a strong proactive agenda that will achieve the goals of the board, our departments, as well as of our citizens. So that's one of the major programmatic goals for fiscal year 23. As you all are aware, there are no shortage of issues you all are interested in, whether it's short-term vacation rentals, whether it's environmental protection. And of course, our biggest area is the ongoing policy development relative to emergency management, and to really ensure that as we experience the effects of, climate change may be a buzzword, but it is effects that we are experiencing here in Coconino County. And so as we experience those effects, for instance, within the realm of emergency management, the development of a policy program that is going to not only achieve our short-term goals, we have short-term goals, the board does, the county manager's office does within a policy area, for instance, like short-term vacation rentals, but there are long-term goals as well. And so within the development of a state and federal legislative and administrative agenda, we will, I'm really excited to be able, as we build out the team, to be able to accomplish both short-term goals, but also incorporate in a long-term strategic vision for the boards and the county's policy priorities. And then, of course, I think it's within what public affairs does, we do community relations, we do government relations, and we do communications, as well as our diversity councils, which is really encompassed within the community relations component. And I think one of the other programmatic goals for fiscal year 23 is the development and readoption, the amendment, if you will, of the county's strategic communications plan. We definitely do, I think, do a great job at our tactical communications, whether we're responding and working with all of our great partners to share their messages, to share messages on policy priorities on our programs. We also have a long-term strategic message and an interaction with our public. So much of what public affairs does is about the interaction and the participation that we have with our public, so that not only, the public works, for instance, or health and human services are out doing the work on the ground. And what public affairs helps the board and the county manager's office do is, number one, work with our partners collaboratively and constructively, but we also tell the county story, and we help tell a strategic story for the county, so that we understand, for instance, within sustainability, how sustainability and the county's program within sustainability also factors into the work that we do over in emergency management, and how that ties into, for instance, in health and human services. On the tunnel fire, there's coordination between emergency management and health and human services on, number one, understanding the threat, then number two, also understanding the recovery portion and managing that. But of course, all of this is great and well and good, but we have to be able to tell that story to the public. The public has to know what's available to them, but also what you all as a board, as the county's elected representatives have done in terms of governance and in terms of strategic vision. So within that communications function, one of the fiscal year 23 programmatic goals will be the development of a strategic communications plan so that each of your visions, you all represent specific districts. We just did redistricting. So there's going to be that element coming up in the next 3 to 5 years. And so the strategic communications plan will help us understand what our long-term messages are, and also how an evaluation of how we're doing, how we're interacting with the public, how our message is being received, and how we can better hone that. And within that strategic communications plan, another strategic goal would be, the updating of our media relations policy. We have great relationships with the media and with our partners in the community. And I think that it's been several years since that policy has been updated to reflect our current practices. I think one of the other great benefits of being in the public affairs office is the collaboration we have across departments. We have community relations and communications professionals within other departments. And that allows for a reassessment of our media relations policy, as well as in the strategic communications policy, to understand how all those parts fit together and to help you all as a board, from the county manager's office perspective, coordinate that. So those are some of the goals for fiscal year 23, which we are very much looking forward to getting to work on. We're already working on them, as you know. And then really looking forward to building out the full public affairs team. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good, and thank you very much. We know that you have had a lot on your plate, and we really welcome the addition of a Coconino County events, and I can't, special events. That's the word I was looking for, because that's special. But that's really important. And as we emerge out of COVID, it is so important that we, the county, have a face out here across the county. And one way to do that is to attendance at the special events. So we're really looking forward to working with you on that. And number two, I also agree that it's going to be important to do communication outreach. Many of us do work on social media. Some of us don't, but most of us do. And it's really important that we get that information from the county so that we have official information going out across our social media sites as well. So we look forward to that. And last but not least is policies and priorities. I think that you've talked to many of us on getting that word out. I don't know if you read the paper this morning, but really concerns about the Pinion Plains mines that ADEQ just gave a permit to, and how that affects the Havasupai people here in District 1, but it affects our residents all across Coconino County, and certainly affects one of the great wonders of the world. So it's really important that we get heard on these issues and that we get our message out. So we look forward to working with you on that, Andre. So thank you. And I know that Supervisor Ryan has some comments as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Trey, yeah, we kind of threw you into the fire right away last year. And as we're seeing a little bit of reorg going on, it's an opportunity for you to start to build it in a more strategic way, which is really good. One area, we've gradually over time, we started by just hiring a consultant to do what you do for just a special initiative. But we gradually grew. We started to have more interface and affect what was going on at the legislative level, at the state level. And then we gradually built our federal lobby and pursuit. An area that I think it's time that we need to start to think about is consideration of potentially a tribal liaison or interface. Similar idea. We have a different legislative body out there that we interface with, or our direct neighbors as well. And there are multiple tribal entities within the county. It's an area that, as we do a rebuild, we need to think about as a possibility.
Yes, we'll add that on to the parking lot list for discussion. Thank you. I see this,
I got a parking
Oh.
lot here.
the scientific method. I see that. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. Again, Trey, you were thrown into the fire real quick and didn't have a full team. So I'm glad you're starting to develop your team and look forward to seeing how you and your team progress as you guys continue to complete that team. So keep moving forward.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
thank you, Trey, for the presentation. And I'm really happy with the way you present things to us as a board, mainly with the Senate bills and then federal lobbying and this and that regarding our county. And it really means a lot because, you know, we're the largest county in Arizona. And we just need to make sure that there's communication, collaborations, everything's going well, and that the policies are, you know, I'm glad that you're looking at the policies and updating them. And that's what we need to do. So thank you so much.
Any other comments? Trey, we appreciate you coming in
Mrs.
at a very, very
Lena.
difficult time. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Supervisor Fowler.
It's all right, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you, Trey. You're still trying to put things together, and I'm really happy that you're, well, you had to really educate yourself about everything that we're addressing here. There's some ongoing issues that we've been working on for some time as a board, and I'm happy that you're working with our federal consultants and also the state. We have, it's such, I just want to and then we've been working with the tribes and just trying to see where things are and just the issues that come up. So I know that you still have a lot to learn, but you haven't had time to really sit down and do what needs to be, I guess, learn as you go along. So this idea of the tribal contact or a tribal liaison or communications position, we've proposed that for a number of years here. It just hasn't happened. So it would be really good for that position to be created. So I'm glad that Supervisor Ryan brought it up and that it will be considered that during this budget meeting. So, but I'm really, really happy with the way that department is coming together. So thank you.
Yes, Trey, and of course, we do know that you were thrown into the fire, and we appreciate you. You know, I don't want to use that. I'm not even going to use that analogy. You were thrown into the water because that's what we want to focus on, right? You were thrown in the water and you learned to swim, and we really appreciate that. We really appreciate also that, quite frankly, your department is getting your team together. I think that's important. You've basically, you know, had the primary responsibility for a long time. It's so wonderful you're getting your team together and you get to share that responsibility. It's a huge, huge, we need you. And you have a lot of things you need to cover for us. So we really appreciate all of your efforts and your dedication here to Coconino County. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors.
Madam Chair, I do want to mention that we mentioned earlier that the diversity, equity, and inclusion position is not filled. So you will see that description for that program on our department overview forms. We don't have a person in that, but I know that it is a priority for the county manager's office for FY23 to get that position filled and that need filled. It's very important. With that, Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to move to the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and ask Corey Ringenberg, our Special Assistant to the County Manager's Office, to speak to that. He's had very close contact and is working constantly with the CJCC.
And before you leave, just because you brought that up, see, now you have more questions. Is that, I assume that has been posted, that position is posted?
Madam
It is
Chair,
actually, please.
I'm sorry.
if I may add to the conversation. I've recently, in the last couple of months, met with the heads of the diversity councils to look at the job description to see if we have to update it.
Okay.
And then from there, and this has just been a matter of just priorities, to put this out for posting. So again, we're updating the job description at this time.
Thank you. Appreciate the update.
CJCC, Corey?
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the CJCC today. So I just wanted to give you a brief update on some of the highlights, as well as a few goals, strategic goals moving forward. The greatest highlights over the last fiscal year moving into FY23 would be the continued work with JMI, the Justice Management Institute, who has been assisting the CJCC moving its strategic priorities forward. They're steadily addressing those priorities that encompass behavioral health, diversion and deflection, juvenile justice, indigenous initiatives, information technology, and data. Some of the greatest goals and achievements have all been around those 5 strategic priorities. Number one, the greatest goal moving forward is the recruitment of a CJCC coordinator to carry on these important missions. The expansion of the Indigenous Initiatives Subcommittee is also one of the top priorities of this group. Delivering data to the CJCC and through the CJCC annual report is also going to be a primary focus moving forward. We want to be able to deliver results through the data. And that's the primary focus over the next year. I know Trey's a tall act to follow, but I kept it short.
Yes, Supervisor, I apologize, Ryan.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, whatever my name is.
Yeah, whatever, whatever his name is. Irma Brombeck. You forget your kids' names, you just call them something, they come. Corey, I suppose you were updated on county attorney's discussion yesterday. And it begged, that question of where are we with CJCC? So hearing these key points, they're, advancement of the conversation, and I guess the desire that was expressed yesterday is for everybody to roll out their sleeves, use data to see if we have an opportunity for innovation, better programming, et cetera, on that. That's a piece, we just put a lot of money in on the ARPA side. We've continued, it's half our budget, looking at the justice system and what are our opportunities, and in many different ways. One way doesn't fit all, as we've always seen different programs come from our professionals from criminal justice, making recommendations. It's this opportunity to take a look at this next phase of where this goes. So look forward to the recruitment associated with this, as well as the development and how that conversation could be expanded, and listening to you on what recommendations we might consider.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And if I could expand, the county attorney's office is a great example of the collaboration and rolling up your sleeves. Over the past 5 months, the county attorney's office has committed to the CJCC their involvement in initiatives to influence diversion, deflection, individualized justice. So having all of these stakeholders at the table, working collaboratively and using innovation, data, and technology to streamline the criminal justice system and deliver that individual justice. They are role models. All of our CJ partners are just phenomenal. So thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
And if I may, since I sit on the CJCC board, I want to say a couple of things. Number one, this has been there for a long time, way before certainly I was on the board and others here were on the board. I think bringing in the JMI to do an analysis and to try to get a restructuring of CJCC was essential. I do see movement because they've now broken down into subcommittees that are reporting to the full CJCC board. I think getting a CJCC coordinator for that position is really crucial to make sure that the parties stay together and stay on mission and direction. And I hope we do start seeing collaboration, communication, cooperation across the whole criminal justice / judicial system. And so, Corey, I think you've been a great change, quite frankly, and a wonderful welcome change, as well as the involvement of the county manager, who has taken an extensive involvement in CJCC. So I'm hopeful that we will see changes with that and, really try to bring the whole criminal and judicial system together under one umbrella, which was the intent of CJCC. So thank you for your involvement. I'm interested to hear about the conference you're going to. I didn't know about this, but that's exciting, and I'd love to talk to you about it when you get back.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate the work that you're doing and collaborating with all the justice system in the different areas. My only question is just an update or expansion on kind of the mental health piece that we've been talking about as we've gone through with our ARPA and the plan. How's that going? Where are we at in that process? And what are the things that we need to be thinking about to help support that moving forward?
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. I don't want to sound like a broken record when most of the departments are coming to you and explaining recruitment has been a challenge, but I can report as far as ARPA investments within the criminal justice system, there were 28.5 FTEs approved through ARPA. Of that, 17 positions have been filled. The components that, like you talk about, the intersect between health and human services, criminal justice, those elements are either starting or have started here within the last few weeks. So we hope to see some momentum growing over the next month as they get familiar with their new roles. And in some cases, entirely new programs, something new and innovative for Coconino County. So moving forward, we hope to see great success and lower usership of the CJ system, understanding that not all problems need to be resolved in the criminal justice system, but maybe it's an access to resource issue.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments? And Supervisor Fowler, I apologize. It's so much easier when I'm at home and I'm just looking at one screen. So I'm trying to look at everything. If I lose you, please just speak up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Corey, I just want to thank you for all the things you're doing. You're not just working on CJCC, although you are a key role there. And basically you came in and just, caught the bag, so to speak, and started, going through it. So really appreciate all the things that you're doing. You've helped us with all of the projects that we're working on in District 5. Thank you, Steve, for working with us. Really a great team. Really pleased with everything that you're doing. And you're such a great addition with just the knowledge that you have. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Any other comments? If not, please proceed, Sue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, if you would welcome Esler Musta, Elections Director and Assistant County Manager. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, County Manager. Buenos días, ya te vene. Thank you for having me present on behalf of the newest department for the oldest service that the county government provides with elections. I am really thankful, and on the behalf of our election team, want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors for their continuous support through this transition year with the election. And I also want to say thank you to our county recorder, Patty Hansen, for her and her staff for the help that they've given us and their support. So the administration of elections is on the forefront of everybody, and it's a hot topic issue. And this calendar year for us in Coconino County includes 3 elections, one of which is just 12 days away. Our election team has been working very diligently in preparing to conduct elections at 45 different polling locations across the county. And our goal is to provide equitable access to voters on election day at all our locations by addressing the needs of those communities, including ADA access, language access, and all of the above. I want to touch base on 2 kind of fiscal issues with the upcoming fiscal year. We are fully supportive of the compensation plan for retaining our knowledgeable and skillful workforce. Elections is a very specialized knowledge, and it requires a lot of built-up skills, and it's really hard to replace. And we are also seeing a exodus from the elections field across not just the county in Arizona, but across the nation. So we are fully supportive of that, the compensation being a top priority that would allow us to deliver the services for our voters. And a headwind that we will likely see, and it's unsettling for the time being, is the outcomes of several lawsuits that are being heard across the state regarding election administration, as well as potential legislation that may affect the way that we conduct elections and we move forward. So the plan for FY 2023 does include like in a way like a traditional way of how we've been conducting elections and how we've been managing, but there are still some unknowns in regard to like the lawsuits and potential legislation. We are a small group in elections, but I think I wanted to let everyone know and the board know that we don't feel alone in any of our endeavors that we're partaking on. The county departments across the board have been tremendous help with providing support and staffing and being able to give us the like what we need in order to provide the voters the access that they so much deserve across the county. And I know I'm going to miss some of the departments, but I want to name just a few of them because of their continuous partnership and tremendous help. And it starts with the sheriff's office. It goes on to public works, facilities management, HR, finance. Our county attorney's office has been tremendous. Our public affairs with the communications have been great support and help for us as we move forward into this new environment. What I would like to put on the parking lot for future discussion is our ability to come back after our May election and maybe do a deeper dive and a deeper conversation about the election administration and the realities like moving forward as well. So with that said, I appreciate your time very much, and on behalf of our elections team, I want to say thank you again for your support.
Any comments from board members?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just quickly, Isler, big year coming up. First, we got to get through all these legislation and lawsuits and stuff like that. But big year. So, we'll be listening to you and the county manager just to assure that, as we always have, that we do our best job we can with elections. So we need to hear about it if support is needed on that.
Amen to that. I mean, obviously, making sure that we hold, as I said before, full, fair, transparent elections is absolutely key to our community and the state and the country. So if there's anything you need or whatever, I know we've got the county managers very active in that, and it's near and dear to his heart as well. So, but we're here if you need anything. And they aren't making it easy, are they? All these challenges that are going on, which really are, really digging at the heart of our whole election process. So hopefully they'll be resolved and hopefully we can move forward. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
First off, thank you for the presentation and thank you for the work you're doing. I know you got kind of thrown into the pool and had to learn how to swim quick. This election coming up and hasn't been easy, especially with all the controversy and the legislative bills coming through, making things more difficult and giving an air of uncertainty. My one question is, do you anticipate this, and this might be for the manager, but just moving forward after this, and this might be part of what you were saying to put in the parking lot, where do you anticipate the elections department being beyond this first election? Thank you.
So we're in this process of learning and growing and building capacity as staff and building like the resources around conducting free and fair elections and providing voters access. I think the May election for us is going to be a good learning opportunity to better to hone in into our processes and improve. So I think we'll come back with the need for any additional resources or discussions to the board and to the county manager. And it's been great to have County Manager Peru be a tremendous resource for me personally and for our entire election team, and his availability and his knowledge of and his experience has been tremendous in navigating and working through some of the challenging issues that are always brought up with election, no matter what the climate is. And we want to do the right thing. We want to do the right thing even when nobody's looking and even when it's lonely. So that's our goal.
And if I can add to that, Madam Chair, very quickly, elections here in Coconino County has always been a family affair. Every department is involved in the elections function with regard to transportation of equipment. Also, we have county staff that are the election day technicians, EDTs, and so they are on staff providing oversight and leadership in all of our departments, as Esther indicated. The goal of us, in the elections department, and of course, we can't do it without the help of many. And we certainly want to make sure, and we acknowledge, and we do all the time, the history that we have in the knowledge and expertise through our county recorder, Patty Hansen. She's got many years of expertise in this area. And then also, and I've spoken to a couple of the counties, Essler has done an excellent job of reaching out and networking with other elections directors in the state, as well as with the Secretary of State's office. So yes, it is turbulent times with regard to the election function, but the goal, as you indicated, Madam Chair, full and fair and transparent elections. That has always been our hallmark here and will continue to be so again, but appreciate that.
Thank you, County Manager. I think that Supervisor Fowler has bubbled up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Essler, a number of years ago, we were sued by DOJ. And I'm wondering, are we still under that decision where we had to, it was access to elections, and are we still under that decision, or what do you call it? Anyway, we had to do certain things to be able to carry out what was ordered of us.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, So we are under that same framework. I think that we are continuing those best practices because that's about the ADA access at the polls. And again, access is like one of the values of providing free and fair elections and the ability for voters to cast their ballot, like regardless of like their abilities to like to access the polling place. So we are as a matter of practice going to carry those above and beyond the DOJ settlement that we had a few years ago.
Okay, thank you. There were a number of things in there that seem unreasonable, but so thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
thank you. We're good at throwing people in the flood and water and whatever. But anyway, you guys are all succeeding and, you know, all is well. So, but anyway, thank you. We appreciate all of you, the whole staff. And I'd like to learn more about the ADA or the lawsuit. It doesn't have to be now, but, you know, I think the board, we're a new board, some of us, and we like to get that information if we can. And then also, as far as Patty Hansen, we really greatly appreciate her. She's been in there for a long time and very knowledgeable and very, you know, helpful. And of course, you know, she goes out of her way to help people and stuff like that, that I knew. So that's the comment that I would like to make. And are there any, anything that you feel that the board needs to, like the policies? Do you have policies in your department that, I know a lot of other departments are coming in and saying that they're looking at, you know, reviewing it and then possibly making little changes to that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next on our list is sustainability. I'd like to introduce Amanda Atchison to the board and in her new role as sustainability assistant to the county manager's office. Amanda?
Thank you, Deputy County Manager Brown. Good morning, Chair Horstman, members of the board. Very excited to be here. Very excited to be here in person and see everybody. And this, as we've all talked about, has been a long time coming. Very excited to be a part of sustainability growing in Coconino County. And as you all mentioned, this is a county-wide opportunity and effort and responsibility. And it goes beyond just, as Deputy County Manager Brown said, beyond our buildings. It includes our social justice. It includes the way we operate, the way we do business. So ensuring that we are the best public servants today, but also preparing for the best public servants in the future. And so, yeah, I just want to thank you all and look forward to working with each of you as we embark on this journey together.
Well, thank you very much and congratulations on the new title. And I think you're right. This does go across the whole county and we love to see it elevated to that level. I do have a question available within the infrastructure bill, and I know we haven't looked at that specifically, but are there monies available in there to help you do your job for us here in Coconino County?
Thank you, Chair Horstman. Yes, there is. So that is some work that is ahead of us, and look forward to working with everybody on that. But there's definitely some opportunities for us to look into.
We look forward to that too. Other questions?
Well, thank you. As I said before, I really appreciate sustainability being part of the county administration. My question to you is, what is the biggest obstacle you see going right out of the gate? Like right now for your office, what is the most difficult thing moving forward?
Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Great question. I would say our biggest obstacle is getting understanding for the work. So climate change, I would say, is one of the #1 pressing issues of our communities and globally. But talking about it in a way that is understandable, and that it is applicable. Just like we were talking about, it's not just about our buildings. It's about our behavior as well. And so I would say education, communication, and behavior change are some of our biggest opportunities and challenges.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I'll comment if I may. Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda, welcome.
Thank
All right.
you.
Long time since
Yes.
last conversation. Huh? Yeah, or a while ago, not last one. But really look forward to it, and, good answer. It's, what's the right fit? We have such a broad scope, because when we start to get to the county level, we have our partners. I mean, we have forests here, which a lot of communities don't have, that are a big element that, is a piece of what we're doing, but it's much broader than that. So great answer. So it's a right fit, how to do it, the application associated with it. Really look forward to it. I think we can get it going. It's just matching it up and seeing what we have the capability of influencing. So I look forward to it.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Likewise.
Others? Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, Amanda, thank you. I like to see what some of the things you're working on with this. To me, it's a new position, and just to see what are the projects that you'll be working on. So, at some time we'll have to get together. Really like to. I still see us putting a statement together about the changes that we see, and say this is the what reality is in Coconino County, and I see that document being used as our partners, having our partners use them internally, and just really being able to use it for grant writing and other statements that they want to make. It would be a supporting document, as well as we as a county just realize what our situation is and what we are facing right now, and the challenges that creates for us as an organization and for the citizens. It is impacting all the citizens' life, is impacting our economy. So I think that it's time, now that you're in this position, to be able to put a statement together like we had discussed before, and really, I see it as, I don't see us putting anyway, I don't want to go on and on. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you and for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other questions, comments?
Just a comment, and thank you, Amanda, for taking this position. And certainly, there's probably a lot of things that need to get done. And we do have this on the parking lot, so maybe some discussions can come from during that time regarding projects and stuff like that. So thank you very much and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could, we'll schedule a work session to start to get you all up to speed, as well as us, and all the things that Amanda's been up to. So we have a coordinated effort with regard to following through on some of the work that you would like to see done.
Thank you, County Manager. That'd be excellent.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask Billy Francis, the Executive Director of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act program. He's been very patient, so I apologize to him. A little bit. Oh, Wait, I underestimated your height, Billy. Trey, I think he's got you.
You know, I'm often referred to as Shorty. Supervisor Brigade, supervisors, it's definitely nice to meet everybody. Just like everybody else that come in, I'm new to Coconino County. I think I got here around November or December, just right enough time to trade in my swamp water for snow blowers and a shovel. And so basically, since we've got here, it's kind of like everybody else that when we got here, we didn't have a workforce development board team. When we got here, we were building it from the ground up. And so right now we have been working with the county and HR to really build our team to what it needs to be to serve Coconino County. Since we've been here, we've kind of been building the plane as we've been flying. And so we've been trying to get everyone to understand what the local workforce board is and really begin to plant the seed and the understanding to everyone that the local workforce board by the Department of Labor is not a program within a community. It's a pillar within a community. It is there to provide innovative opportunities for the local workforce. It is there to respond rapidly to natural disasters within your community. It is there to break down barriers to lead to employment for those underserved in your community. Since we've been here, we have been retraining on what WIOA is, not just for Coconino County. I've been called to do training in Winslow. I have assisted the state of Arizona on policies and procedures as we just had the tunnel fire and we just activated rapid response. Rapid response as far as the local workforce was a late response to our tunnel fire because we needed to know that it needed to be activated. The state wasn't ready to activate, so we're building it out as we go. That's neither good or bad, it's just where we're at. Right now, we're building a team. WIOA is so unique that we're building the team and training the team while retraining the population and making the community aware of what we are. And so what we have to do is we have to be careful in our efforts because in my 15 years of doing WIOA, I go out and I speak from my experience on everything that we're capable of doing. I just have to be careful that I'm not leading the community that I'm speaking to in the wrong direction and have to make sure that the program is built up the way we need it to be to back everything that we're saying when we go out and speak to these employers. So that's where we're at now. Where we're moving forward to in FY23. We have to be very intentional as the local workforce board to make sure the makeup of our local workforce board is a representation of the people that we serve in Coconino County. And so our staff is going to be built like that. So right now we have 2 staff that is built and we've been very intentional with that building. I just hired a Native American individual that has tribal descent to make sure that we have that communication and that understanding. Obviously, we have some diversity in the executive director. Thank you all so much for the opportunity. We've hired a Chinese American individuals because we understand that we serve an underrepresented population within our community. Our objective right now is that when we do walk out into our community, that whoever looks at our local workforce development board staff knows that they're being served in their community. We're going to be very intentional in FY23 of building our workforce board, making sure that we have diversity within our workforce board, making sure that when we go out to serve Coconino County, that we have a voice from every aspect of Coconino County, making sure that our Title 1B contractor and our one-stop operator is serving Coconino County, making sure that we're going out into those counties and being represented into those counties. With that being said, as we continue to work with the county, what we have to do in those efforts is make sure that we have the positions that is necessary so that we can be impactful in every effort that we roll out as far as Coconino County. Educating economic development on where we can benefit them when we're trying to bring new businesses to our community. Working with higher education to let them know how we can utilize them in order to strengthen our workforce. So we have work to do, but what we're doing is we're focusing on 3 things right now. We're focusing in on what is necessary in the local area. Then we're going to work on what is possible in the workforce area. And if we focus on what's necessary and we do the things that are possible, We're hoping in FY '23, we can start to do some of the things that we believe were impossible, and we can begin to make some changes, change some lives, work on getting people self-sustainability through jobs so that we can bring high demand occupations to our community and quality workforce to our employers. Again, thank you so much. It's definitely nice to meet everybody in person. I'll take any questions at this time.
Any questions or comments from the board?
First off, I want to say thank you for your presentation and thank you for the concerted effort to provide diversity in your office. It's very important, and I appreciate that effort that you're going through in building your team. My question is the same question I asked the sustainability office is basically, what is the biggest obstacle or challenges that your office is seeing right now moving forward?
Absolutely, that's a great question, Supervisor Vasquez. It's knowledge. It's knowledge of what is WIOA and what the capability is, not only to our community, but to our contractors, to our employers. Every time we do a presentation, Supervisor Vasquez, I was trying to step away. I didn't want to reverb. Every time we go out and do a presentation of what is the possibilities of WIOA, it's mind blowing to everybody of what the possibilities, which leads us to conversations and trainings outside of our county. As I stated, we've been speaking to economic development in Winslow. That's not necessarily our service area, but it's our regional partner. So we're responsible for building that collaboration as well. And so it's just making people aware of what it is, helping the county to understand the magnitude of what it could serve, and then letting the businesses know why we're here and to how we can serve them. And if we can get those things understood, I think that you're going to see a major impact in the local workforce development board.
Great, thank you.
And I think Supervisor Fowler is bubbled up.
Thank you. Hi, Brian. Thank you so much, and really happy that you have joined our county. And I am very pleased to, every time I talk to you, you really focus on diversity, and especially on the board. And that is so important to be able to really have that wide variety of representation, wide variety of local knowledge, wide variety of perspectives. I think it's very important. And we haven't had that, and that I'm really happy that is your focus. And I want to thank you for helping me with the various cases that we've been working on, and we still have, it's ongoing, but I'm really happy that you jump right in and say, well, let's figure this out. And we've been working on the issues that come through. So thank you so much, and look forward to working with you more.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And Supervisor Fowler and others, we do have a meeting coming up with the 19 tribal nation. We understand that Coconino County is made up. We know that Coconino County is made up of tribal lands as well. And so even though the rules and regulations when it comes to working with the tribal nations will be different, what we're going to do is we're going to find a common ground through our conversation to make sure that when we serve Coconino County, we're truly serving Coconino County. And so we're meeting on the 11th of this month. And so we're bringing the executive director in to Coconino, to Flag, and we're going to come up with some common goals on how we can serve the whole county.
That's great. And I called you Brian, Billy, so I'm still. So anyway,
just nod and smile.
Really,
just nod and smile.
I appreciate your work and
Thank you.
that team partnership spirit that you have. So and I did say we're going to have our networking meeting and our workforce development networking meeting and bring those people together. We haven't gotten to it. We've been just really busy, but we will do that though. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Billy, again, welcome. Really good to see you in person. Not only that, but I love what you're saying. Time to refresh with the rewrite provides a great opportunity, but if anything, the time's right. modify, change, provide opportunity and see what we can do. So really appreciate what you're doing and how you're going about it, and look forward to the growth of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much for your presentation. And I'm hopeful that maybe on a periodic basis, you can provide updates to the board.
Absolutely.
We'd love to hear what's going on, especially since you have a lot of innovation and direction, and we'd like to be involved in that. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. And Supervisor Horstman, you'll be getting an email from me. As it relates to the local workforce board, you guys are considered our CLEO, and that is our local managers of the workforce board. So I will be communicating what that looks like for us as far as you being our oversight of our local workforce board and oversight of our physical management, which is Coconino County, the impact that you can have on the direction that we use our local workforce funds as well.
Actually, I meant to mention this, and you've already started on it. Additional people for board, any way that we can help you,
Yes.
we would like to.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I really like the approach that you made, in dealing with your program, where you're going to be looking at all the necessary things that need to happen. Are they possible? Can it happen? And you can go ahead and implement those changes. So I think that's a very good way of trying to make your program better, bigger, helpful, whatever it may be. So thank you very much. And then also the FTEs, I see two on the list here. How many FTEs do you have in your?
We're looking right now, Supervisor Begay, to get a finance manager to do our budget, and we're working with the county on that, and we've been working hard to fill those. And so like every other department, we have those challenges with recruitment. So we're definitely looking at that, and we're looking to bring on a business service representative as well to the local board to focus in on the businesses in our local areas. So we have two right now that we're working on.
So total, you have two right now?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you're going to add two more?
Yes, I have two right now. I'm looking to add two more. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With the amount of work that's being done, I think you do need to have a few more FTEs in your department. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Billy. I'd like to ask Chris Pastors, who is our Economic Development Manager, to join us briefly. We had a great conversation about economic development a little bit ago and put that on our parking lot for the future. But Chris, if you're there, can you bubble up?
Good
Turn your
morning.
camera on. There he is.
It looks like it's
Everybody knows
working.
Chris.
Good morning.
Chris, do you have a few comments you want to make?
I do. Thank you, board chair. This morning, I think when we're looking at economic development, it's important. I'm just going to take a few minutes, but it's important to know where we've been and also where we're going in 2023. This role that I've assumed here is a new role. It's only 3 years old. And for the first 6 months, we were into economic development planning for a county. Then the pandemic hit and we went into crisis mode. And from that time, we were meeting with hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of business owners and nonprofit operators trying to get stable during the pandemic. So as we've moved out of that, we started building up our resiliency and some of our community planning across the county. And thanks to you supervisors, I've been working with leadership in Fredonia, in Williams, in Sedona, in Tucson, in Tuba City, in Page. We're working with the staff, but also many of our nonprofits and academic institutions. So we're working with Yavapai College, Coconino Community College, NAU. We're working with several of the Navajo Nation chapters. And what we're doing together is we are applying for grants to increase their community capability, right? To get water projects moving forward, generally a lot of water projects across rural Arizona. But when it comes down to what we're doing, we've built relationships, strong relationships into the forest industry, into small business development. But as we look to 2023, there is more money flowing around than ever has been in the history of our world. And much of that money is going to go into infrastructure projects. But really what it comes down to is, in order for Coconino County to access those infrastructure projects or those community development projects or those community facilities or community programs, they need to have some of the starting or the seed money, right? They also need to have the capacity to manage those grants, because we all know that those grants, they come at a cost, and many of our small rural areas don't have the capacity to deal with those. So that's what we've been busy building. And so I think 2023 is going to bring a lot of opportunity for us to apply, access, and manage these federal and state grants to build our capacity. So that's one of the things that we're looking forward to in the future. And I think as a county, we're in a good position because we've got super strong relationships across our wide, diverse rural county. And that's something that not all counties can say, but thanks to the supervisors and making those connections, referring your business owners, referring your nonprofit organizations over to the economic development department, we've been working together for the last several years to address the pandemic and also position ourselves to move forward in 2023. So I'm going to wrap it up there, and please, any questions you have, I'm trying to keep it short. I'm actually meeting with a Navajo chapter here in just a few moments to do some more grant applications. So as I speak about these things, these are things that are happening, not just planned or talked about. We're delivering on this as a county. Appreciate your support and appreciate your questions.
Thank you, Chris. And we know you have limited time. So any questions or comments, members of the board?
Yeah, I'll ask a question. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation and your work. And I'll ask the same question I've asked the previous two speakers, is what challenges and obstacles do you see to economic development in Coconino County currently?
So I'm going to give you the hard one because you guys got the hard job. Economic development and jobs, right? Everybody always thinks about those, right? The biggest challenge we have is that jobs are tied to affordable housing, and affordable housing are tied to jobs. And we can't disentangle that. So when we approach economic development, we need to be thinking about affordable housing at all levels, as well as the jobs, because you've heard it, we've heard it. Businesses won't come here because they can't attract talent, or businesses can't attract talent that live here because people can't afford to live here. And so really it's looking at economic development and going, jobs and housing are together. That is the biggest challenge.
Thank you. And then my follow-up question would be, are there any solutions or programs that you suggest that we look into moving forward to help disentangle that or help support jobs and affordable housing?
So Vice Chair, thank you for that. And I think the number one solution is sustainable investment programs. And I'm not talking about expensed programs. I'm talking about revolving loan funds. And I know that I triggered a lot of people there. But what we see across the country is we see programs like community land trusts that are creating affordable housing. We see down payment assistance programs like we have in the county for our sheriff's department and probation departments that's helping with that attraction and employee retention. So those are virtuous programs that work in perpetuity, right? It's not just one and done. And I think when we look at these programs, our community partners are the best at creating and maintaining these virtuous programs like revolving loan funds, down payment assistance funds, community land trust. So that would be my answer to you in terms of where should we be looking for solutions that will help disentangle or address that housing and job problem.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I thank you for the presentation. I feel that, we really need to look at economic development in various ways and try to address some of the issues that are at hand. And affordable housing is very important. And because it does what you're saying, it does, to retain staff, you would have to have that. And so I just want to say thank you for the presentation. And a question that I have for you is FTEs, how many do you have in your, I see just you as listed. I don't know if that's the one that's yours.
Supervisor Begay, you're correct. There is a need to address this, but when we're talking about FTEs, there is one for economic development for the county. Like I said, this is a new role that was established 3 years ago. There's just me. But more importantly than adding people to the problem, to address the problem, I think we need to be thinking about how can we leverage our funding for economic development projects, whether it be housing or job attraction. So while you see one person, it's not about the people, it's about how we can leverage that funding. And so I think you'll see through our experience, when we get grant funding, we're paying 20% of the total project costs, right? But we need seed money. And so therefore, really, when it comes down to it is if we're going to invest in economic development, let's invest in that match dollars, those match dollars to access those federal and state grants to serve our people. We don't need more staff. We need more financial investment into those projects.
And thanks, Chris, for that. And also building, of course, capacity through partnerships. I know Acona and, working with the various municipalities within the county, obviously working with the chambers of commerces across the county are all part of that. And I know you've worked very hard to build these partnerships. I know you've been working with FDBA and especially during the COVID and the downturn here for so many of our local downtown businesses. So I want to thank you for that. And I really appreciate your leadership and your insight into what we need to do to expand our economic development here in Coconino County. So thank you, Chris. Really appreciate that. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Thank you. Economic development is so important to our bottom line as a county. And thank you, Chris, for just taking this to position that was a brand new position and creating that into what it is today. But we need to help you more. We need to, and that's the reason why we have economic development in the parking lot. We can have more discussion there. And just, I know that you've been working with Supervisor Ryan on the military bases over there. And if there were, if you had the resources that most economic developers have, then you would be able to use all those tools to be able to bring more revenue into the county. Economic development, as we've been learning through this budget process, and as we already knew, is really that's where our revenue comes from, and it sustains us. So it really is important. Your role is so important. Everything that you're doing and all your partners that you work with, we just have to thank all of them for working with you and being part of Coconino County partnership that we all believe in. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Any other final comments? Or I know he has other important business to get to. Yes, of course.
I pushed the wrong button. These are longer conversations. And some are parking lot, some of the parking lot we may be able to get to, or it's a prolonged conversation that we come to later on as we progress through the year. Economic development is one of those. The other piece is a housing component. At some point, we have a crisis. Reason we're doing, or we have a recommendation for pay increases to attempt to even begin to help out in that area. But it's much more, it's broader. So it's a broader conversation. I think it is a parking lot item, as economic development is. Along with that, and I think we'll have time later on in the discussions of the question. It's been posed here. It'll be posed with other departments. Is with the federal money, often it's going to require a match. And do we have matching capability? And so it's a question that we need to ask of ourselves and see what our opportunities are. And I'll pretty much keep it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other?
Madam Chair, as we know that we've been trying to work on this on all fronts, even the legislative side. So when we think about parking lot, I think that's just another, another item that we have to, this economic development is so vast, and we've been trying to work on it at various angles, even our economic development, or community development. So I think it's really important that we just continue the conversation, and this matching funds is very important. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing, Chris, and just the partnerships that we all have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I think you can get back to your other work now. Appreciate you.
So, Madam Chair, if I can just one closing comment and then we can go.
Absolutely.
So there you have the team. It's not my team, it's the team. I also want to include Lindsay and Valerie and Nico in what we call the Island of Misfits. We do a lot of great things. We do a lot of, but we support the organization. Some may say we lead it. We provide executive management, but we do support it. It's a supportive relationship. We have a lot of dimensions to the team. And in what we're doing also is just building this organization for the future. We're not going to be doing this every year. I think that we are starting to get all of the positions filled. We look forward to having Andy rejoining the team. We look forward to having senior comms filled and possibly another vacant position. But all of the changes and all of the conversation today has been existing positions that we have repurposed, retitled, and again, refocused in some ways. And so, again, really want to appreciate, Sue has acted in kind of a COO role. Lucinda continues to do great things externally as well as with flood control in other areas. And then everyone here supports the organization. But again, we support the organization, all the departments and constitutional officers that we here at the county. So getting the team together. So thank you.
I actually note that there is a lot of new leadership, a lot of new administration, a lot of it been through promotions, which I have to say is really a testament, I think, to developing leaders from within here in Coconino County. So I really appreciate that and appreciate all of your efforts in developing our leaders for tomorrow. So that's fabulous.
Sue wants to talk about schedule.
Well, we need to talk about the great work that gets done here in with our Lindsay Daly and her staff. I mean, you really rock it. And of course, we work with you all directly, so we see it firsthand. So Lindsay and staff, we really appreciate you.
Madam Chair, with your permission, if we can take a 10-minute break, Lindsay believes that we can manage the Board of Supervisors budget in 15 minutes, which would take us to 10:45, which would keep us on schedule. So if we can all think we can make that work, we're going to give that a shot, if you're amenable to it.
Well, whatever Lindsay wants, Lindsay gets. That's all I can say.
That's the rules, Madam Chair. That's the rules. Thank you. 10-minute break, and then at 10:30, we will do the Board of Supervisors.
Not for me. No, no.
I had nothing to do with it, honestly.
Ready?
We are ready to begin. Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman and Supervisors. It's a great pleasure to be here I want to focus on our accomplishments, some of our challenges and trends that we saw this last year, and some of our objectives for the next year. First, I want to introduce Val and Nico, and they are in the virtual world. They always are behind the scenes. Nico's constantly changing names at the podium and who's coming in and out of the virtual meeting. And then Val's taking minutes. So you may see them pop up here and there during some of our board meetings. I'm going to skip over our services. I think you guys are all well aware of what we do at this point, and focus more on our accomplishments for the last year. And one of those accomplishments was just keeping the business going with meetings. And this was an effort so that we had a feeling we may expect to get sick at some point with COVID, but making sure that we didn't get sick at the same time so that board meetings can continue. So Val and I made an effort to not be in the office at the same time and really just kind of being conscientious of that so that business could continue. Also assuming and fulfilling the technology role of the board meetings, that is a huge effort. And so moving from what we were doing before the pandemic to what we're doing now. And that was a role that Public Affairs Office was helping with when we first landed into the pandemic. But as time went by and we became used to the technology and able to help with that, with the streaming and conducting the meetings in Zoom, we became more comfortable with that to now hybrid meetings. So going from virtual now to hybrid, and there's so much more function behind that than just being present in the room. Assisting in the process to fill the vacancy of the Legislative District 7 Senate seat. That walked in the door unexpectedly in our office. There was a lot of work behind that to fulfill that. And then always working through complex land cases and public hearings for community development, making sure that the comments that come into the board are accurately tracked and kept for record, working with district directors and making sure that we have all of those, that they're part of the packet for when you are faced with making a decision on important land cases. Successful BOE hearings. Again, this was another component of COVID, and how do we offer safe hearings for the appellants that are appealing for classification, property appeals and everything, and providing them virtually and in person with what they might be comfortable with at that time. The Annika Lilac Road Maintenance District hearing, that was a lot of work behind the scenes. Again, something that came in the door unexpectedly, and the work that was done leading up to the public hearing for that. And then outreach to special districts regarding deadlines for their budgets and annual reports that they have to submit to our office annually. So we do a bit of outreach with them to help them meet the deadline that they are supposed to meet. And Nico really helped send out letters to the staff for those special districts, made follow-up phone calls, follow-up emails to really get those in on time. And then conducting trainings. Val and I were just having a conversation the other day that we've seen we've been spending more time with this, mostly Val, and spending time one-on-one with county employees on introducing them to OnBase. How do you get your item in? What's the process in OnBase as far as approvers, getting it on the agenda? And then we also conducted a open meeting law training with Yvonne for the staff that staff the boards and commissions for the county to make sure that they're aware of open meeting laws, what they need to do for agendas and minutes. So we did conduct that this past year. Scanning of resolutions back to 1970. So this is something that Nico took a lot of time to work on. Resolutions prior to 1970 are embedded in the minutes. So what we did is took those standalone resolutions, scanned them, and they're up on our website. So completely accessible to the public. And then, of course, working with IT, and a big shout out to IT for all the effort put into the technology for this room to conduct hybrid meetings. Working through turnover all around us, there was turnover. We were here, and of course, like Sue mentioned, the amount of turnover in the manager staff, public affairs staff, assessor staff that we work closely with, and attorney staff that we work closely with as well. So that was an accomplishment. Transition of chair and vice chair. That was an accomplishment as well. And then creation of board rules and procedures.
That really was an accomplishment. We want to point that out.
Redistricting outreach meetings. This obviously created a need for more minutes that was done by our staff. And then the physical reorganization of our office. So big shout out, thank you to facilities for making it more functional for us in what we do to create packets for the board. And then filling our administrative specialist 3 vacancy. And I just wanted to do a shout out to Flora because she was our administrative specialist 3 when I first came into this position. And she put a lot of effort into a lot of the paper contracts that were in our office, helping us create a contract. I call it a contract software system since we didn't have one, of Excel and tracking and doing some outreach with the departments, kind of monitoring those contracts that wasn't in place before. And Flora has moved on into the county and been promoted in other positions. So just a shout out to Flora. And also then we brought Nico on. So all of you are familiar with Nico, and it's almost going to be a year that he's been here. So we're just thankful for him being here. And then employee development. So of course, just training myself with technology, Val with technology, Nico with technology, helping train Nico with new processes in our office. And then participating in the NACO Leadership Academy that you guys are all aware of. Challenges. So I want to move into the challenges. Paper. We went from printing 3 board packets to 6. And it's very understandable as we are all now using our computers and monitors to be in these virtual meetings. So it's kind of what we expected. Another challenge, like I said, we don't know what will walk through the door at any given day. So whether that's a proposed special district, an elected official vacancy, the number of Board of Equalization appeals that we may get that require us to have hearings for. We have a proposed fire district that may come in. The deadline is May 11th. So just not sure what will come in the door. And then, like I said, turnover all around us. There's a lot of people in this organization that we work with across the organization in making sure and assisting and helping and guiding, getting their items on to the on-base system, onto the agenda. And if there's vacancies out there, a lot of times that's Val and I doing it for them. Technology for virtual and hybrid meetings. Obviously much more effort needed behind the scenes. The amount of board meetings that we have. And I'll get to a slide that shows that maybe in your packet of what we set out to do and then what we really do. Departments not meeting on-base deadlines. This can be challenging that Val and I, we love to be flexible and we try hard to be flexible, but we always have to remember too, it's not just Val and I that are looking at these items that go onto the agenda. There's 4 other approvers out there that is looking at everything you guys have in your packet. So a budget representative, thank you to Fawn, purchasing representative, Scott Richardson, county attorney's office. So Yvonne is doing that. And I'm missing one, risk manager, Margaret, my goodness, Margaret has to look at all this too, which Mary's been filling in for her. So having to remember that, we really are trying to stress why we have the deadlines in place. It's not just Val and I being mean. It's more giving the time to the approvers that have to read through all the content to make sure we're not putting the county in some legal situation that we don't want to put the county in. Contracts, a need for the county for better process management and oversight. I just want to, again, and I have this listed under our opportunities, but really give, advocate and speak for finance's requests for a contract software system and an FTE. Because when we came into this office, and Flora knows, there wasn't anything in place, and our office doesn't manage contracts. We simply assist departments getting the signatures on those contracts and then retaining the record of the contract. So in our office, we created a tracking sheet to say, okay, we sent that contract to the department to make sure it got the outside signatures and that it gets fully executed. But now we know, okay, that department never sent us a record back. So we're tracking that. So if there was a software system in place or some oversight over that process, I think it would make the process more efficient. I think not only for my office, for finance, but across the county, when departments can run a report to quickly see what contracts do I have expiring in the next couple of months that we need to put on the board's agenda so we're not working off an expired contract. What contracts do we not need to renew? That I think is important for the departments, especially as we've seen turnover, so that when new people are coming into those departments, like your business managers, they're not left wondering, what contracts do we have? You know, what are active contracts? Which ones have expired? Opportunities. So hybrid meetings, although there's more to it, there's more access to our meetings and hopefully more participation. Telecommuting, we've really learned between Val and I, what tasks we do are better in the office versus telecommuting. And for example, for Val, she's home doing the minutes right now. Creates a lot less distraction for her to really focus on the minutes rather than being in this room. These are the things that we're discovering. Also, when she's having to replay meetings back to make sure as she's finishing the minutes, usually on Fridays, that's what she's doing. So we're learning that. Also, virtual meetings in a cubicle setting, it's not as conducive to be in a cubicle setting when we're in Teams meetings with stuff going on around us. So kind of, we know what works, what doesn't work, and we've been able to determine that. Guiding and empowering county staff in the agenda on-base process. So our thought is, what can we do in our office as we see turnover going on around us to empower county staff to feel confident and they know how to put something in on-base, what the process is. And if that means creating little mini videos, here's how you put an on-base item in, we see that as an opportunity. And then new staff, although there's been a lot of turnover, it's new relationships and new people in the office that we enjoy working with. Review of other services we can enhance and learning from challenges and adapting to an electronic way of doing things. We did this with the bid opening meetings. So just looking at other things that we can do electronically, virtually, that can actually end up saving time. Improvement of processes, I touched on this specifically with the contract software and FTE for contract management. And then creating contacts at the state. This is something that I've thought of in that with our liquor license processes, these are processes of the state, as well as special districts. Trying to find out who at the state we can get guidance from in their processes, making sure that our office is doing what we need to do in regards to those liquor license processes and special districts. I'm going to skip over the COVID impacts because I feel like that really ties into our accomplishments of the last year and go to trends. Trends, number one trend we are seeing right now is liquor licenses. I don't know what is going on out there in the world, but it just speaks to, I think, the business turnover. We used to get a couple a year. We're getting a couple a month, and every board meeting seems like we're having a liquor license public hearing. We're likely to see an increase in proposals for special districts. That same thing, Val's told me she hasn't seen this before. We're getting requests for a DWID, a road district, fire districts. So likely that seems that'll be a trend into the future. The Great Resignation. So we may see more turnover still into the future and difficulty in recruiting positions among the county. And then legislation, some of the bills that were brought forward this past year affected our boardroom capacity, recordings of board meetings, recording of executive sessions. So what in the future is going to affect us conducting business in the board meetings? And then goals and objectives for the next year, of course, support the board. Pretty much the majority of what we do is supporting the function of the board. And then general cleanup of an organization of our office with paper files, papers in the vault. What can we, like I said, with Nico, working on things that we can put into electronically and put on the website so it's more accessible. Team building and training, especially on this new equipment. That's something we like to focus on. And then working with special district representatives, again, to make sure that they are fulfilling their requirements of submitting what they need to our office. Work with the assessor's office to create appropriate timelines for the Board of Equalization appeals that come before us. And then build confidence and empower employees, like I said, do videos. Deadlines being met more often when it comes to departments submitting items for meetings. So just helping to ensure and communicate why those deadlines are in place. And then anticipate what comes with the seasons and be proactive in planning, like with our planning calendar for the board, kind of knowing like, okay, fire season's coming, what might that mean as far as board meetings, and then just other things like land development cases. And then department vision for the next 2 to 5 years, looking at our agenda software and seeing what else it can do for us. If there's other functions within it that we can be utilizing it for. An efficient contract software system that eliminate tasks in our office that we're doing that a system could do. And then cross-training in our office to make sure that if there is turnover, we can still conduct business. Working with the treasurer's office on a tax deed sale. Sarah and I have been in conversations regarding this. Digitizing what we can of documents and creating accessibility. Staff confidence to meet deadlines for the agenda items. And ensuring the board's time is spent efficiently, determining what is the priority of the board for work sessions and communicating that with departments. And then looking at the documents in our office, the best way to retain them as well for the future. Systems in place, how-to manuals. Val and I have been working on that for the admin specialist 3 position, as well as important timelines from our office. And then best use of our time and consider looking at services that we do that could potentially be contracted out, such as minutes. Now that we have these virtual meetings, that is something I could see being done, contracted out by somebody that could do it for us. And then lastly, I just have the slides in your PowerPoint, in your book, and I can bring it up on the screen. It just quickly gives a picture. And Nico did this for us. So I really appreciate Nico doing this for us because it shows what we do as far as the meetings that we have. So I don't know if I can bring this up on here. Let me see. Share screen. There we go. And it just shows the blue is this is a graph. I'm not a graph person, so thank you, Nico. He put this together for us and gathered some numbers. But the blue graph, the blue bar shows this is what we set out to do each calendar year. We have to do an annual posting in January that shows when our meetings will be for the next year. So the blue bar shows that's what we put out as our annual notice as to the meetings that we'll be doing in the next year. The red shows the meetings that we actually do. So that, of course, comes with agendas, minutes, agenda packets, all that fun stuff. So that's just a little picture to show you kind of what we do. And then also Nico put together over the last couple of years, the amount of time spent in meetings. And this doesn't just reflect our time, it reflects the board's time and it reflects the county manager's time. So you can see the amount of hours spent each calendar year in board meetings. And that's it. That's a quick run through. Let's try to get you guys back on track. That's a quick run through of our office. Are there any questions?
Members of the board, any questions or comments from Lindsay?
Thank you for all your hard work and
Thank you.
appreciate it. And you've done a great job managing us and making sure we have everything we need. And so I guess my one question would be, what challenges and obstacles do you see moving forward?
Challenges that I just think I always feel like, and I was telling this to Sue, I never feel like I have time to be strategic. We're just doing constantly, and then doing some more when stuff walks in the door. So I think that's a challenge, like looking at our budget, although we have a pretty simple budget. Our expenditures are Board of Equalization hearing officer, Board of Equalization attorney, Zoom. These aren't, it's simple. We're not doing a lot of spending in regards to service. It's more of a function to do these board meetings. So I think the challenge is just taking the time to be more strategic and looking at what are we doing? Where can we make things more efficient for our time, like contracting out minutes, for example, and just kind of taking the time to sit down and look at that and look at like Nico gathering these numbers that he's starting to gather. How much liquor license are we getting? What might that mean for our office? So, but also seeing as the county starts to fill gaps, that has a huge impact on our office and takes a load off of us. Because when those gaps get filled and those vacancies get filled, we're not having to do certain things for departments to get an item on the agenda. They become more able to do it for their department themselves. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Lindsay, just two things. Number one, thank you, Nico, for scanning the resolutions, going back. That is such an important thing that needs to be done to make sure our documents and our records are maintained. And that is a difficult job. So thank you for doing that. And Nico, thank you for your efforts in that. And then also I want to thank you and Sue Brown for your work with district directors, both onboarding district directors, having regular meetings with the district directors. It helps, quite frankly, the whole board operation run smoother. And I really want to thank you for that and your efforts on that as well. And then a question I have, and by the way, being more strategic, I cannot tell you, every member of this board has said the same thing, because it has been, as you've outlined, just constant emergency meetings and, quite frankly, crisis management. So I hear you on that, and we'll see as we move forward if we can do that. And then you're always, I have to say, I sometimes worry about you, because I send off a quick email hoping I'll hear from you the next day. I hear from you within 5 minutes. It seems like you are always working. So I want to make sure that you feel you have the support you need within your office. And if you need more support, it's interesting farming out, quite frankly, the minutes, things like that. If there's ways that we as the board, and I know the county manager, I'm sure, talks to you about this all the time, that we can help make your job and your team more efficient, let us know.
Yeah, and we've been in conversations with County Manager Peru about the team effort and exactly what you're saying, the opportunity to maybe contract out to do services like the minutes, and that will create a relief for where Val can help me with Board of Equalization appeals and those kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do, Lindsay.
Thank you.
I can't let you go without comment. So Lindsay, yeah, everything that these guys said, I pretty much what you were saying, Patrice, is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at when you went in, didn't have on the job training, and had a lot of load. You're getting it, you're getting control of it, and you're doing a yeoman's task and doing a great job at it. But by the same token, you have a tendency to hold back and not ask when you need. So you don't necessarily take vacations. You don't, you're constantly working. And again, it comes back to you need to express, needs so that we understand how you can be supported the appropriate way. Add to that, if we were in times of norm, even I'm going to use Lindsay words, it's a new norm, Matt. It's busy out there, but these last couple of years have been extraordinary. And so it puts that much burden on your office. And so we need to make sure, you need to make sure that we're aware of it, that Steve's aware of it, and seeing how, we can assist you associated with it. But otherwise, thank you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you, Lindsay. You're doing an amazing job, and you go way beyond everything else. You're so efficient. But, in that efficiency though, there is the self-care, mental health care for yourself and your staff. And that's something that we really have to be mindful of when it comes to the board and the administration. And so these constant meetings, when the board is continuously meeting one after another, then it creates more work for you. And it also brings other staff in waiting for the board to have a discussion or something. And then we immediately have another meeting. And so all the things that were directed out now, I don't know when they have time to do that. And you are having to do a lot more than you and your staff have to put all that together again so that it come back before the board to approve it. So it is, the board meetings are very impactful to all the staff across the county. And if we were to have fewer meetings, we'd be able to maybe be able to get more relief, give more relief to our staff. So that's something I think that the board and the administration needs to really look at to see what items need to come before the board. Maybe there's white papers or summaries that need to be just sent over. Board becoming more of a policy maker rather than just, I know that with the new board that has come in, there had to be pretty much a lot of training and going detail by detail as to where we are with, every department or some of the departments. So, and some of the projects that we're working on. But I'm just thinking that, maybe the thought was too that when more virtual meetings, maybe that's something else that you need assistance with is to, I know you work closely with IT, but if you were to, when we're in a board meeting, you're managing the virtual, managing everyone that has come join the meeting, whether they're by computer or whatever means it is, telephone, and making sure that you're managing all of that at the same time, making sure everything's on time with the board. And I mean, you have a lot on your hands when the board is meeting. So just wonder if we need to look at another position for you. I don't know, but that'll be something I would just like to bring up. And then maybe that is part of the parking lot with the board meetings. We meet the most of all the board meetings, all the board boards, county boards across the state. Number of years ago, there was a study that was done, and we meet the most of anybody, any organization. So anyway, all right. Thank you though for your work. Thank you to your staff, and really appreciate you having a great relationship with our district directors. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure working with the district directors. I think we've got a really good team in place amongst the district directors.
Thank you. And I want you to
Madam-
save that PowerPoint because if you
It's
notice,
saved.
the meetings have gone down since this new board. And I
Yes.
want to point out, this new board is a new board. And we have lost, of course, Liz Archuleta. We were appointing a new state senator. We have had how many fires? We have had floods. We've done good.
Yes.
So, and any way we can, of course, make it more flexible and easier for you, please let us know.
Must
Thank
have been
you.
first chair and vice chair. Yeah.
No, did you notice it really went down when the chair changed?
Savvy.
I think that's the same as a hook.
Point of order,
An
point of
electronic
order.
hook. All right, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay, please make sense out of all this.
Yes, like to just state that I've been in your shoes before, and I was doing minutes on weekends. I was working 7 days a week, way late into the hours of the night to being a board secretary. And I know why it's very important to ensure that the department's directors meet the deadline. We had to have several reviews and we waited and we waited and we waited. So finally, the board said, okay, the deadline's a deadline. Because if one document is missing, you're holding up everything else. Everybody's ready, they're going, you're waiting for the document to come through. And once that comes in, you're inserting it again, you know, and it takes time. And I see that the helpers up in the front are doing that. And so I think this is really a directive that Steve can address, you know, to ensure that the deadline's a deadline. And that way you're not here on weekends, you're not here, you know, waiting at hours of the night. And safety is a concern to me. And sometimes I leave late and in the morning you're already here again. So I think if we can put a budget together to put a folding bed in there for you somewhere, and you know, so that we know that you're safe here overnight. But anyway, I just want to say it's a hard job. I've been there. I've done that. And so we just probably have to make sure that the deadline is a deadline. And you missed it. You missed it. I mean, you hate to say that, but you know, everybody's busy, but you know, we have to learn how to, you know, if it's a board meeting, we want it done, then we've got to get it done. And thank you so much for all the hard work that you and your staff are doing. And I know that you guys are all working. We see it. And not only your department, I see Steve and Sue and Cindy, Lucinda, you know, all the departments, they're doing that. So, and thank you for helping all of us here as a board. You know, we appreciate that. Sometimes I'm reluctant to ask you anything because you're so busy and I don't want to interrupt. But nonetheless, you know, we're a team. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And anything else on the budget, the budget recommendations?
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, Lindsay, if you don't mind, I just want to note that there was a funding request for the Board of Supervisors for $8,000. It was not recommended. The reason it was not recommended is there is that 5% overall increase to operational budgets, and that amount will be taken from there. So a separate budget item is not necessary. That will happen automatically.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Okay, we have part of our budget recommendation is that we will do a 5% increase across the board for all operational budgets. And
For all 5 districts, is that what you're saying?
For all budgets across the county,
Okay,
all departments across the county.
okay.
That includes the Board of Supervisors. It will get a 5% increase. That 5% increase is an amount almost exactly what the board requested as an increase to the budget. And so that's how we'll take care of that funding request, is through that 5% increase.
So that would mean, let me make sure, we have 5 districts, 3 districts would not get the 5% increase. We would take all of our monies and give it to 2 districts. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct, Madam Chair, as directed in the board retreat.
Yeah, the funding wasn't, but okay, got it.
Why don't we put this on the parking lot?
Anything else?
Not for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, and Lindsay and all your staff is just great. Nico, Val, thank you for all the work you do, and we know a lot of it is behind the scenes, but we see you and we see the work that you've done. So thank you so much.
Madam Chair, next up, we have a discussion on secure rural schools funding, and we'll turn it over to CFO Siri Mullaney for the beginning of it.
We have a tab on this. I think you gave us a handout. Is that correct? Or is there?
Correct. It should be in your binders under tab 31.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's the tab that was added yesterday at the very back of your book. It's not a pretty tab.
Can I
It's
get a?
the more
or-
informal style.
You happen to have an extra copy of that? I left that at home, so. Thank you. Sorry about that. There was just no more room in my book, in my folder, and I left it at home. Wait a minute, I'm good.
Supervisor Begay, could you read what we just gave you, what the title is on it, please? Thank you very much. Then I have it. What's that? Go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you. This time slot is to discuss the Secure Rural Schools Act. And just as a process reminder, we recently received the funds for expenditure in FY23. We'll talk about the different titles and ask for guidance from the board, but then we will be bringing it forward in a consent item on a future agenda to formalize the allocation of funds between titles and the distributions. We are also required to do a 45-day comment period regarding the Title III funds specifically. So that will be handled in addition to the allocation amongst the titles and the specific distributions. So you'll see two items on a future agenda at different times related to this funding source. So here is our background. We've been receiving Secure Rural Schools Act funding for a number of years, starting in 2000. And these funds are federal funds that are intended, so a portion of Forest Service funds used to come back to counties and for the forestry activity that was taking place. And as that was dropping off, then Congress did decide to pass the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act. And there have then since been several reauthorizations of this act under different titles or different bills, most recently with the infrastructure funding bill. And so that provided a payment to the counties for federal fiscal years 2021 through 2023. So as noted, we just received our 2021 payment, which will actually apply to county fiscal year 2023. So we know that we have funds in place to use through county fiscal year 2025, but of course, continued advocacy on this funding source and continuing to get it reauthorized is very important to the county. So on the next slide, you can see the three titles of Secure Rural Schools Act. So the first number on here shows a comparison between fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 in terms of the allocation we received. Now in fiscal year 2022, we actually received a lower allocation. There was a 5.7% sequestration applied to our funds. So we received a little less. But then also with the reauthorization, we did get a bump up once again to the funds that were authorized. So when we look in total for fiscal year 23, we've received in total across all titles, 2.9 million for Coconino County. About 8% that says RAC funding or Resource Advisory Committee, that does not go directly to the county, that goes to the Resource Advisory Committee directly. So the county itself does not actually see those funds here within Munis or received by our treasurer. So that's a $500,000 increase in total, with some of that 8% going to the RAC. And then 7% is allocated to Title III. And we are unable to change the allocation amongst titles. So this is fixed in terms of how we can allocate those dollars. And once the 8% is allocated and then the 7% for Title III, the balance remaining is for Title I distribution. And this is what's often called the roads and schools portion. So as we look at, we're going to walk through the titles. We'll talk about Title I first. Title II, there's really not much to talk about, but Lucinda has some information on that. And then we'll go back and talk about Title III. So for Title I, what you're seeing here is a proposed distribution of the Title I funds. So when we look at how we have handled these dollars in the past, we have first funded the superintendent of schools operations sort of as an off the top number from Title I. So in fiscal year 2022, that number was $530,000. For fiscal year 2023, we're recommending $664,000, which represents a few changes. So one, that would cover the cost of the compensation increase that's being proposed by county management in the budget. It would also cover the cost of the 5% CPI adjustment for the department. And finally, we are recommending that the superintendent of schools office is also permitted to move their business manager onto this funding source. And so it's an increase then to the forest fee support for the superintendent of schools office that would allow them to free up some other dollars within their budget. And they can talk about that more in their budget presentation for sure. Then the way that we have run the formula is that the dollars remaining are split 75% to roads and 75% to schools and 25% to roads. Some of you who have been on the board for a while may remember when it was a 50-50 distribution. And then when the road maintenance sales tax was adopted, the road distribution was dropped to 25%. So that is our current recommendation in terms of the Title I distribution, just at the higher level in terms of the formula. And then I'd like to turn it over to Superintendent Mango Paget to talk about the school's specific distribution and her recommendation.
Thank you, Suri. Members of the board. To begin, I first want to provide you some background on how the FY22 allocations served our community, as well as served as a proof of concept to receive $4.8 million in funding. Last year, as under FY22, we received $85,000 in mental health to help provide programs to our schools. And with that funding, we partnered it with our Governor's Office of Youth, Faith and Family grant, and we're able to provide 3 schools mental health programming, and they were Loop Incorporated, which is a BIE grant contract school, Knowles Elementary here in Flagstaff, and the accommodation school, Ponderosa High School, Seattle High School. With that money, we were able to work with their school leadership teams on providing strategic plan support on how to embed trauma-informed practices, so it just wasn't another layer and another thing we're being asked to do. We provided professional development, coaching, and learning communities around trauma-informed practices, such as ACEs and the neurosequential model and so forth. And then now, as we move into the next year, now that we've increased adult competencies and understandings, we'll be moving into student programming and then looking at the continuous improvement cycle. With that said, I have to, I want to thank the board for your foresight to fund the mental health program last year and establish a mental health division manager via the ARPA funds. Not only did this benefit our students, but it provided the proof of concept needed to obtain $4.8 million in grant funding to expand this program. And it was cited on the Arizona Department of Ed, by the Arizona Department of Ed, as being a model to be used throughout the state. So I think those dollars were really well spent. Moving forward, we also utilized $30,000 from the environmental funds. And with that, we partnered those funds with another grant to make it go further from APS. and we partnered with STEM City, and we provided an environmental-based early engineer program to pre-K through second grade teachers. So that is how we used our funds last year. This year, I'm asking for the funds to be appropriated for the environmental funds again. We've been asked to extend the environmental early engineers program because there are not many programs for early childhood educators, or they are done in such a large group with a large grade span that the teachers get overwhelmed because they're like, well, how does that work with preschoolers and kindergartners? So what we do is like to extend that program, and we haven't promised anything, but in just conversations, we already have 18 teachers asking for that, and they come from Page, Flagstaff, Parks, and Williams at this point in time, and that's without any advertising. Our second ask, because at this point, we do not need any more mental health programming funds because we have 4.8 million to move forward, is we'd like to use funds to support the literacy needs in this county, and the fact that our teachers by 2028 are going to need a literacy endorsement. As you may be aware, early childhood literacy is a critical need in Coconino County. The impacts of literacy are well documented and devastating. Just a few facts: 39% of all students in Coconino County qualify for free and reduced lunch, 14% for special education. Student achievement data shows that student pass rates for English language arts, based upon the AZ2 merit assessment, they have dropped considerably between the pre-pandemic and 2021. Scores for all students and in vulnerable subgroups. Only 33% of all students in Coconino County passed the AZ2 merit English language arts assessment in 21, down 4% from 19. For our kids in poverty, pass rates dropped over 7% between the two testing years. Additionally, ELA pass rates for all third graders, which is kind of the benchmark that ADE uses, decreased by 9% in Coconino County, from 40% passing in 2019 to 31% passing in 2021. Much of this can be attributed to learning inequities due to remote learning and stresses of the pandemic in general. Much can also be attributed to preparation for teacher readiness. In addition, the State Board of Education has recognized the critical role of early childhood literacy and that our teachers aren't adequately prepared. And what they've done is they have adopted rules requiring a literacy endorsement for certified teachers who provide instruction in kindergarten through 5th grade. So, and that goes into effect for the universities. They have to come out by 2025, and for in-service teachers, 2028. So what the CCESA is asking for is to allocate $60,000 to assist in leveraging the ARPA dollars to support the development, because these monies are going to go away, of a cadre of trainers to increase capacities to support K-5 teachers in closing the literacy achievement gap among key student subgroups in Coconino County, and to make a significant improvement in the literacy and language of K-5 students who are reading below grade level, and to ensure that Coconino by 2028 has appropriately certified teachers to teach reading. And then our third ask is to increase the accommodation district allocation because they are still struggling with budgetary constraints due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Because they're accommodation district, they don't have local tax dollars, and all they have for their budget is average daily membership, which we know has gone down. We're not still at the pre-pandemic numbers. And transportation funds go with ADM hand in hand. They're also seeing an increase in the amount of students doing the Arizona online instruction through the district, which then that only funds students at 95% versus 100%. So that hinders their budget as well. So we're asking for a small increase to their budget as well. And so that's it on my slide.
Can I ask a question? And if I may, it's good to see you and thank you for joining us here. Yeah, please, Cheryl, good to see you. So I guess these additional funds that you're requesting, are you requesting that this come out of the Secure Rural Schools Title I, that you get 100% of that? Is that what's being requested?
Not 100% of that, no. This is under the initiatives portion.
Okay, so you are not changing an allocation between 75, 25?
No.
Okay, so this is just the allocation portion of it?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Chair Horstman, if I can clarify as well, if you look at the bottom of this slide, one thing we might not have touched on is the balance available for school distributions. We don't have it up on in the presentation, but after we get initial guidance, the superintendent of schools office will take those remaining funds. So it was $989,000 last year, increased to 1.2 million this year, and come up with an actual distribution to all of the school districts within the county. So that's direct support given to our schools.
And that's because, of course, the allocation for Secure Rural Schools monies is about almost 500,000 more. Is that correct?
Correct.
Got it. Thank you so much.
So just to note that 25%, as was noted, is directed toward road maintenance and capital projects. And I think it's important to understand that we maintain a significant mileage of federal Forest Service roads, and that many of our major roads are federal Forest Service roads. Such as Lake Mary Road, Loop Road, Townsend Winona, many of our major roadways. And so not just thinking about dirt roads, but so this money is really critical to supporting those maintenance efforts. And with the additional recreational traffic now we're seeing on those roads, as well as the dirt roads that service more of the outlying areas, Forest Service areas that we service as well, are being greatly impacted, as we talked about during the Public Works presentation earlier this week. And go to the next slide. And do I hit the Title II? There, as Siri noted, there are 3 titles under Secure Rural Schools. The second title is a set of those funds that are distributed to the national forests throughout the country, those that receive Secure Rural Schools funding. And the Forest Service, working with the counties that are within that footprint of that national forest, work together with the counties and develop what's called a regional, it's a regional advisory committee is what RAC stands for. It's a RAC. And that committee, it's very well defined. It has to have a certain set of representatives on that committee that represent different constituencies that the Forest Service works with more routinely. And those funds are allocated to that RAC. And then that RAC makes a recommendation to the forest supervisor. In our case, for this county, as you know, we cover 2 forests, both Coconino and the Kaibab. And historically, and I believe they're going to take that approach again this year, from what I understand, we've had a combined RAC. And from what I understand is they're expecting this process to take place this fall. And what they do is they will put out a public notice, a request for proposals. And it's, again, very well defined in terms of the eligibility of what can be requested. And frankly, it's for projects on forest. And there's been a lot of history to this, and a lot of the funding over many years has gone to the same entities over and over. That's been the history. We have been fortunate. We have received allocations in a number of the years. Back during Schultz, we got funding to construct the Girls Ranch Road berm. It wasn't 100%, but I think it ended up being about 50% or 60% of the cost. We have historically received funding up until the last time that they had funding to support the community cleanups because of our focus on the green waste removal. They are very supportive of that. And then most recently, we've received funding for one of the on-forest alluvial fan stabilization projects out in the museum flood area. So up on, near the burn area. So again, and that was very successful project. I think it accumulated something like 6 to 7 feet of debris and sediment last year. So a very successful project. So we're beginning, I'll say we're flood control district as well as Public Works are looking at what the potential would be for on-forest projects, and we'll be preparing those applications. I'll update you once I hear. Brady Smith with the Forest Service manages this project process, and I work very closely with him on that process. And as I said, they're expecting to bring the committee back together this fall and move ahead with that process, but we'll update you as that takes place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members of the board? Please continue. Siri.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I think this is our last slide. So this section covers Title III. Title III is received and is limited to the activities shown on the smaller bullets towards the bottom. As a county, we have historically used these funds for patrol on federal land, and we've also used it for search and rescue activity on federal land. However, we had recently changed the recommendation last fiscal year to limit it to the Flagstaff patrol that covers qualified federal land in Coconino County. The sheriff's office does keep track of those costs and their time and their billable hours, and comes up with an estimate for what it costs the county sheriff's office to do those patrol activities. And it does exceed the amounts that we are received under Title III. And the reason we removed the search and rescue is because they were able to secure an alternative funding source for search and rescue activities, and we can't commingle. The other one is also federal. So we have to keep those separate. And so the current recommendation is to continue from fiscal year 22 and use the Title III distribution for what would otherwise be general fund costs for those patrol activities. So that is the end of our presentation on the Secure Rural Schools Act. What we are looking for at this point, if there's any questions, comments, or additional guidance you'd like us to fold in as we bring this forward on an agenda item for approval. Thank you.
Thank you for this information. And as a county manager, has he weighed in on the recommendations that are coming before us?
Yes, given the increase in the allocation, we do support it.
Thank you. Any other questions, members of the board? I think we see how important it is for the reauthorization of secure rural schools and the importance it is for our public schools, as well as, of course, our roads here in Coconino County. So thank you very much.
If I may, Madam Chair, just quickly. I'm a little bit confused. So the recommendations are pretty consistent with what our recommendations have been. We're just talking about a formulaic component at this point and where it's dedicated. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Siri, thank you. That was so complete. We're speechless. So thank you. So I see right now we are,
Madam Chair, we're just a little bit behind.
and that's just fine. Yeah.
Are you
that's
okay with
just- I
that?
think we're all fine to keep going, obviously. So we're good to see here the superintendent of schools joining us again. Always a pleasure, and her team. And thank you for being with us this morning.
We will be on tab 28 of your binders.
No, we're not on. If you minimize that. Beginning. Would you like me to go ahead and start?
When you're ready, we're ready. So thank you very much. And again, good morning.
Well, first, before I begin, I want to introduce two of my colleagues here. We have Mindy Moeller. She's the Chief Deputy for the Superintendent of Schools Office. And we have Flora Hatch, who's the Business Manager at the Superintendent of Schools Office. Okay, I'm going to begin with thanking you, Chair Horstman, members of the board, county management, for allowing the Superintendent of Schools Office to showcase what we've been able to accomplish this year. On behalf of the Education Service Agency, I would like to share with you the scope of work, our accomplishments, our ask for our budget request for FY23, as well as some specific data requested by individual Board of Supervisors, my meetings with them earlier in the winter. So to begin, the Superintendent of Schools is a constitutional office, and the office has numerous statutes that drive our programs. Some of our statutory obligations is we work with schools to provide support on their finances and issuing warrants. We certify the homeschool affidavits. We run the school board elections, appointments, bonds, overrides, recalls, and the oversight of the established accommodation district. We also have some statutes, ARS 15-301-302 and 365, that provide us the ability to offer services based upon schools' request. One of the things that I was asked by a Board of Supervisors members is, what schools do you work with? Well, we work with 57 K-12 schools and 31 preschools or early childhood centers throughout Coconino County. And as you can see from the slide, there is the list right up there for you. To go on and move on to some of our highlights. So as you know, we provide lots of professional development throughout the county. And over the course of FY22, we provided 126 different professional development courses to our schools. Also, our governing boards school governing boards were really struggling this year. Just in my year and a few months, I've made over 18 appointments. And there's, if not now, more than ever, there's a need for strong governing boards. And so our professional development expanded this year to include governing board training on open meeting law, financials, as well as boardmanship. And then over the last 2 months, we have been traveling around providing prospective board members for governing board orientation. Our services this year In our other professional development for educators, targeted STEM education. And we spent a lot of that time through our National Science Foundation grants. And that targeted the STEM education and computer science for schools on our tribal lands and serving a large population of Native American students. Our early childhood STEM to get our kids ready so that they're not already counted out by middle school or high school. Literacy, social, emotional, or mental health, special education, project-based learning, and universal design for learning. To highlight our mental health professional development, we have provided over 91 hours of professional development to our mental health with our 3 schools as well as other schools tagging along. And as I stated in our Secure Rural Schools meeting, funds from the Board of Supervisors approved from Secure Rural Schools and Governor's Office of Youth, Faith, and Family allowed us to do the Building Resilient Schools and Youth Mental Health Program that we were piloted in 3 schools. Another thing we did with mental health is we also are starting to bring in some keynote speakers from not only our community, but national speakers. Moving on to our early childhood, we went ahead and, as I mentioned earlier, we did the Early Engineers program. And one of the reasons behind doing this project was to increase the quantity and quality of STEM teaching among early childhood educators as a means to increase the quantity and quality of STEM learning among preschool and second grade students in Coconino County, with hoping that that would lead to an increase in the number of students able to take higher levels of math and science at middle school and high school. What typically happens is it's already predetermined by 3rd to 5th grade. Not on this slide, we also did some other early childhood work with Elevate Pre-K, and we provided to their pilot school here, Kinsey, instructional coaching around instructional improvement and mental health for our young students. As you know, in 2016, we started a special education consortium. And due to county schools' needs for special education services, the office continues to provide special education services. We are currently serving 14 different districts or schools with 27 contracts for services. Our services ensure that psychoeducational services needed and required by law happen for our students. Students receive support to support their education via such services as speech, OT, PT, and that our schools are compliant with federal law and IDEA. Due to the demand for services, the agency hired a full-time psychologist, a full-time licensed clinical social worker, and has a mental health coordinator, as well as utilizing 15 temporary employees. Even with that increase in staff, we are still not meeting all of the requests asked for by our schools. It was a nice year or good year for grants. I don't want to jinx this, but as you can see, we were awarded multiple grants this year, or we're in year 2 or 3 of grants. As I mentioned earlier, we have 2 National Science Foundation grants that support computer science. We have a BEAM grant that helps our students that are vulnerable students, targeting vulnerable populations of our students to make sure that they're math ready for high school and that doesn't hamper them. We just got a USDA grant to support all of our garden programs here in Coconino County. And we partnered with Health and Human Services and received a vaccine equity grant, which allows us to provide wraparound services to support students' mental health needs, families' mental health needs, as well as if a family was displaced, they can get reimbursement for lodging, food, and laundry. So those are some highlights from some of the grants that were awarded, and I'm going to save the ARP ESSER grant because I have a slide for that one. Pending just submitted a capacity grant for learning loss to support our county for $15 million. We have a Spencer Foundation grant that I believe we learn about that in June for restorative practices at our secondary level. And then another capacity building grant that I'm submitting Friday. And that is to help support our schools with providing housing for teachers to support recruitment and retention of educators. Because as we all know, there's a housing crisis, not only here in Flagstaff, but Page is impacted greatly as well as some of our other communities. And then over the course of the year, we're going to continue to apply for some more grants to support the science of reading initiatives, STEM initiatives through DRK 12, mental health, and so forth. But those are some highlights. Now, moving on to our ESSER 3 grant that was awarded, I believe off the top of my head, around April 19th. Again, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for approving the $85,000 to serve as a proof of concept funds that we paired with our Governor's Office, Youth, Faith, and Family to develop this proof of concept, which is now being used as a model throughout the state of Arizona. This allowed us to secure $4.8 million to provide provide these services to more schools. Just so you know, the majority of this grant goes directly to our schools to provide funding for the hiring of licensed clinical social workers, because the schools do not have the funds to have those types of counselors on staff. This grant's also going to assist us with providing professional development programs so we can educate teams put together at each school in how to provide these services for their districts in the future when grant funding comes to an end. I would be remiss to not do some highlights from our accommodation district here in town. For the first time, the accommodation district has been able to coordinate getting 100% of the chapter houses to complete their impact aid forms, which allowed then the district to secure 100% of impact aid funds. So that was a real big cheer. The accommodation district is also working on developing a new strategic plan as well. And it's really focusing on post-secondary preparedness, not for college, as well as for job preparation. The superintendent worked with Caveat and other community partners, and for the first time, we're providing both formal and informal training such as FEMA, OSHA, welding, so kids are leaving Ponderosa High School with certifications to go get a job. Basically, our next steps is we want to make sure that those diplomas that come from Ponderosa High School, Seattle High School, and our transition school really set our kids up for moving forward in their life. And then lastly, the accommodation district for the first time is going to be hosting an open house for the Department of Diné Education and all chapter houses in July. And why we're doing this, we want to ensure that we have an opportunity to listen, to learn, so that we can better serve, so that we can make connections between the community's needs and ensuring that our students thrive. And then I gave you a lot of financial highlights, but ones that weren't covered on the previous slides is that in FY22, the Education Service Agency programs generated $187,000 in the first quarter. These revenues helped support the sustainability of our services, provided salaries, benefits, and operational expenditures. And then our grant revenues, not including the new 4.8, were about $1.5 million, with much of the money going directly back into our schools, as well as to pay our community partners such as NAU, ASU, CCC, and Y when they provide services with us. we have some really good ARPA highlights. We were able to hire our literacy coordinator, and that individual started working full-time. And when their contract expires with their agency, they will come on full-time by July 1st. We've also been able to start, and we have served 3 cohorts in that literacy initiative. And so we have 3 cohorts trained, or they will be trained by the end of the month. And then we have so far, to my knowledge, 4 schools, and they're mostly now doing site-based, that will be participating in the literacy trainings coming up this coming year. Our second ARPA highlight is we hired a mental health coordinator, Corey Lee, and he's coming to us from Utah with a wealth of experience in mental health programs. And he's kind of part-time right now, and his contract expires, but in June 1st, and he'll be here July 16th, off the top of my head. And he has a lot of experiences serving county-level trauma-informed teams, crisis management, and so forth. So we are moving forward. And as I said again, and I won't stop saying it, the ARPA funds did help support the proof of concept for our $4.8 million. Can you tell I'm excited?
We are too. It's very, very wonderful.
Wonderful for our schools. Moving on the agenda is are the development of what of our strategic plans and priorities. FY21, FY22, we spent a lot of time assessing our schools' needs and revamping our strategic plan. And to do that, we really examined our values, and we looked at the county's values and how does that work for us based upon our school needs. And so we asked ourselves questions: what do we do well? What do we need to do better? What do our schools needs? So we came up with our values, which guided our strategic plan: increasing partnerships, challenging inequities, fostering educator quality, utilizing evidence-based practices, and developing learner agency. And that is the reason we worded it like that, is not only teacher agency, but our students need to have agency. Our values led to our vision of transforming education through innovation. It is our vision to be the first choice of responsive educational services in the county. What we're doing is we're really working to provide quality leadership services and supports in response to identified as well as anticipated school needs, so that we can ensure that there's a high quality education and equitable education for all of our students. So some of our initiatives, they start with our new motto that came out of this our conversations, is we listen, we innovate, and we serve. With that in mind, some of our initiatives are continuing our work on trauma-informed practices, working for a teacher induction program, especially for our small rural schools, and going on and continuing our work in the areas of professional development and coaching. And you can see all the initiatives on our slides. Our values and our vision then led to our mission in our annual plan. And basically our mission is our day-to-day. We can no longer afford to not have the most highly qualified educators serving our students here in Coconino County. Quality and preparation are directly linked to student outcomes. And at this time, our legislator is not moving in that direction. The state is in the process, in some capacities, of decreasing teacher qualifications. If we want our children to not cost society extra dollars as adults, we need to get with the pay me now or pay me later concept and ensure we are providing our students with the best services and education. Now, moving on to our ask was not recommended, so I want to be fully transparent. And I've cut back a lot of the slides that are in your packet, but I wanted to just kind of let you guys see that the slide depicts the superintendent of schools structure of the organization. And you can see we have quite a number of employees as well as 3 divisions under us. We don't really receive general fund dollars. We get 28% typically from secure rural schools, 11% from indirect cost, and 61% from soft funds such as grants, fee-for-services, and donations. Again, the accommodation is not, the district is not supported by local tax dollars. It receives its funding from average daily membership mostly, transportation, and grants. At our office, employee retention, recruitment, satisfaction, and trust with the agency is always difficult since we don't really have any of that infrastructure funding, and soft funding can be precarious at times. Due to an OMB circular a few years back, our agency is not able to charge administrative cost within grant budgets, which means that we cannot provide monetary support for our business manager position or any admin. And they are vital to the management of our grants, as well as being fiscally responsible. Because the county does not have a federally negotiated rate for indirect cost rate, the ability for the organization to recover indirect cost is hampered because we are capped at the de minimis rate, which is 10% of qualified budgetary items. Also, as you know, we get several of our grants from the Arizona Department of Education, and they are capped as far as the grants go, 8% typically. And then for the work that we provide for the schools with their finances, that is below 1%. And, you know, the amount the agency is allowed to receive to recover is minimal in comparison to what is needed to fully fund the agency's business manager position and programmatic service request. Due to the lack of ability to capture IDC costs, the CCESA is then put in a position to rely heavily on small schools, grants, and fee-for-service dollars to cover the business manager position, and that's not sustainable. So this led to our ask, and we started speaking, if you may remember last year in 2022 at our budget meeting, is an outcome of that was that we were going to ask to fund the statutory division by way of the county general fund. Historically, as you know, the constitutional office, as we covered earlier, is funded through secure rural schools when it's authorized. And yes, there's a backup plan, Suri assures me, if that was not to happen. However, but what we're looking to do is use some of the secure rural funds that can typically support constitutional positions and operations, and to start moving that in to support some of the education service agency type of work. What we had recommended was that 25% of the approximately, at that time, recently authorized, it was about $541,000 from secure rural funds, be used to support the Innovation and Development Division, work with all county schools. This would support current programming that includes, but not limited to, professional development, coaching, professional services, special education, and mental health programming. The SOS office recommended that the board last year develop a phase-in plan with those funds, and you can see that on this next slide. Kind of showing how that would affect the 10-year budget. We're going to go in more detail on that, but as you can see, we kind of just picked the 25% number for ease over time, but we were open to that number fluctuating. And so that it wasn't a big hit, we spent a couple years, as you can see, in the 135 to 138 range. And then coming upon year 3, moving to 278 to 280 and so forth till we get to year 10. So what I'd like to do now is introduce, I already introduced her, Mindy.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. This slide here is a representation of how the superintendent of schools office is currently funded.
No, and I'm going to ask you, can you help her move that down a little so we get her, move that table down? I don't have one of those, but those look cool. Okay. You can just get closer to the mic so we can hear you. Thank you so much.
So this slide here is a representation of the superintendent of schools' current budget and how we are funded. The three largest funding streams for our office are grants, which is at 44%. Fee for service comes in at 14%, and the secure rural schools or forest fees are at 20%. These cover 4 positions and some operational costs. Now, we were asked to clarify what indirect costs are. Now, indirect costs are an administrative cost that comes directly from the grants that our office is able to secure. And as for the IDC on the constitutional side, that comes from the financial services that our office provides to our schools and is overall based on the total amount of grant spendings that our schools do in one fiscal year. So kind of to reiterate, the IDC comes from our grants. Therefore, if we do not have grants, we do not have IDC revenue. On this slide here, this is a breakdown between the 2 ESA divisions. This does not include the accommodation school districts. We were asked to provide visuals on how we were currently funded and how a phase-in plan impacts our current funding. And as you can see, the current funding structure has 0% from general funds. When reviewing the constitutional division pie chart, you can see that 11% of those funds are covered by IDC. Now remember, we only get IDC if we have grants. And that IDC does support one account tech position. That position is not funded by the SRS or forest fee allocations. The ESA division is funded mostly from grants at 57% and 18% comes from our fee for service. That's nice. Okay, we were asked to compile these figures into a 10-year plan to show the funding scenario and how it would impact the county. As you can see from the slide, the funding increments include a breakdown of what it would cost each year for 10 years, and that does include a slight increase for cost of living and inflation on operational items. With the phase-in scenario, we are asking of the county fund the constitutional division with 25% general fund support and a phase-in approach with an increase by 25% increments between years 1 and 10, ending with 100% general fund support of the superintendent of schools constitutional division. We are asking for your support so that we can provide retention and longevity within the ESA division, specifically for the business manager position. By reallocating the SRS funds to the ESA division and funding the constitutional division with general fund monies, we are able to provide all of Coconino County a more stable and fiscally responsible organization. The business manager supports our ability to write, receive, and manage grants. Currently, 57% of the ESA division budget is grant funded, supporting over 25 employees and impacting over 62,000 children. A phase-in plan will assist our department with achieving fiscal health and responsible governance. This has proven difficult for the SOS department as our business manager position has seen a lot of turnover. At year 10, if the full phase-in approach has been achieved, the county will support our department's overall budget with 21% general fund monies. This would impact the general fund by year 10 with a total monetary investment of $658,000 a year. Having this stability in our office will allow us to positively impact more children within the county. We are the first choice for responsive educational services, and with your help, we can be that choice for all Coconino County children. By supporting our phase-in plan, you are ensuring that the SOS organization can support seamless accessibility of services to our schools and children, ultimately providing stability to the dedicated employees who make it all possible. Thank you.
So switching gears a little bit, but it's still around funding, is where we could use your support on the legislative landscape. To highlight some legislative issues that our schools could use support on is this year, I'm sure you heard about the aggregate expenditure limit, and it was at the forefront of the legislative cycle. The aggregate expenditure limit is antiquated and based on school needs back in the 1980s, before open enrollment and charter schools. So our schools are exceeding the expenditure limit this year for a few reasons. The expenditure limit fluctuates based on school attendance from the prior years and inflation. Schools attendance decreased last year because of the pandemic, which has reduced the limit this year. Funding for cuts for districts, additional assistance have been restored, and funds for teachers' pay have increased. Prop 301 was extended by the legislature, but its exemption from the aggregate expenditure limit was not continued. And then additionally, other money has been added to K-12 funding over recent years, including results-based funding and school facilities. If HCR 2039 would not have passed, you can see up here how our districts would have been impacted. However, even though this was rectified, it was only rectified for 1 year. And so we are going to be coming around to this again. And at least in talking with my counterparts, it's become obvious to me, and maybe you guys as well, that there's been no appetite to discuss the aggregate expenditure limit and fixing it. Now that the immediacy has passed, interest has passed as well. Budget and other end of session issues are upon us, and I think we're hopeful that interest will be renewed next year. The numbers are still saying we will have the same aggregate expenditure limit issue next year as we face this year, just with lesser amounts, hearing numbers of between 7 and 12%. And then another legislative issue is Striker 1269 kind of snuck up on everybody. It was a lot of, way I hear it was second floor planning. And basically, they're looking to change the funding formula for education. And in my opinion, right now, it's going to be a big loss for our public schools in Coconino County. The new formula hurts rural school districts the most, which is evident in the analysis of impacts. Our largest gain estimate is 2.2% with caveat. And then our highest loss is 28.7% with Chevelon Butte. Our charter schools would see gains. For the proposed state funding formula, Page would qualify to go to the voters in November to opt in, but I'd suspect it might have a hard time passing because it would be raising taxes. Page saw a tax increase last year. And then the others districts that's made the short list of not currently qualifying, but may if they let their overrides and bonds and other similar levies expire are Williams and Tuba. A few other things to note. This legislation makes the extra money to A schools permanent. which of course benefits our wealthier schools. It looks like, in my opinion, they no longer want adjacent ways property tax. It removes certain funding for teacher experience, and it removes the ability for districts to go for bonds and overrides. So if you guys could keep a close watch on that and support funding our schools appropriately, that would be appreciated. So I want to thank you for your question and any questions you might have.
And I do know that there are going to be some questions, and I have some questions and some comments. And I understand that Siri also would like to present here at
What-
this point, and then we'll
Just a
go.
brief explanation, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Sue. And yes, we have lots of questions and lots of comments, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So one piece of clarification from our last presentation regarding the Secure Rural Schools Act is that the county manager's recommendation did include an alternative to the request that you are seeing in front of you for secure or for the superintendent of schools office funding. Specifically, it is to move the cost of the business manager position that was being discussed off of indirect cost recovery within the department and moving that into again, the funds that are coming from Secure Rural Schools off the top for the superintendent of schools office. So that does provide an additional $96,000 of indirect cost recovery back to the superintendent of schools office that had we not made that recommendation, modification for this year would have been coming from indirect costs. And so it does free up some dollars within the department.
Thanks, Siri, for coming up with that alternative. But I also do not want to table and set aside the fact that for long-term sustainability, looking at that phase-in plan as we move forward.
All right, thank you. And I know we have some questions. I'm going to turn it to my board members first, and then I have a lot as well. So Vice Chair.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. As a former educator myself, I really appreciate all the hard work you're doing and the numbers and accomplishments that you've had over the last year. Very impressive, especially all the grant money that has been attracted to the department. So really appreciate that. Good job. Congratulations. I would like to ask a little bit about your thoughts on the compensation package. That's been the question I've been asking everybody, and how that would impact your office, and good or bad. Thank you.
Before meeting with Suri and Mindy, I got very stressed out with the compensation package because for schools planning purposes and grants, you know, you write those a couple years in your contracts a couple years in advance. And we always do budget a 2.5 to 3% increase in salary, but we were nowhere near budgeting for a potential 9%. If Suri would not have come up with an alternative, we would have been in hot water, and possibly we might have even had to have, how do you say this, had to let some people go and increase the workload because we do have a lot of contracts in place.
And I'm assuming that's because when you're grant funded, you only have a limited amount of funds. When I used to run the 21st Century Grant, I saw that happen in my program over the years. When I started, we paid teachers $23 an hour, and we had 14 teachers. And by the time I left, we were paying teachers $29 an hour, but we only had 10 teachers because we had to adjust that way. So thank you for that clarification.
And other comments, questions? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I'm pausing for a moment here. I'm losing track of my thoughts real quick. There's quite a bit here. There's quite a bit of history as well as a desire to modify history associated with it. Part of the proposal is to move into the general fund. One thing that we've always had in place is no matter what, we would keep you whole if SRS were removed. The other piece is we always cobble money together in support of various departments, not your own alone, although yours is predominantly funded through the SRS. And so, there might be an assumption here, if you shift, then you use the SRS for school function. But that brings back a question to the board. Do we do that or not? If you move further under the general fund, it starts to move into more of an SRR approach to what happens, what do you need, what are you trying to do with particular programs? Not necessarily, I would say, not necessarily a guarantee that it's a backfill associated with SRS. That would be a discussion of those times as budgets adjust and what we have and what we have the ability to deal with. We've been fortunate that we have Prop 403 that allows for that additional investment into the schools. Although we did hit a time when currently we still pay a lot of money for Forest Service roads that comes out of the county proportion. And we did an offset because 403 came in and helped us. It was well over $1 million that we pay into Forest Service roads for that. So we get back into, it's not a quid pro quo. It depends upon what's happening in our broader budget, what we need to do. And I know you want to grow programs, but how can you do it? When you and I talked, one of my thoughts was, well, no matter what, work with the county manager, propose an idea of a longer term plan and see what a strategy could be developed with that, and or your desire to enhance what you're supporting, put in an SIR, validate that request associated with it. So when I'm looking at this and I'm seeing the proposal being brought forward, I hear you in terms of, it seemed to have worked in the past for the stability, even though it's an unstable source, we knew we would back it up no matter what. There's a little bit of, there's more trepidation associated with, well, we're grant funded, you live by the grant, you die by the grant, and that's part of our financial component that we have. But we do have statutory obligations that we need to fund your office. So, I'm okay. I mean, I see the county manager's piece that no matter what, you were really pushing hard, particularly for that business manager position. That's in the recommendations. That's good. I think it's a gradual conversation of what we can absorb, and then it doesn't necessarily mean it's a quid pro quo. It's a conversation of with the managers what's going on, where we move the money. The other piece of it that's a possibility, that last piece that we were looking at, is the formula itself. We've got the schools on a formula. It doesn't mean this formula needs to stay where the formula is for the schools also. Is it better going into school superintendent or into the schools based on certain percentages? We've had past superintendents negotiate with the schools on what they would set the amount and brought it back to us. Would we agree to that or would we not agree to that on what's happening with it? The accommodation school, I'm hopping topics for a moment. And when we did that, I mean, each superintendent, it seems to be something about superintendents. They want to create a school and run a school, but we have county statutory obligations. School superintendents, their responsibilities have shifted as schools have grown and over time. And so it lessened the school superintendent responsibility. It's not a direct oversight, a direct intent to provide schools. We do have the obligation associated with the with juvenile to provide that support. Beyond that, the conversations were, we'll go ahead and support you with the intent to come up with an accommodation school, but you need to find the funding associated with that. And so otherwise we start to create we become a school function that we already have schools doing. And we have a lot of other obligations that we're also trying to deal with. So, I mean, there are bits and pieces of the history. There's much more to it. So as far as the request and the desire to do a complete transfer, it's not in the recommendations. I wouldn't support a complete transfer. It's a discussion back and forth with the manager on what do we have the capacity to support, and while we're supporting everything else, where and how do we support the superintendent's office? We're fortunate that we're able to get this federal money in. It helps us distribute further. You're asking for the opportunity to enhance the support that you provide. I love the professional services that you have, but I look at it more from an SIR perspective on it. I mean, I kind of I see where the recommendations are. I'm okay with the recommendations now. I think we need further discussions with the manager over years on what the recommendations might be as they come forward to us on that. So that's where I am right now, to be continued, I guess. Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other comments? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Cheryl, your staff. Thank you for the presentation. I was just sitting here like, wow, you know, all these grants that you're soliciting, and then also when you're looking at your vision, how you want to be trained more to get more grants. That really tells me that, you know, you guys are very dedicated and wanting to really help our students out there. Unfortunately, we don't have enough money to go around to everyone, but nonetheless, I think, you know, each department really needs to look at what if next year we don't get these dollars. We're lucky we have ARPA funds that came along that, you know, we're trying to help everybody with, all the departments. So I think that's one of the things that we need to look at is, you know, we need to probably look at services, really look at services in case, you know, next year it might be a different scenario. So that's one thing I was thinking about. But education means a lot to me. And because I went to school, my kids went to school, my grandkids are in school now. And with this day and age, you know, a lot of these positions, they require schools or education beyond high school. And so I just want to say, you know, that this is an investment that we have is a school. So, but I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you do. And, you know, we'll see what we can do to help, and with partnering with Siri, you know, regarding the business manager position. I think we all have to work with one another and partner up, you know, to address a lot of these issues that are at hand. So thank you so much for all the hard work you guys are doing. And I was a school board member for the Tuba City Schools for 16 years. So when you're doing your presentation, I could see what you're talking about. And then also a board secretary for X number of years too. So I just want to say thank you. It's something that's a good position to be in, you know, is with the school, helping kids and teachers. And so thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay.
All right. Well, I don't see anybody else, so I'm going to go ahead and also jump in right here too. Obviously, education has been near and dear to probably every member of this Board of Supervisors' heart. And I have been privileged to be able to work with people like Supervisor Begay and others in the front line for education here with school boards. And I just want to thank the superintendent of schools for your advocacy, your outreach, your use of grants to expand your capacity and expand services for public schools here in Coconino County. I also want to thank you so much for your support to the school districts. I think it's because of the leadership and vision that you've brought to the superintendent of schools office that we, the Board of Supervisors, authorized the ARPA funds. It's obvious it was money well spent, wasn't it? And we so appreciate you taking that and running with it. It really means a lot to us as a Board of Supervisors to see that, but it means so much to the students and the families here in Coconino County. So thank you so much. Moving on, I also want to really talk about that special ed consortium related services for our schools, especially our rural schools. They're so hard to find. So I really appreciate you taking the initiative and leadership on that because I think it is so important. And I'm going to ask you a question on that. I'm assuming that since you do enter into IGAs on this, that's self-sustaining, self-sufficient?
Yes. With Bill Ring and Rose, we put together with our districts 10-year IGAs so that they can contract through us. And with our charter schools, we did special contracts that were 10 years. And then we do mini service agreements every time a service is requested.
That's fabulous. And I would love, since that is self-sufficient, hopefully that's something that can be expanded. As I said, related services providers here in rural Coconino County is so difficult. Keep us informed on that housing grant for teachers. I know that's something public schools on tribal lands do have. I think it's the only reason that we are able to get good qualified teachers, and there's still not enough. It's because of the teacherages that we have out there. So that's very exciting, and please keep us informed on that. And also your help to boards in, for example, Impact Aid, such a huge amount of public monies for our public school districts come through our Impact Aid funds because so much of Coconino County is federal lands. So without getting that funding coming into our schools and our school districts lose out. So thank you so much for really pushing that with our school districts and school boards, especially here with COVID. I am sure that they have needed a lot of help and assistance through what your office was able to do. So really appreciate that. And in your legislation, I want to add another thing that I think we need to talk about, and that is that SRS and Impact Aid should not be reauthorized annually. These need to be continuing resolutions. So when we talk about advocacy for schools, we really need to talk about advocacy to make this a continuing authorization and not on an annual basis. So, and again, other thing I want to point out is the importance of the aggregate expenditure limit. Arizona was facing $1.2 billion in lost funds for public schools. $1.2 billion in a state where we are ranked, if not the lowest, second lowest, depending on which ranking you look at. So you're exactly right. We need to make sure that we continue that override for educational spending here in the state of Arizona, or our schools, especially the rural schools, especially the public schools on tribal lands, really are super affected by this. And the education and the quality of education is super affected by this. So thank you again for your advocacy on that as well. We ask a lot, and you have risen to the occasion, Superintendent of Schools. I'm very impressed what you and your staff have done. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler has popped up.
Supervisor Fowler, you're next up.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, Superintendent of Schools, and your staff and all the work that you're doing. And I understand why you want to go completely towards the general funds, but we have talked about this before. I think that we need to have a lot. I think we have to really work with the county management to see how, if it can be done. And just trying to see how to really manage all of the things that you want to get done. The superintendent of schools creates new programs and wants to see them through. And at the time of need, depending on what is going on in the school systems. So I think that's what we have to really look at to see if see how to manage the budget. And then I do have a question: where do you get your matching funds for your the grants that you do seek out?
Majority of the grants that we apply for, because we don't have money, don't have matching funds. But sometimes when we do apply for those grants, we can put in-kind dollars. So like my work, I'm salaried, the executive director salaried, and so on. So that's kind of how we've handled it historically.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And schools is so important. The work that you're doing is very important. You try to create a service that will benefit all the schools, that whole list that you had shown in the beginning, to be able to provide service. And then the schools itself, you know, they don't have the dollars to hire these specialty areas. So you hiring these contracting with these specialty areas that are needed at the local level, they're able to help multiple schools. So really appreciate you being very creative. And through the years, the school superintendent has been creative in that way and trying to be of service to all the schools within Coconino County. So thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, County
If
Manager.
I could, there were several references and comments to county manager and county management with regard to the presentation. Clearly, one of several items, though, that compels the recommendation is the limited general fund. And again, that is one of several variables here. And so when we are making financial decisions against a public right, a public value, it's frustrating. Now, the county will continue to support the constitutional office as we've always done. But with regard to the future and looking at, and we've asked departments, what does build out look like? You know, what is the vision of every office, including the constitutional officers? County attorney did his presentation yesterday, which looks at build out. And so considering what the superintendent has presented today, it is a version of that. This is what the future looks like. And for us to know what that is, helps us look at what we can be doing in terms of how do we expand the capacity of the general fund on the recurring side so we can do that. I know one of the ideas or one of the initiatives that Superintendent Sewell's is entertaining is forming a 501c3 so that a foundation, because oftentimes foundations will not fund government offices. And so we want to support that type of work, but it's also, again, it's just another type of funding, looking back at what we can continue to do to support her office, and not necessarily her office, but the services and the impact that the office has within the entire county is important. So again, you know, our commitment is to continue to work with the board in ways that we can expand the general fund so that we can do more things within the general fund as a revenue source. Thanks.
Thank you. And that is exactly the challenge, County Manager. So, and I appreciate looking to grants, 501c3, and a foundation is another way to, again, expand our capacity and make sure the services are provided. Thank you so much. Yes,
Madam
Supervisor
Chair.
Ryan.
Yeah, actually, that kind of reminds me, I missed a little bit. And that was kind of the conversation that we've been having off and on. We're hitting expenditure limits associated with it. In long term, we've been fiscally conservative historically. We got locked into formulas. In long term, you know, it's impacting us. So if we reach a point that we have the ability to absorb additional capacity, it is using a different approach of seeking broader revenues, but we need to have a plan that comes together. This fits well with that type of conversation, but it's all of us coming together and actually going to our community and talking about it, to be honest with you, on that. In terms of the federally negotiated rate, that's one that just bubbles up right away in terms of legislative, you know, we need to, you know, that's an area that we should be pushing hard on associated with that. So, and that's what I missed. Sorry. Thank you.
And I think, sir, you could probably add to that. I think that having a federally negotiated rate, if I understood Surrey correctly from the other day, is that benefits some departments, but may hinder some departments too. So it's a big conversation.
Well, once again, thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for what you do here for Coconino County and the families here in Coconino County. Really appreciate your leadership and advocacy. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Horstman and members of the board. Appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you here today and for you just to consider long-term conversations and exploring different opportunities and options. Just like we were talking in the earlier meeting, is our schools aren't going back to a new normal. And it's going to take a huge overhaul and a heavy lift from all facets of our community, because, you know, the concern is that right now our schools have children that are more disengaged than they've ever seen before. Their attendances rates have dropped drastically because they don't want to go back to pre-pandemic. So what does that look like, and how do we help our schools create that vision? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
So county manager, I think we're probably a little behind schedule. It's all been very informative and important, but what would you suggest?
So we do have, we're scheduled for lunch. Adult probation is scheduled for 1 o'clock. So we may have to do a pretty quick break. Let's see, 12:38. I think if we could ask about adult probation to come at 1:15, and then we will make up the afternoon time. But if we can break until 1:15, that'd be great. Thanks.
Break until 1:15. You got it. Thank you. at it for the budget. So you got to love that. And we are here this afternoon to talk about, it says adult probation. So I love that. And we're going to this time turn this over to the county manager and have him do the introductions, and we'll go forward.
You bet. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We have with us today Sarah Douthit, who is Chief Adult Probation Officer for Coconino County, State of Arizona, United States of America. Wow, that's a heavy title. She's also with us, and her team is also on Zoom as well. And so at this point in time, I will turn it over to Ms. Douthit, and we'll have discussions on the materials after her presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for joining us this afternoon. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me. Great to see you as well. Can everyone hear me okay? Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair and members, for having me present today. It's nice to be back in person, although I will say a little stressful to be on the hot seat once again. So I'm going to walk us through the materials that were submitted in the board packet and reference the page numbers as we go. I'm going to start on, firstly, Sarah Douthit, Chief Adult Probation Officer. Pleased to be here today. Pleased that my team is joining us via Zoom and will be available for any questions if we are needing their expertise. I'd like to start just by talking very briefly about our vision and mission statement. It's very simple. We look at building relationships to help make a safer community. Our end game is fewer victims of crime and fewer crimes in general. And I think it's really important to start with our mission and vision because we have an incredibly dedicated staff to this vision and mission, which will come into play when I talk about some of our departmental issues a little bit later on. So with that in mind, I'd like us to start on what would be page 4 of our materials and share with you our department accomplishments, which our staff should be incredibly proud of. Despite the ongoing concerns about the pandemic, we are still continuing our extensive 14-year trend of fewer people failing probation and going to prison. And as it looks for this fiscal year, we are going to be down 53% prison admissions, and that's from the baseline year of 2008. That means that we have year-over-year successes in keeping prison numbers down. And in real life, that means people are working, taking care of their children, not being a burden to taxpayers and otherwise productive members of the community. Thank you. Thank you. Also, in the same time frame, new offenses, new felony offenses committed by those under our supervision are down 63% from that same time frame. So what I like to share every year is that we are living proof and embodiment that you can reduce incarceration and still keep the community safe. That should be the highlight of the takeaways from this conversation. If you remember nothing else, I'd encourage you to remember that portion. We are also seeing the same successes in our pretrial area. 90% remain free from new arrests while they're under the supervision of our pretrial staff. What other exciting events? Well, we're continuing to embrace a virtual workforce. As the board may know, we've consolidated our 2 Flagstaff office locations to land at the 420 building. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, facilities, for a wonderful building. It brings with it some fun and interesting challenges. As you may appreciate, a lot of our work is about building relationships. Much of that still needs to be done in person. However, we have embraced telecommuting and will continue to do so to the extent that our positions allow. We have hired and trained 14 new staff persons in the last year. I can say that that's the highest amount that I can remember in my tenure in this profession. As I mentioned, we've consolidated 2 offices into 1. And another huge success is that we've transitioned to electronic files. So we have substantially reduced the amount of paper that we're using as an organization. So I also will tell you that in fiscal year 21, we had an 84% success rate for those under our supervision, meaning 84% of the folks that were given a grant of probation successfully completed that term without further incident. So that's a substantial cost savings to the community, not to mention the human lives of people that have turned themselves around. So now that I've shared with you everything that I'm very proud of, I would be remiss if I didn't share that I have some concerns about how we move our service delivery forward. And I'm sharing this with you, which is probably going to be conveyed in a very personal way, because I have over 2 decades invested in this field and work that we have been doing to improve the system, as evidenced by our statistics. But I have to share with the board that we are having these successes on the backs of our staff right now that are struggling with growing and unsustainable workloads. And as the board is aware, there are considerable issues in the world right now with recruitment and retention due to the Great Resignation. I'd like to share some specific adult probation stats with you. 48% of our probation officers have been on the job 2 years or less. 60% of our probation supervisors have held their position for 2 years or less. 67% of our managers and supervisors can retire anytime between now and the next 5 years. And we are currently operating at a 20% vacancy rate for the position of probation officer and a 24% rate if we include the 2 vacant ARPA probation positions that you were generous enough to grant us. I want to say that I am relieved I'm not in your shoes. I believe that you all have some very difficult decisions to make about how we move forward. But I do want to share that our department thrives on a culture of caring and taking care of one another. And the past couple of years have presented numerous challenges with that because the amount of workload that's being divided among our staff. I believe that our management team has really worked to try to provide a flexible working environment, to offer all of the benefits and perks of working from home, of working any schedules that get the job done. But the job of probation officer is inherently stressful. They absorb the trauma of those that they're working with, and look heavily to the outcomes and take it personally when someone isn't as successful as they want them to be. So I'm sharing those statistics with you to say that we are at a crossroads, and I have shared with members of the board for the 6 years I've been in my position that our fee accounts are not sustainable. And I fully understand that our SIR request, our financial request this year cannot be honored. I understand there are organizational priorities. So I am hoping for the same level of support in understanding that we will need to do some service reductions in the near future in order to sustain the outcomes that the community has come to expect from probation. I will be working with court administration and the presiding judge to determine kind of the best use of our resources to focus on the high-risk folks under our supervision. So I also want to say that I realize that this is not a concern that can be solved simply by throwing money at the problem, that we have to do a lot of internal culture work as well. I am going to, in the coming weeks, meet with court admin to figure out where we best focus our resources. In the meantime, I do want to reiterate that for the long term, the collection of fees to support the criminal justice system is not a sustainable model. And I think the pandemic has really highlighted the concerns about sustaining the criminal justice system in that way. So I look at this, if I try to put the silver lining on the cloud, is we have a tremendous opportunity, I think, at this point in time to really make decisions about what is going to get the biggest return in our community. How do we invest those resources in the best way to focus on our high-risk population? I'm also excited because I think the pandemic has taught us that we can do business in lots of different ways that we didn't previously know about. In terms of our department plan and vision, we are going to continue to have the highest priority for recruiting and retaining talented staff. And again, I want to give a shout out to my folks. They have been incredible through the challenges of the last few years, and I attribute all of the success that we have as a department to their commitment to our vision and mission. So while we continue to recruit and retain folks that are qualified for these positions, we want to continue our reform efforts related to work and space reimagined. We're still working on some culture around the viability of telecommuting for certain tasks. I also want to say, and this has been my goal for some time, is really look at what are we doing to reduce the criminal justice footprint on the community. Taxpayers support us considerably, and we always look for ways to do that with instilling hope and positivity. But we also have no interest in building a criminal justice empire. I think many of us would be satisfied with working ourselves out of a job. So in the coming years, we're going to be evaluating what is it that, what's that path look like? And we're going to continue to focus on the big picture. As I've shared with this board before, in my humble opinion, we need far more than simply criminal justice reform. We need civilization reform, where we begin to take care of each other, of children, of members of our community in a way that diverts them entirely from becoming involved in the criminal justice system. I wish I had a lot of answers in that regard for you today, but I can say, as I've said to this board before, that the criminal justice system is the most expensive way to not solve our problems. So in terms of the ARPA positions, I will tell you I'm very grateful for the criminal justice navigator positions that you offered for adult probation to host. We have onboarded 2 of the 3 positions now, which is very exciting. I'm hoping to have a good outcome and update for you on that. And again, we are not interested in adding staff, expanding services. We are looking at how do we focus and target our efforts on the highest risk, highest needs population and go from there. In terms of advocacy or funding issues, the board is well aware of the give and take and push and pull between the relationship of the county and state. So I'm not going to go into a lot of that other than to say that I believe probation resources, while we may be funded by the state, are a very local kind of service. The things that my staff do impact our citizens on a daily basis. And so I appreciate always the ongoing support we receive from County Manager Peru and from the board in considering probation staff as part of the county family. And I hope that can continue. So any advocacy at the state level to look at market value for probation staff, as you all may be aware, agencies like DPS have given substantial raises. I mentioned some statistics to you about our staff. I should also mention we have 3 individuals in the pipeline ready to be hired with federal probation. And we take that as a huge honor that they would recruit our staff for those high-level positions. And we're very delighted for our staff that have the opportunity to make more money in that field, but obviously is another hit, which points to some service reductions in the future. I'm not sure of the board's preference on me reviewing our service improvement requests, or if you simply want to move on to questions about those documents. I understand that those items are not being recommended, and we can obviously live with that. We understand the position that the county's in. As I mentioned, I hope that understanding is considered for our position and our current workload. I
Madam Chair.
appreciate the board's time. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would like to be able to comment at whatever point on the recommendation.
Please, County Manager.
So the recommendations and the improvement requests that were submitted, 2 of the 3 dealt with personnel. A couple comments. So the fee accounts are continuing to get lower and lower, smaller and smaller. But also when we look at the fee accounts, the challenge of individuals who sometimes and oftentimes don't have the resources to pay are burdened with the fee. And that is a system issue, a structural issue that certainly needs to be looked at. Because until that happens, we're not going to change anything other than the fact that individuals, based on current statute and current rule, will continue to be burdened by those fees. So the methodology and philosophy of fees needs to be really looked at. That is a state responsibility. The other part of it is the financial partnership it's with that we have with the state needs to be examined thoroughly. And this is, some of you is that this is a state responsibility with all of the counties. What it ends up doing, unfortunately, is the good work that Sarah and her team are doing. They're just doing, what needs to be done, what has to be done and what they feel is their mission to have that done. So certainly that is felt at the local level, but it is a state responsibility. Some of that lies with the legislature, in terms of statutes that are, or excuse me, bills that are dropped and the philosophy behind that. In some cases, some of those bills have a very different philosophy than we would like them to have. But again, that is another dimension or another arena of public policy that needs to be influenced. The request for overtime we look at salary savings just based on vacant positions. It is not a fix going forward, but that is the focus of compensation this year, is to have the compensation provide the benefit of fuller employment. At the same time, by doing so, it is our intent and our hope that the overtime budget would be in some ways, not completely, but in some ways resolved as a remedy. I think also with regard to Coconino County's relationship to the courts and adult probation and juvenile court, we have always, since I've been here the first time, and I continue to at least believe it is our practice, we look at the court functions as part of the county family. We don't look at, in terms of necessarily how that is being treated at the state level. Different counties treat it differently. It's a very, from county to county, it is different. And in some regard, a county would say, salaries, that's up to the state, not us. That doesn't really promote one county philosophy or sense of family. And so I think that our posture and our practice really provides the opportunity going forward to say, as a collective, what can we be doing? How can we influence the state with regard to fees, which these are revenue, and that we're promoting is reducing that because of the burden it causes. But again, going back to the recommendation, was it looking at compensation and identifying what we can be doing with employees now, from the retention and the recruitment. And it certainly is, as Sarah indicated, when we look at the demographics of the office and the individuals that are looking at possibly retiring in the next few years. But we hope that maybe the compensation will help provide some retention going forward. So my comments, thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. Other comments, from members of the board? Yes.
Madam Chair, we cannot hear online.
Oh, now my mic's off. Your mic was off. Yeah.
My mic's on, but it didn't work. Okay. I'm sorry, Lena. Actually, in the meantime, Lindsay says the host won't let me turn my camera on. So a County Supervisors Association, we went through discussions and we're pushing back a little bit on the state on, come on, state, you need to absorb the cost, particularly when we were talking about probation this year. We weighed in pretty heavy. It's a local component also. We've had, at the local level, we've had great relationship. We've been able to carry the pay and support you guys. So we are caught a little bit in that in between while advocating, absolutely. We're your allies down there, but we got to push back on a big system in what we're doing. So to say that, Sarah, in the meantime, again, as we've seen, you guys have been doing a phenomenal job, and doing it with the manpower that you're down right now is pretty extraordinary. And just a real appreciation. We know a lot of people out there are working really hard, including your people. And so, and it means so much to the community, but how long can you sustain it? We hear you on that. So all in all, I mean, from this county's perspective, definitely support what you're doing, what your people are doing. They're doing a fantastic job. We'll wrestle through these greater financial issues, particularly out down at the state level for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other members of the board?
Well, first off, I'd like to commend you on the great success rate of keeping folks on probation from falling back into incarceration. So great job. And as Supervisor Ryan said, especially under the lack of staff that you have under those circumstances. So definitely commend you on that. Looking forward, we've been having this conversation of FTEs and compensation, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on the compensation package that the staff or the county manager's office has proposed.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Vasquez. First, I want to say, if I may, to Supervisor Ryan, that we so appreciate the alliance that we've had with our board and with our county. My colleagues are not always so fortunate. And so thank you so much for that support. And I realize that that may not always be available, but we have appreciated that to this day. To your question, Supervisor Vasquez, people don't come into probation to make a lot of money, but we're at a point where folks with a college degree are couch surfing and can't afford to stay in Flagstaff to do the work they love. And so we have to do something to make people be able to survive. And at this point, I don't know if home ownership is going to be a reality for many of our incoming staff, but there should at least be some prospect for that. So I don't know if that directly answers your question, but I support the county's efforts to increase wages for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
And hopefully some of the, first of all, thank you for you and your staffs, the tremendous work that you're doing. It's absolutely phenomenal, and the numbers just speak for themselves. And we know that comes only because of great dedication from you and everyone who works there in adult probation. And number two is that we're hopeful that these positions get filled. And hopefully that will reduce some of the stress, overtime, et cetera, that so many of your staff are having to experience right now. I would like to know, in terms of your vacancies, how long have these positions been open?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. So it's a somewhat complex question to answer because at the beginning of the pandemic, we were holding positions on purpose because of this fee issue. We are looking at our projections. We can tell we don't have a sustainable way to continue funding them. So we instituted a hiring freeze on fee-funded positions in 2020. So that was 7.75 positions we held on purpose. And we can see now the repercussions of that because that workload was redistributed, which then led to somewhat of a cascade effect for other vacancies because folks are they're just tired. And when they can find a better paying job for less stress, we're seeing them leave.
And how long have the ARPA positions, how long have they been posted now?
So we haven't, because of our overall struggles with getting folks on board, we have prioritized our state-funded positions to hire first. So we have not posted the 2 probation officer positions yet. We know we don't have the funding for the full 2 years, so we're trying to time that to meet the expectations of the bubble of the court. Excuse me.
Thank you. And I thought I saw Supervisor Fowler bubble up. Supervisor Fowler.
I'm bubbling over here. Hi, Sarah. And so good to see you and Shanna also. And let me see, Kevin, I don't know if I've met you before, but thank you so much for being here and all your staff throughout the county. I know all the work that you all do. And you're absolutely right. When probation officers really personalize their jobs and the people that they're working, they're so passionate. So and that makes it, I think, even more difficult being that, just work-wise. So anyway, thank you so much. And I know it's a close-knit community also. And, I wish we could really do a lot more. And then this fee for service is having a ripple effect throughout the system. And it's something that we have to address. We need to, and I think I've recommended this before, to have a state-funded agencies, all the programs. We need to evaluate the funding. How much of the state comes in? How much do counties? And because we care so much for these delivery and the quality of service and quality of personnel coming in, and then creating extra programs just to carry it a little further is what has been happening. And how do we sustain that and in a matter where staying within our budget? That is the key. And so we have to really look at the whole system. It holds true for the courts also, and it holds true throughout the CJCC. That is what we need to do. And other state fundings, when there's a state partnership, that partnership was at one time, I guess that maybe at one time it was a partnership, but it's been slowly having to have just transferred all to the county. And for order for us to really provide that education to our state legislators, I think we have to do our own internal evaluation, not just the courts, but all of the state programs, all the state funded programs. Where are they? How much is it actually coming in? and really study the trend that we've been going through and seeing where, okay, now we know this, where does it, which direction do we go? So I think we need to really look at that. We've been hearing you for some time, and this pressure, you know, where there's so much pressure that is there, and we want to support you, but I think we need to look at a bigger picture to really understand where the relief and pressures are, where we can interject and really look at the whole system. How much is coming in, how much is going out, what's new that was created, and just really look at the cycle that we're going through right now. So I want to thank you again. And look, just one example is your arts program. You know, you're very creative in coming up with these programs. So once again, you're going out on and taking that initiative to do a grant. And where is that matching grant, you know, the dollars coming from in order for you to do that? When our departments are in that situation, we need to create a matching grant fund so that our departments are able to go after grants. When there's a matching grant fund that is sitting there for the departments, they will be able to do more and not take it out of their own pockets. And be as creative as they want. They know that sometimes it's limited, it won't keep going, but you need that bridge sometimes. You need that bridge to be able to do a better job and deliver that quality of service and fulfill that dream that you have just envisioned for your clients, for the community, for the better health of a community. So thank you for all you do, and I believe that is the direction that we need to move towards. So thank you again, Sarah, and thank you to your team.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Supervisor Begay.
Statement.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, for the presentation and your staff being here. It is true that, you know, we really need to look at all the programs and certainly, you know, there to some extent, just that I mentioned earlier, you know, there's probably some services that are mandated and there's also some that we can kind of, you know, not do too much with it, but still have it or something. And then plus the funding that's coming in. And you're totally state funded, right? Or do you have other?
No, ma'am, it's easy to think of it as a third, a third, a third. So about a third state, third county, third fees, and that fluctuates every year depending on where those expenditures fall.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so anyway, I just want to tell you that, you know, you did a lot within your department. And I greatly want to thank all your staff and yourself and, you know, the county team here, you know, in getting these accomplishments done. And it really services something like, you know, you do a lot on your own, you know, to help people. And that's what, and with having that passion, I think, you know, a lot of times we forget ourselves, our families, you know, and we're doing more than what we should be doing, but, you know, and somewhere along the way, you know, it's going to catch up with us. And this is the way I see this happening right now. But I just want to say thank you, and we'll take a good look at your requests that, you know, and your program and see what, you know, else can be done. I know that there's ARPA funds that came through and it's helping here and there and things like that. So I just want to say I feel for the staff, the county, that all the county staff. We're losing a lot of them because, you know, of higher pay in different areas, and, you know, there's some are just retiring, and, you know, we're trying to retrain, and so we're in that situation right now. So I just want to say thank you. Keep your head up, keep smiling, and let your staff know that we greatly appreciate all of you guys from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. I will reiterate that to my staff. Thank you.
Any other comments or statements from members of the board? Sarah, as always, thank you and thank your team, and keep up the good work. And we have hard decisions we need to make here, and we're working hard to do that. So thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, our next presenters will be juvenile court. So we'll just take a moment and we'll pull them in. Do we want to? Okay, I'll go. I guess I'll go down.
Remind us a couple supervisors to be with you in just a minute.
Well, they should be here.
And Supervisor Ryan said we should just continue, and he'll be back with us in just a moment. So good afternoon. It looks like you brought the crew, and so we're anxious for introductions, but I'm going to turn this over to County Manager to start the introduction.
No, thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's great to have folks here. It's really great to have everybody. So juvenile court is with us today, and it would be, as you indicated or suggest, Madam Chair, a good opportunity for Casey to introduce the team.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good afternoon. My name is Casey Lightfoot, and I serve as the Director of Juvenile Court Services. And I do have with me my leadership team and Judge Kircher. And we thought, for the sake of time, it might be better that they introduce themselves when they come up and present their particular slide, but we're happy to adjust if that's better. Okay. So we're, yes, ma'am. Raise the desk.
She's the microphone police.
Thank you. Is that better? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we're very excited to be here today. I wanted to start off by saying that we will not be asking for any funding or any service improvement request. In large parts, that's because we've been able to secure funding from the state, the Administrative Office of the Courts for various projects that we'll discuss with you. We're fortunate in terms of grants that we've been able to get, including ARPA, so we wanted to extend our thank you to you for that as well. But what we would like to do with our time today is to really go over the successes that we've had per unit or division, go over some problems that we see or potential problems on the horizon and their potential solutions, and then end with our 2 to 5 year vision. So without further ado, we will start. So in terms of who we serve as juvenile court, we really have 2 branches. On the left, you see the delinquency branch. And that is, those are kids and families that are 8 years old through 17 to their 18th birthday, and with continued jurisdiction, which is in part from new legislation, we serve them through until their 19th birthday. On the other side is the dependency process, and those are kids and families going through a really rough time. They're referred to us by DCS, and that's from infancy all the way up until a youth is 18 years of age. What we're really excited to share with you today is that final box on the bottom, because this is really the meat and potatoes of where we see our work in the future. Unfortunately, delinquency and dependency, those clients are referred to us. It's a very reactive process, but this bottom box is where we've been able to expand this year. And that's really about deflections and diversions. And that allows us to help families in need when they're in need and not have to wait until they actually penetrate the system. Our next slide is really about our approach, and each of these tenets is foundational. At the top is where is kind of the root. And for us, that is our philosophy that is all kids, and by extension, their families, are capable of success, no exceptions. In addition to that, we are aware that kids and families that are entering our doors, and our staff for that matter, that we view them through a trauma-informed lens. Most of the clients that we serve have multiple ACE scores, that's adverse childhood experiences, before they ever set foot into our door. We're holistic and inclusive, that we're utilizing evidence-based and cognitive behavioral programming, that whatever we're doing in a very culturally relevant way, understanding that the folks that come through our doors may have different norms or experiences or expectations, that we're meeting youth and families where they're at and not where we want them to be, and last, that we're strength-based in everything that we do. In terms of where we're located, we have 2 offices. Our main office is located here in Flagstaff, next to the police and sheriff's office, off of Sawmill. It houses our main courthouse, our detention center, and new this year, which we're very proud of, our Hope Receiving Center. We also have a satellite office, and we had a ribbon cutting last April. Thank you for attending. And that has been relocated from being with adult probation to a wing of the Seattle High School. In that, we house a courtroom, functional courtroom, probation offices, inside programming space, and new this year as well is an increase in our outdoor programming space. At juvenile court, we have 6 divisions. We have our court services division, which has our judge, JA, court techs, and our bailiffs, administration, our dependency division, delinquency, detention, and of course, our program and treatment division. Our next phase of the PowerPoint, we'd like to go by these changes and successes by each of our divisions, starting with Judge Kircher.
Good afternoon, Judge. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me, Madam Chairman or Chairperson and members of the board. Am I talking okay into this a little bit more? It's going to have to go way up. All right, here we go. Kind of tall over here. We are really proud to, well, first of all, I'd just like to say that I'm so proud of this team. And, we had a lot of, as everyone did, had a lot of challenges this last 2 years with COVID. And, our whole theory or our whole goal is to create access to justice, right? And so COVID really presented a very difficult problem with that. But fortunately, we have a very creative and innovative team. And so they came up with some really good ideas on how to basically increase the access to justice, not only through COVID, but also beyond. And so what we did with the ideas that were brought forth by this team, and of course, Casey's strong leadership, is we were able to upgrade our system in the courtroom where we could use multimedia and so everybody could still hear each other. So one of the biggest challenges that we saw in the beginning of COVID was we'd have 4 people on the phone and 4 people on Zoom and one person or the probation officer or somebody in the courtroom. And it was almost impossible to work with that. And so with these upgrades to the audio and video equipment in the courtroom, we've been able to really manage that. And not only through COVID, but now where we are still having people who cannot access the court, whether they live out in Loop and they don't have the funds to get themselves to court, or they have a caregiver issue or whatever, we're able to incorporate those people into the court process without necessarily them having to be transported or transport themselves to the courtroom, which I'm really excited about. And still to maintain the integrity of the hearings and record the hearings. That's really, really important for the appeals process. We've also begun to have in-court or in-person hearings in our new Page office, which is really exciting because many of those families and children are unable to travel to Flagstaff. And what happened in the past is it resulted in warrants. And that's just not the model that we wish to follow. And so we want to make sure that these people have access in their own communities, or at least as close to their communities as they possibly can, because that's where they're going to be accessing services. So right now, every 6 weeks, we're going to Page to have an in-person court, but we have basically a standing rule that any families or juveniles who need to appear in court in between those Page hearings where they're up there, they can appear from the probation office by Zoom. So we're able to really accomplish that access to justice. And then finally, we've been really focused on increased security. We've managed to, I don't know if it's remodel is the appropriate word for it, but we've been able to basically assess the safety risks that are in our courtroom. My courtroom is very unusual. The lobby just funnels straight into my courtroom. So when you open the door to the courtroom, there's just a straight shot. And there, that was like kind of a concern for security. And so we've managed to increase the security for our staff, rework the courtroom. There's still, there's always security concerns, but I think that we've done a really good job at making sure that that's more safe for anybody who's entering into the courthouse and or the courtroom itself. So,
thank you, Judge Kircher. From the administrative side, probably what I'm most excited about is this first bullet point, which is we are becoming the first trauma certified court center in Arizona and probably in the nation for that matter. We anticipate getting that certification early summer, late summer at the latest. And what that means is that every single person in our court center, from the bailiff / security guard that welcomes someone, to the receptionist, to our judge, detention officers, probation officers, every single person in our agency will be certified as a trauma-informed specialist. We believe so much in that we've actually been able to bring in that same trauma training to a certain extent for our community partners. That included over 50 teachers, adult probation officers who have a hard time getting access to funding for training. We were able to include Northland Family Help Center staff and other behavioral health partners, because this truly, becoming trauma informed, truly makes a difference in the way that we work with the kids and families that we serve. We successfully completed the CJCC Coordinating Council objectives this year, which really centered around trying to be more of a presence and resource for the schools. We completed and launched our Hope Receiving Center. We were asked to present to the governor's office as a model site for diversions and deflections. We were able to secure AOC, which is Administrative Office of the Courts, the state, funding to replace fee-funded positions. And then we widened our recruitment circle because it is absolutely important for us that we have staff that represent the community that we serve. So we've been purposely widening our recruitment circle to include Dene College, various aspects and departments at NAU and CCC. Jill?
Hello, I'm Jill Schultz. I'm the Dependency Program Manager. The Dependency Division is our newest unit at Juvenile Court. And I'm proud to report that our Dependency Division has grown significantly over the past year. We have several other new programs in the works to support our families. And today I'd like to update you on what we've accomplished over the last year. We brought our mediations in-house and saved $17,000 in contract services. We've also increased the success rate with our mediations. In 2021, we had no state cases proceed to trial regarding a dependency petition. In line with our trauma-informed court certification, we've started the process to be matched with a facility dog or a courthouse dog, thanks to a grant from Coconino Casa for Kids. And as you can see in the chart, our dependency cases have been declining in recent years, likely due to the pandemic somewhat. But with this, we've noticed that many of the service providers have struggled to maintain employees and continue providing services to the vulnerable population that we work with. This is where we're trying to step in and provide services where we see gaps in the community. So our visit coaching program has served 5 families since we launched, providing enhanced visitation time for those that struggle with the traditional model of supervised visitation. We've had 4 new requests for this service in the last 2 months, so we really see the demand growing. We've distributed 216 books for our parent-child reading program through 2 for 2. We've enrolled 10 parents in 2 sessions of our evidence-based positive parenting class, or triple P parenting. And this summer, our facilitators will be trained in the teen model. So that'll be opened up to a lot more families. Triple P is currently available for dependency families, delinquency families, and those utilizing our Hope Center. We've added services to support parents with their dependency requirements, reduce barriers, and enhance self-advocacy, in addition to services to support kinship placements and providing care for youth. Our dependency alternative program, we've served 4 families that included 7 children since September of 2021. That resulted in an estimated cost savings of $15,000 per case. And that doesn't include the costs associated with the long-term impacts, estimated at $210,000 per child in such areas as education and healthcare. We want to thank the clerk's office and our advisory attorney, Neil Sherman, for their help in launching that program and making it successful. And in terms of our CASA program, or our court-appointed special advocates, our program had a successful year despite the challenges associated with COVID-19. Our CASAs served 86 children, drove over 14,000 miles, and we were able to certify 19 new CASA volunteers last year. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Walt.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Walt Spokes, and I am the Delinquency Division Manager. My division consists of the probation officers who go out in the field, and we also have the intake diversion and, and deflection division, which we started. And one of the things I really want to start out with to point out on our little slide up here is, this is the first time I've been with the department 11 years, that last year was the first time we did not place any youth in the Department of Corrections. Arizona Department of Juvenile Corrections, also known as Adobe Mountain. That's huge. I mean, I'm really proud of my team for doing that. The other thing is we reduced our reorders to probation. These are kids who's gotten off probation and they're not coming back on. And how that happened was a full team effort. It's probation, the probation officers working with our program and treatment people, coming up with different alternatives to detention, alternatives to consequences, things that are meaningful. The other thing we've done is we've reallocated people to the Hope Center to work with the Hope Center and to our intake and diversion and deflection division. And the reason that's so important is we have to get these kids, we want to stop that school to prison pipeline, right? We don't want them to penetrate into our group or farther into the system. So how we do that is we get our services in place as soon as possible. And that's where we've taken our probation officers and moved them over to that area so they can get those services started right away so they don't continue to go deeper in. The other thing we've done recently is overall, we have had a reduction in the number of referrals that have come in. A lot of that is through COVID. Everyone, the police department, everyone's been busy with other things and haven't gone through with that. And another big part of it is the civil citation now for marijuana use or possession. And that's a good thing. I mean, that keeps the youth from penetrating into our system. We could get them these services right away. Our treatment team has developed training classes to meet that requirement for the marijuana, which we were able to do in-house instead of having to reach out and do a canned presentation. We can do one that's meant for our people. And the other thing that I'm really happy with and what I've gotten good results with is our recent outreach to local law enforcement like Flag PD and Page PD. You know, there's a lot of misconceptions of how things are done in probation and in juvenile and why it's different than when you take an adult to jail and you take a youth to detention. And there's some things that are different. And we were able to have some really good conversations with the officers and explain to them how we're under two different divisions of government, two different forms of government. You know, they're in the executive, we're in the judicial, and they don't quite meet together. But what that led to was I'm actually getting calls now as the manager. I'm getting calls from patrolmen on the street asking questions on how they can help them do things. So I think that's really been good, especially from the Page area. We've been getting a lot of reach callback. So that's our division. That's how we're moving forward. I don't have my glasses. And now the detention. Sure.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeremy Russell. I am the division manager for the detention division over the juvenile court. And I was going to go over a couple things we've done in the last year with the detention center. So the first big thing that we accomplished is we did conclude our Navajo County contract. With that conclusion, we are no longer housing Navajo County youth in our detention center. However, it wasn't us just not having the youth anymore. We actually trained their staff members for them, as well as went down to Navajo County and helped prepare the building and prepare the staff for a successful and safe relaunch that was inside AOC's state standards. During the pandemic, detention is an essential service and can't really be done virtually. So we did stay open throughout the entire pandemic. We had several youth that were detained having COVID, and a large percentage of staff that in some point in 2 years did end up having COVID. But through our contact tracing and everything we can see, we have no confirmed cases that we ever spread COVID anywhere in the building, which was not overly an easy task, but it looks like we succeeded in that. We provided more programming. We've expanded our programming where we're trying to work really hard with regulation and re-regulation exercises, being as trauma-informed and holistic as possible. We're doing that through the yoga experience with juveniles and staff participating in yoga 5 days a week in the detention center. We've added a weight training program with a certified physical therapist. We are working with Native Americans for Community Action to bring in some programming that is culturally relative. We have Big Brothers Big Sisters that comes in and works with the kids, and our accommodation school district, as well as county health that is providing education to the kids. Some of our continued efforts to soften detention. Last year when we spoke on this, we had done things like repainted the detention center and changed out the detention flooring. Other things we're doing moving forward, we've been installing therapeutic behavioral health beds versus the old metal steel bunks that were used in standard detention centers. Moving forward, we do want to add more of those beds. We also would like to add some murals throughout the facilities and work on some of our outdoor recreation space. We do have reduced numbers in the detention center. We believe some of this is due to COVID. Police has had lower staffing, which means there's not as many referrals coming in, as well as we haven't had services open such as schools and things like that. So we do expect that there might be a tick up in numbers slightly. However, a lot of our numbers being down this low is due to our detention alternatives. Bringing kids in and not housing the kids in the detention center unless it's absolutely necessary, trying to get them back into the community with services and people that are able to help the families and the youth without actually having to keep them in the detention center. You'll also see our average length of stay in detention is about 14 days, and that is fluctuated, but is still on the low side. We believe those numbers, though, will be going down even more because currently those numbers also reflect Navajo County's youth. So we believe that those will be going down as well. And I'll turn it over to Sid.
Okay, hello. My name's Sydney Boyer, and I'm the manager of program and treatment. I'm going to talk a little bit about our Hope Receiving Center. This serves all families with children 18 and under in Coconino County, and that also extends out to the reservation. And our deflection efforts this year have helped 19 families. We've also launched a truancy response team. And we found in Flagstaff is where we've had our highest referrals for truancy. So we started there with FUSD and Ponderosa High School, but we expect to expand that to Grand Canyon, Page, as well as Williams. We'd also, we're going to do that throughout the high schools, the middle schools, and the elementary schools. So really that outreach is about identifying barriers with the family to try and help get their kids to school. We also have a strong partnership with the Accommodation School District. That's mainly through our collaboration with the transition school. We also have other shared programming with them. You can see the graphic up there on the transition school where we provided many different types of class selections, and that's all to try and increase student engagement. And that ended in 16 youth earning 49.5 total credits this year. We also partner with Native Americans for Community Action. We do that in a variety of ways. One way is by integrating their mental health screening tool into our Hope Center intake packet. That way we can identify high needs clients pretty quickly and connect them up with NACA. You can also see the youth out of home placement bar chart, and those two last areas are going down, kind of blocked. But and the reason for that is because we're really working hard to keep our kids in their homes, in the community while they're experiencing their treatment. Okay, now we're going to show you some photos of the Hope Center.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Kennedy. Sorry about that. I'm a lead juvenile probation officer here in Coconino County. I wanted to take a few minutes to just show you a little bit of what the transformations look like over the last year. As Ms. Boyer indicated, our Hope Receiving Center opened this past year. I know a lot of you did have an opportunity to come over, but I would cordially invite any of you to come by at any time. We'd be glad to give you a tour. I wanted to give you an opportunity to take a look at what it looks like before versus after. On your left, a little bit about what it looked like before. As Mr. Russell indicated, there's two other pods in the detention center, and your standard cell would look like on your top left, and the standard day room would look like on your top, the bottom left. And what do things look like now? You know, we have our outside signage, which some of you have seen. We have a sort of a large, it's sort of a training room. If you look at the bottom there, it has a pool table, ping pong table. It's also a training room for staff. And off to your right, we have the outdoor area with a new mural that's obviously very soft and very trauma informed. Just a little bit above that would be sort of our main office area where typically you'll see probation officers working with families and other kids. Just a little bit more off to the left, a little bit about what things look like before. Again, very detention centric. That's just kind of the way things look. Off to the left here, we have a standard shower, bathroom, and cell. And then we have our new rooms that are probably going to be the next stage of our Hope Receiving Center, where we can house kids for up to 23 hours. And you can see the huge difference, big transformation, and kind of what some of the other pictures are. And then finally, this is a little bit what some of the probation officers' offices look like on the left. A little bit more about that training area and sort of fun area for kids on the left over there. and what things look like in the Alpha Pod in terms of the mural. So we're super excited about it. Lots of hard work went into it, and we would cordially invite all of you to come on by at any time. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to just finish up with some of the services, programs that we offer. First of all, the purpose of offering all these services, programs, and treatment is to support, connect, and meet the needs of families and youth in our community. So in-house, we offer youth skill trainers, which are like coaches or mentors, and that's one-to-one work with the youth. We have education support, and often that is one-to-one. It's also tutoring with our skill trainers. We have multiple modalities of counseling, including EMDR and DBT through a trauma-informed lens. We also offer a substance abuse intensive outpatient program for youth. We have family strengthening facilitators, and those are parent coaches that work directly with parents to help support them and educate them. And then a variety of different parenting groups that include support and education as well. In the community, we partner with Northland Family Help Center, their Halo House Youth Shelter. We have 3 probation beds. We have 1 prevention bed. We partner with Big Brothers Big Sisters for mentoring groups. And we offer emotional regulation groups through the yoga experience with classes in the T School, the detention center, as well as the Hope Center. We also connect to outside counseling providers. And we partner with Terra Birds for environmental sustainability, hands-on learning through gardening and landscaping projects. And Terra Birds also offers paid internships for youth in Flagstaff, and also environmental education opportunities for youth in Page. So we found these to be so successful and important. The kids love them, they're meaningful and relevant, and so we're seeking to expand vocational opportunities through CCC as well. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Israel Garcia. I'm the Deputy Director. And I just want to share a couple of slides with you. I'll start off with Bravo renovation. Bravo is another one of our converted detention pods. This space will house our probation officers, skill trainers, and family strengthening coordinators. Bravo has been redesigned to be a safe, comforting space where youth and families can meet with their juvenile court staff. This project is still ongoing, but if you look at this slide, you can see our completed mural, which is designed to bring nature from outside into Bravo. We continue to actively convert spaces to align with our trauma-informed care principles. And the next slide is talking about our transition school success stories. Transition School, also known as T School, originally started inside our juvenile court center, but was later moved to the Hal Jensen Rec Center to better serve our community. The school incorporates a hybrid learning curriculum, which allows students to work at their own pace. This, along with school being staffed by trauma-informed juvenile court members, promotes a safe learning environment for youth. The school also serves 10 juvenile-involved youth, as well as 10 youth in the community, referred by high schools throughout the county. On the slide and in your pamphlets, we have a couple examples of success stories from T School. We are very proud of this program and how it has provided trauma-informed educational opportunities for youth in the community that have historically fallen through the cracks. And on the next slide, we'll talk about the Page Sayato Satellite Office. For years, as indicated earlier, the City of Page Juvenile Court shared an office with adult probation. There was a goal and a need to separate the 2 departments. In 2021, in collaboration with Sayato High School, the Page Satellite Office was created inside the school. The facility houses 4 full-time staff members and provides probation supervision services, deflection and diversion services, as well as treatment. The facility also includes a fully functioning courtroom, which will help reduce travel times for families in the Page and reservation areas. A new project we are providing for youth under supervision of our community partner Terra Birds is a gardening program. A number of our youth thrive doing hands-on activities, and the gardening program has been a huge success. If I can bring your attention to the slide, you can see the front lobby of our new satellite office, as well as the new courtroom and pictures of our youth working in our gardening program. Thank you.
So to kind of wrap up over the next couple slides, some of the potential challenges on the horizon that we anticipate was the loss of the fee revenue. We philosophically are 100% on board with that. We do not believe that our client should have to pay for services at all. And we were able to have a solution by working with the Administrative Office of the Courts, who's going to backfill our fee-funded positions. The second challenge, and I'm sure that this is not the first nor the last that you'll hear about this, is the recruitment, retention, and turnover that is happening. For us, it's especially true in detention, leading to higher burnout rates and more sick time utilization. And so we're very grateful for what county management and finance and human resources presenting to the board in terms of trying to rectify that. In addition, internally, we're really trying to create a culture that people want to stay. And so having alternative work schedules, making sure that we're providing our staff training to incentivize their stay and make sure that they feel welcome and rooted in our community. Limited resources that are available in our community for our clients, especially in rural areas. We are hearing of wait times to get like counselors or clinicians of 2 or 3 months in the community. This has really fueled us in trying to provide the services for any gaps that we're seeing internally. The last one is really sad, really. It's that mental health, and we're seeing this everywhere, with us personally, staff, in the community, but very much with youth and in the school system. And the teachers are saying that they're overwhelmed with what they're seeing. And so all of our deflection and diversion work is really trying to get in there with the schools as partners and helping get them the resources that they and the kids and families need. In terms of our vision for the next 2 to 5 years, it's a lot of what we've been doing. So to expand and refine our alternatives, continue to expand the services for our dependency families, pursue additional creative funding so that we're not a burden to the county or the state, to continue to soften our detention center and really look at improving the quality for the kids that have to stay in that detention center, deflect and divert the youth and kids, intensify our collaboration with our community partners, and of course, to mitigate disproportionate minority contact. And that's through our diversion services. It's through training our staff, not just once, but every year continually on implicit bias, and making sure that our practices are aligned with evidence-based principles and tools that have been validated. And then last is that everything that we're doing and planning to do will always be guided by those principles of trauma-informed care and that philosophy that all kids and families are capable of success, no exceptions. And so our final slide is an appreciation to some county departments, facilities, human resources, county management that's really helped us this year. And of course, the Administrative Office of the Courts Juvenile Division. And with that, I will turn it over to you for any questions you may have of us.
Thank you. And it was great to meet everyone and to get a little overview of all of the internal departments within your, all the services within your department, I guess is a better way to say that. So thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to the other board members, and then I have a couple comments. Any other board members? Yes.
Yeah, sure. First off, I'd like to commend your office and your department for all your hard work working with youth and keeping youth from being incarcerated and find alternatives. The numbers that you showed are really impressive. The fact that you didn't have to send anyone down to forgetting the Adobe Mountain. You know, as a kid, I remember that. You know, I had some friends that got sent there, and I remember just how negative that was and what of an experience that was. So the fact that you're able to avoid that, it really impressed me. And so I really appreciate that. And just the different programs, the diversion programs and other opportunities for families to be able to work through these issues, these hard times with these students, these young people that are going through these difficult times in their life. My question to you would be the same that I've asked everybody else, is if you could comment about the compensation package that we're discussing and how that would impact your department.
Thank you. We are totally on board with the compensation package and are really appreciative of the time and energy it's been, that it's taken of all of the staff to create something that seems equitable, that seems to incentivize our county. Whenever we offer, vacancies are one thing, but then you go through the hiring process and you offer a position up to someone and they can't afford to move here. So it takes all of that time, all of that energy, and the base rate of salary just doesn't keep up. So from our department's perspective, we're absolutely on board and appreciative.
Thank you.
Any other board members, comments? Supervisor Ryan.
right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Casey, and the whole team, actually. Wow. Wow, last year, wow, this year. Just what you all have been able to do, starting with the page and coming down here. I'm sorry I made it to Page, but I didn't make it to Hope Center here. So I've driven by a few times, but I definitely need to swing in. But really appreciate your approach, your sensitivity, creativity and innovation that you're coming up with, but the care that you put in, professional level of intended goals. It's just it's wonderful. So continue to support what you do. Wish we had all kinds of money to throw your way, but one of the questions I did have, though, I'm trying to remember. I thought we pushed a little bit of the ARPA money your way, and we're not quite there yet, or maybe you're moving on it. How are you? How's that going?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we were able to have the contracts signed, and we were able to start utilizing our ARPA beds at Northland Family Help Center in April. And we've been utilizing that bed. In fact, we have a family there now.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
That's right. You had a note on that in there. That's all right. Thank you.
Of course.
Other board members? Supervisor Begay.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for doing your presentation. And it's nice to know the faces with the names. You know, I just hear names here and there, but glad to be here, to be part of this process here. And thankfully, you know, to all the staff. You know, I know that you're dealing with trying to deal with delinquency and kids these days. It's really hard. Back when we were growing up, I remember it's so different. You know, I remember we didn't have no running water, electricity, and we did all the house chores, and you know that was basically it. We weren't allowed to go to dances, no movies, no nothing. We never had candy, soda, nothing in our homes too, because we couldn't afford it. But times have changed, and to this day, you know, we buy vehicles for our kids, 17 years old, and they're already driving a brand new vehicle. And you know, my mother and my father had a brand new vehicle sitting outside their home, and I was a senior. I still wasn't allowed to drive it. I had to walk. And so, you know, the times have changed, and sometimes I wonder if we're the ones that are promoting that. You know, giving them money. You know, they say, "Mom, I want $50. I want $30. I want this and that." And you know, they have all sorts of stuff, and it seems like, you know, back then you had to work for a lot of things, but now it's just had given to them. And I sometimes did wonder about that. You know, when I think about our kids. And so he had mentioned something. There was a rise, and I think it's three slides back, there was a rise in something. 3 slides back. Let's see. No, yeah. No, where you said, move it back up. No, another one. Okay, where you mentions that some of the, another one. All the way back down towards the end, I think it's just.
Oh, I think that's where it starts.
Okay, no. Another one, yeah. You mentioned something, there was an increase in students at school.
Yes.
What was that?
Mental health.
Mental health, okay. So we heard earlier from the superintendent of schools and wanted to know what kind of initiative you're going, or coordination, partnering, you know, with the school in order to see, to work with the mental health that's increasing in your area. That's one question, but I just want to thank, that's the only question I would have, but, you know, I just want to thank all the staff again, you know, and hard work. I know that when you're dealing with even your own kids, sometimes you can't even sleep. Just imagine, you know, what parents go through. And so you have sleepless nights over it sometimes, and having to work with it, you know, what do you do? You know, when a child is already, it's just like you teach a child their language when they're like 2, 3 years old, 4 or 5, but these are teenagers that we're talking about. They've already set in their ways, and it's hard to turn anyone around like that. But I'm really glad that you guys are doing it, you know, and, you know, making a dent into something that is out there and it's real. So thank you so much, each and every one of you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay.
Any other comments? Supervisor Fowler? Well,
My
then I'll go.
question.
Oh, I apologize. Yes. The question was what we were doing to partner with the schools in terms of addressing the mental health need. And that is, we are utilizing our Hope Receiving Center for diversions and deflections, and we're ensuring that the school knows that we're a resource. If they find that there's an issue at all, they can refer kids and families to us. Kids and families can self-refer to us as well. We would conduct an assessment, an initial assessment, and then we would help with warm handoffs or provide the service ourselves with our clinicians, skill trainers, parent empowerment coordinators. We'll help get jobs, we'll help in any way that we can.
And Cheryl Paget was just here. And how do you work with her, or are you guys collaborating on that effort?
Well, we collaborate in quite a few ways, and one of them with the accommodation school district is through like our transition school. So our transition school is a school that is a catch-all in terms of being able to address youth that are not successful in normal schools or alternative schools. And these are the kids that would drop out, would try to have employment at 16. And so we're actually funding that in conjunction or in partnership with the accommodation school district. Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The justice system, as a department, the juvenile justice, you have done so much. It's really seems like you have diversified your approach to helping the youth and families. So it's really nice to see that. And Page Justice, the opening and just the facility there is really nice. Being able to reach out to locally to the community is really important, and you have done that. I know that a lot of these programs are not able to, a lot of families are not able to access. So thank you for doing that. And I miss Judge Reed. Judge Reed's not part of your team here. So I just want to appreciate everything that you're doing. And that's really all I can say. I think it's been, you've really grown quite a bit. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I have just a couple of questions and then I'll make some comments, but your vacancy rate, can you give us a little clue on what's going on there? I know we're finding that all across the county.
Of course. Thank you for that question. So our vacancy rate varies, and it's two-part. I think probably much like everybody else, you're not seeing a workforce entering like you did before. There's not as many applications that are being made. For us, there's the added component that we're really rigorous with our background research because we work with the vulnerable population, and the last thing that we want to do is invite someone in that could take advantage of that. And so I think those two in conjunction make it, sometimes it feels nearly impossible to fill some of our positions. We found that like currently as of today, we have, I think 15 positions and we're close to 20% at vacancy. Detention historically is the hardest to fill. It's just not as a desirable a job as other jobs, and the entry-level pay for what you have to do in detention, Target pays more, to be frank. So we are in competition with local retail stores, and we have our outlying offices such as Page, where sometimes those vacancies will sit for 6 months. Right now, we have a surveillance officer that's sat open for a year.
Mhm. Thank you. And unfortunately, that we're hearing this all across the county. So I appreciate that information. And then this is to the judge. COVID has taught us new ways of doing our work. Some of it has been transformative. Others have been difficult. But you had talked about video hearings, video conferencing. How do you feel that's going, especially the video hearings, instead of having the juvenile offenders coming to a courtroom?
Thank you for that question. I feel that it varies from day to day, obviously, some of the challenges that I see are people who just don't have good connections, and they may live in remote areas where they don't have good Wi-Fi or what have you. But aside from those technical difficulties in terms of just the hearing itself, I have found that it can be challenging, but boy, everybody shows up. And so we just have such a much higher rate of people being present, being on time, not getting warrants, not getting, defaulted in maybe a dependency, where I can think of a specific hearing where we had parents there was a petition to sever their rights, and they hadn't shown up to any hearings. And then we basically said, look, will you show up if you show up by Zoom? And they did, from their car together. And it was challenging, but they weren't defaulted. And so they were their rights were preserved. And I think they would have been severed, I think, without that. So I really think it's helped an awful lot. And I think that that's probably why the Chief Justice I don't know if you've seen his AO, but that many hearings are going to be presumed to be virtual from here on out. And of course, it's up to each particular judge if there's a reason. But if it's not like an evidence-based hearing or a trial or something like that, we're really trying to create the most I'm actually kind of shocked we haven't thought of this before, but sometimes it takes a catastrophe for people to be really creative and open-minded, but certainly it's much, much better in terms of getting people to court.
So you look at it as it's here to stay, and in some ways even expanding this, I assume.
100%. I don't see it going anywhere. I mean, I think that it's going to take a little bit of time to kind of, sort of smooth it out and say, okay, well, this hearing really doesn't work this way, or this one does. But we've just seen a lot more involvement, and I'll be interested to see the long-term effects in terms of people participating in services because of this. So we'll see.
And that was the other question. Are you able to provide services via teleconferencing as well?
We have, and I'll let Casey answer that because she's much more.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Absolutely, both internally, but also quite a few of our providers have turned out of necessity to Zoom-based programming. And so that is absolutely something that we're taking advantage of and continue or plan to take advantage of.
Very good. Thank you. And then just a comment, I just love those folks, pictures that you showed of Hope Recovery and just really transforming these centers into really provide dignity to those that are there and are utilizing your services. So really applaud you for that effort and humanize and provide dignity in this very difficult setting. So really appreciate that and appreciate all of your work, all of your efforts. And it's great to see faces and to meet people, and appreciate all you do for Coconino County. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
I guess I have to use this. Actually, it was kind of interesting to hear the transition to Navajo County too. Really good to hear that you've done the training, but just brings me back to the day when we built the building once upon a time and having the agreement with the multiple counties. And so that you've been able to transition it over and it went well. That's what I'm hearing from you. So that sounds fantastic at this point.
It did. It went well. What Navajo County found was that it did not serve their kids and families to be shipped into other counties. Their parents couldn't visit. They had a lot of negative repercussions from doing that. And so we're glad that we were able to help them so that they have a better service outcome for their clients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you all. Y'all take care. Madam Chair, the next presenters will be our constables. With us today, Flagstaff Precinct Constable, Linda Kozinski, and then also Gregor King from Williams Precinct. And so
Very
Linda's going to
good.
go first, if that's
Well,
okay.
welcome. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out how I was going to reach. Thank you. I don't think we have a whole lot to show you or to explain. Constable's office is very small. We have been doing our bit for a long time, and last year was very boring because it was very slow. We had virtually the moratorium on evictions is probably 75% of our activity. So not having enough evictions to make a dent in what we normally do was pretty difficult. But we've already done more in the past 4 months than we did all last year. So business is picking up. Thank you. So the only question I have is that we are requesting a small increase in our budget. And that would be to work with the deputy constable to give that position a raise and a few more hours. Most of what the deputy constable does is the warrants. And our warrant program has been quite successful. We've gotten quite a few warrants satisfied over the past few years. We have a people finder program, which we have a grant that covers every year the expense of the computer system that we can run all the people in that we are looking for. And that has helped drastically. 95% of the warrants that we get, the people no longer live at that residence. And I'd say 90% of them don't live in the state of Arizona. So this program has really enabled us to go nationwide to collect these warrants.
And I think the increase is for Williams, is that correct?
No, no, we have nothing to do with Williams. This is just Flagstaff. We're two different departments.
And I'm just looking at the sheet, so I'll leave.
Madam Chair, I'd like to have Corey Ringenberg is going to respond, and then or Siri.
I'm looking at the sheets we have, so.
Oh, okay. What would you like?
So on page 1 of your department funding request incremental request form, it's going to have 3 constable items. The first 2 items are for the Williams precinct. The third item is for the Flagstaff precinct.
The temporary wage budget, is that correct? Okay, very good.
Correct, Chair.
Right. So that's the only request that we have.
Thank you very much. So any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question, and maybe it's for the county manager's office. I see the request for the Flagstaff constable temp wages. Is that something that's currently not being recommended right now because of the compensation package?
Yes, it is, but I'll ask Siri to respond to that because I think we're doing the 5% inflationary that may cover a portion of that.
Yes, thank you, County Manager Peruse. So every department does have a 5% increase recommended for their operating budget. And that would allow, so for the Flagstaff Constable, it comes out to approximately $500 added to your budget. You are able to move that up and use that for temp wages if you don't need it for operating items like postage and printing. So that should give you an additional $500 for next year.
Okay, all right. So then that would be all that we'll be getting for the temporary position. Is that correct?
Well, we haven't made that decision.
Oh,
That's
oh,
the
okay.
recommendation from the county manager's office,
Oh,
but we,
okay.
the board, have not made that decision
Oh,
yet. So
okay.
certainly you should definitely advocate for why you're needing the money. So
Okay, well, right now, the deputy is receiving $18 an hour. And I'd like it to go up to at least 19. The deputy position is a sworn position. We do everything as the deputy, as the constable does. We have the rights for arrest, the powers of arrest. We do writs of restitution, which is removing people from their residence. We take property on court orders. We do orders of protection and injunctions against harassment. And the deputy does all of those things as well as the warrants. So it's a very busy office, and we do a lot of work there that, and I'd like to see this raise because I'm going to go back next year as the deputy. Can't get rid of me. And when I do retire, I'd like this position to be something that we can get filled by someone else. And with it being a certified position, with it being all the responsibility, rights of arrest, things like that, I'd like to be able to get someone who can fill that position and carry on the job. And that's where I'm really concerned about the wages to bring that up so we can attract somebody, either a retired law enforcement officer or someone that just wants a different position kind of a thing. So I think it's important to keep that as a workable position that we can attract people to. So with the amount that we asked for the 2,000, which I guess would be 1,500 now, I don't know how that works, we would be able to do more warrants per year. That would increase the fee amounts that we collect and the amount of revenue that goes back to the county. So we collected, was it 23,000 last year? It was a dead year. We, did not do well, but it's already picking up in that respect this year, and we hope to continue that growth.
how many hours does your temporary, there you go. Hey, I beat you to it. How many hours does your temporary position serve, let's say, on a weekly basis?
It breaks down to 20 hours a week. So it would be really great to get a few more hours, but if we could increase the wage and increase the number of hours, that would really help.
Any other question, members of the board? Comments? All right.
Welcome back, Linda.
Hey, thanks. I thought I'd never be back here again.
I know. And then you step off and then you step back in, and no, really appreciate all the work that you've done and how you feel stepping in for Darren after you step down. First stepping in there to support him and then stepping in for him at this point.
Thank you.
But we have a chance to talk about this and we'll see what we do with it. But appreciate your support and what you've done all along associated with this.
Thank
Good
you
to
very
see
much.
you.
Other members of the board? Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Madam Chair, in a good year, about how much are you guys bringing in? Like with the past 4 months, and if it keeps continuing, about how much, what's the highest you've brought to the county?
Oh, goodness.
About
double what we're bringing in now. So I
About
know a
close to
lot of years we
50,000?
brought in 40,000.
40,000. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that doesn't include the warrant amount.
Oh,
That's
okay.
just our civil fees part.
Oh, okay.
So you'd include the warrant fees that we also collect,
Mhm.
which would even increase that.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for their work, and also the deputy that's working there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and thanks for your service to Coconino County. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next, Constable Gregory King from the Williams Precinct.
Very good. Thank you for joining us this afternoon and for your driving in from Williams.
It's a nice drive.
It is a very nice drive.
Good afternoon. My name is Gregory King, or Greg. I am the constable for Precinct 3 of Coconino County, or Williams. It covers the bulk of the western half of Coconino County, rural and remote, in addition to the city limits of Williams and Tucson. Such as my counterpart, I only have a couple of things, and I do not have a slide presentation for you. I believe you have copies. They're basically 2 pages or 3. And the first item I would like to address would be the pay package for the Precinct 3 Constable's Office. The existing pay package for the Constable's Office, as my letter indicates, when the office was initiated in 2019, was about $6,000 a year, or about $6.95 an hour. And when I took the office, I assumed that package. In the, say, about 16 months now, I've been the constable. The former constable resigned, and I was appointed. I continued with that plan, but as a result of the workload and the high cost of doing the job, I feel the need to ask for an increase in pay. And the biggest cost is the transportation end of my job. I drive a lot of miles. I don't doubt my counterpart does too, as do constables all over the state. But I'm doing this in my personal vehicle, and that the subject of a vehicle is another discussion for another meeting. But to help meet the cost of my operating my personal truck, and with it comes police equipment, two-way radios, and markings when I need them. All things that, I had to come up with. And then the gasoline. Gasoline in Williams fluctuates between $5 and just over $6 a gallon. Today it was about $4.79 at one pump and $4.99 at another. The miles I drive, I go to Tucson regularly. That's 120 miles round trip. Whether I drive my wife's Jeep or my Chevrolet truck, they get about the same mileage. And I drive reasonably, purposely, to keep the mileage to a maximum. But the cost of doing that is high. So along those lines, and with hopefully consideration for my background, and that I am, such as my counterpart, a certified peace officer. And on one hand, we are a process server, but on the other hand, we are a law enforcement officer. That the state boards, the Constable's Ethics Standard and Training Board, Arizona Post Police Officer Standard require certain things. And I feel that a pay raise would be justified to one of 2 brackets based on documents that have been served in the Precinct 3 the last, during this current constable's term. The statute cites one figure of $26,000. They cite a lesser number of 16,500, also based on documents served. To date, in the Precinct 3 Constable's office, a combination of services that my predecessor, myself, deputy sheriffs out of the Williams Patrol Office, or bailiffs in the lobby when the sheriff or the constable was not available to serve a document. There's been about all of those things considered documents I served, the prior constable, deputy sheriffs, and bailiffs sitting in the lobby if they can get the people to come to the building to receive their paper. Numbers somewhere in the area of about 210 or a little more. Documents that I can personally account for were 181. So if you were to look at the statutes regarding constables' compensation and documents served and numbers of registered voters, the pay bracket would be at least 16,500 or 26K. And I would respectfully ask that you consider that for me, and so that I can keep doing the job and keep operating my vehicle until such time as, you know, like I said, another discussion and another meeting can be worked out.
And I know the county manager has made recommendations. Is this consistent with what he is talking about right now in terms of his pay salary?
Yes, it's based on the statute, the numbers served. I'm going to ask Corey because he's been working with the constables on their budgets.
Thank you, Steve. I'm pulling that up right now. Madam Chair, members of the board, I would be happy to answer some of the questions regarding the statutory requirements of constables.
So speak a little closer to the mic.
Sorry.
So based on the activity, if I may, Madam Chair, based on the documents served from the Williams precinct, what is the statute salary equivalent?
So I'm referring to Arizona Revised Statute 11-424.01. It has two criteria when determining salary. The first is the number of documents served within the preceding 4 years. And the way that the statute reads, if there are fewer than 100 total documents served per year by the constable over the previous 4 years, so an average of 100 or less, there is a statutory requirement for the salary to range from 0 to 16,500. The next item is in precincts with an average of over 100 documents served per year over the previous 4 years. The registered voter population drives that salary. If there is a voter registration total of 5,000 or less, the salary maximum is 16,500. If the voter population is 5,000 to 9,999 or fewer than 10,000, the salary range is 16,500 to 26,000. Based on the Williams precinct, the registered voter is calculated on the June preceding the election year, and the Williams Constable's precinct is around the 7,000 range. However, they did not meet the criteria of over 100 documents served for the 4 preceding years. There's actually an average of just shy of that, and that's due to the position being vacant during part of that time. So the average is just shy in the 87 to 89 documents per year.
Okay, thanks. Can you put that in English then, since he's asking for 16,500? Is that consistent with what the recommendation is coming from the county manager's office?
The recommendation from the county manager's office was listed at the 16,500, which is the maximum range which would be allowed under that statute at this time.
Thanks, Corey. That's what, that's what I needed. Thank you. Any other questions from members of the board or comments? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, and Greg, it's good to see you here. And,
Thank you, sir.
and appreciate you stepping in and actually fulfilling the duties and picking them up. And Corey worked together with Greg, looking at number of people served, budgets, what is fitting. These recommendations, it's not only a recommendation associated with the salary to bring it up to 16,000, but there's also a recommendation of an increase of 1,100 for operation expenses as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to address that, sir.
Okay. There you go. And so seeing this, it's fitting. We know the office is growing. It's one that we talked about. It's knowing that you needed an increase, but it's in the beginning of the increases, and it's something to come back and look at as well.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, I would just like to say thank you for your service and what you're doing. It sounds like it's a lot more wear and tear than what the pay is giving. So that means you're doing it out of passion. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Supervisor Begay?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And also, I feel that, I guess, with the distance of driving and stuff like that hinders the amount of the 100 per year documents that have to be served, because Williams to maybe Grand Canyon or elsewhere, that's going to take a while, and maybe almost be like 6-hour drive, or or being away doing that. And that kind of takes care, that kind of goes back down to the 20 hours a week too. So it's like, the barriers are there as far as, trying to get your work done within 20 hours a week. And then having to drive long distance to serve or find a person in state or out of state or whatever, there's a lot of factors that plays in this whole thing. So I just want to say thank you, for your dedicated work, and others that you work with, because I feel that, you're there for a purpose, and you're meeting it whichever way you can and with the resources you have and stuff like that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Constable, I know you have additional information to present, so feel free.
And the only additional information back to the operating budget, in that the previous operating budget or present budget was $5,500 for the office. I expended just about all of that, and a big chunk of that was, again, the gasoline, the high cost of operating my truck, and the distances that I have to drive. And so moving some of the, adjusting some of the numbers, taken from one to the other, I would respectfully request consideration for an $1,100 increase from $5,500 to $6,600. And the bulk of that is, again, for the cost of driving to get the documents served.
Yeah, thank you so much for your input on that. And I know Supervisor Ryan has one more comment.
So the other piece of discussion that's a continued discussion, as you noted, is the car. There is an exploration of would a ghost car work, and that possibility. I know that continues at this point. So they're continuing to look into that from the management side.
I appreciate that, sir. I do understand budgets. I grew up in government service. My mother was a nurse. My dad was a police officer and ultimately a city manager. I can recall discussions at the dinner table when they would discuss either the hospital budget or the city budget or something. And I, long-term as a policeman, I do understand limitations. So my requests are not, I don't know, out of the ballpark per se, but for consideration and thought. And I would appreciate anything you do to help the constable's office. As Linda said, I would like to see the constable's office remain. It's a valid function in county government and for the courts. And it requires a dedicated person to do it. And given other things, requirements they have to meet, the Constable Standards and Training Board and Arizona Post Board, and dedication to the duty, put aside the money and the vehicle, and they're all necessary, but getting the job done. So after me, I would hope that there'll be another constable that will meet with you and discuss these similar things. And hopefully they'll be able to work together with the board then or the board now. But I appreciate your help in this matter.
Well, thank you, Constable King, for being here, and thank you for your dedication to Coconino County. And you're right, it takes a special person to fulfill this role, and we appreciate your service.
Thank you very much.
I had one more quick question.
Yes, sir.
When you travel, are you at least reimbursed for gas and mileage for your traveling?
Yes, sir. The state and federal law and county policy dictate that the constable, like all our county employees, receive about 56, it's either 56 or 58 cents a mile. In my case, for documents served, when the courts allow for the constable to collect a fee by law from a client, whoever the client is, they collect $2.40 a mile, which is submitted to the county. I'm not allowed to cash it personally. It goes straight to the county. That reimburses back to the constable, or in Linda's case, her deputy constable, at 56 or 58 cents a mile, one way from the courthouse or constable's office to the person or place to be served. So such example would be Tucson is about 60 miles. So I would collect $2.40 a mile from the plaintiff when the law allows. And the county would reimburse me round trip as a matter of county policy, separate from the law, but allowable for my round trip, 56 cents a mile, or about 120 miles. So it does help, but given the way the economy has turned the last 12 months and cost of fuel and vehicle repairs, costs are up. And so it's a hard fit, but respectfully, I'm not complaining.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Again, like I said, thank you for your service. And I know the other piece of it is reimbursement takes some time, so it's not an immediate turnaround. So that also can be a little difficult. So
Thank you very much, sir.
thank you.
And Supervisor Fowler, I think you would, you've bubbled up, as we say, here on the board.
Thank you, Constable. I just wanted to say it's good to see you again, and thank you for your work, all that you do. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Trying to see.
She's actually on the, she's up here,
Okay,
right? She's on the screen.
I'm sorry. I will admit, this is the first time I've spoken to a legislative body
Yeah.
for the record as a department head. So
Oh,
this is a new experience for me.
well,
I'm an old-time policeman, but new at being a department head.
but this is,
So I do
this is
apologize,
new.
ma'am.
This is the new normal for us here. We're hybrid, as we say. So we have Supervisor Fowler, direct from, where are you? Direct from somewhere via Zoom.
So thank you so much for your work and your dedication. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
I appreciate it, ma'am. And I meant you no disrespect. You'll forgive me for being new at being a department head.
Hey, you're doing good. Thank you.
Thank you, Constable. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair.
Yes, County Manager.
Another voice from above. But we are scheduled for a break
Okay,
for 10, 15 minutes.
we'll take it.
Take 10?
Uh-huh, we're there,
Which
we're
10
there.
which will be probably
All
13
right,
or 14.
10 minutes. Let's do
We'll
it.
take 10.
It looks like our staff is here. So I'm going to turn this over to our county manager to make the introductions.
Madam Chair, finishing off today's presentations are going to be from the Public Works team, but the programs, Flood Control District and Forest Initiatives, and then followed by the Community Wildfire Defense Program. And you do not need to resolve as anything you wouldn't want to be.
We'd be in trouble if we did.
So it's all yours. And then Lucinda and her team will be presenting.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Lucinda.
Turn your mic on.
A good idea. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Directors of the Flood Control District. Our team's excited to be here today. I'll let everyone introduce themselves as they get up to speak. First, I want to alert Supervisor Fowler that we did email over to her the materials, and so she can follow along from the email that we sent. And that both has, I'm looking for Jeremy, that both has the presentation and the 10-year plan, both. That has all the materials in it. So with that, we'll go ahead and launch. So too much going on. I left my notes up here.
Supervisor Fowler, are you back? Do you want us to have our video on up here? Or not, or does it matter? Okay.
It's nice when you give comments, Madam Chair.
Yeah, then those that are on virtually can see you.
Well, they can see us, but we're long distance. So when we're eating our popcorn, they don't see it up close and personal is what my point is. So.
Yeah, understand.
All right, thank you. Sorry,
All
Lucinda.
right, well, thank you. Thank you for your patience, and we're very pleased to be here today. I think most of you know that I've been with the county for about 20 years, and I've been a part of a team that's brought forward, and achieved, many major county milestones, which I'm very proud of, and frankly will hopefully serve as my legacy. These team efforts have focused on improving our constituents' lives, our community, transforming our organization, and/or innovatively addressing difficult challenges. I believe that today's Flood Control District presentation, specifically the vision and recommendation, represents likely the most important of all those prior milestones, given the gravity of the challenge and opportunities that now face our county and the Flood Control District. The landscape across our county and most of the western United States is experiencing the driest conditions in 1,200 years, according to scientists. This fact, combined with 100 years of wildfire suppression in what are fire-adapted environments, has created an explosive threat to our lives, our economy, and thus the county's financial solvency and our natural environment. The results of the confluence of its impacts, the results of this confluence and its impacts, catastrophic wildfires and post-wildfire flooding, are now occurring with greater and greater frequency. The greatest disaster in the county's history, 2010 Schultz fire and subsequent severe and repetitive post-wildfire flooding, created the first monumental challenge for this district's board of directors. During the worst economic time since the Great Depression, the district board faced a very difficult decision in early 2011, whether or not to raise the district tax from 20 cents to 40 cents to initially match the federal funding necessary to address the Schultz flood disaster, and to, over the long term, as Supervisor Carl Taylor reminded us fairly regularly, over the long term, to fund flood control projects to reduce the impacts of flooding in the district's special flood hazard zone areas. The board made a bold decision through a unanimous vote to raise the tax, and over $40 million in flood mitigation was successfully designed and constructed in less than 5 years. Furthermore, the district invested in initial engineering assessments for each of the special flood hazard areas and then constructed a project in Mountaindale special flood hazard area, although no other projects have been constructed in those areas since. And very importantly, this critical tax increase funded the district's launch of the Forest Restoration Initiative. The district board again faces a critical and major decision with the stark reality that our new normal is the increasing frequency of catastrophic wildfires and subsequent post-wildfire flooding. As the district faces the challenge of not just one, but two major disasters, as well as the opportunity to leverage massive federal funding in support of federal forest restoration, our new normal is exposing the lack of resources necessary to successfully and sustainably not only respond to these challenges, but to also proactively implement a strong and clear vision and plan for short and long-term future. The decision now lies in front of the board is daunting, but like the board in 2010, I believe you will work with this highly committed team to take the district to new heights, which will impact every constituent across this county for decades. So with that, I really wanted to share that. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I think this is probably about the most pivotal time in my career as being at the county. And we certainly in 2010 had enormous challenges. As Steve knows, we talk about bleeding budgets. It was squealing. We hit the tax, the revenues had plummeted dramatically, and then we had this enormous disaster. And so it was really a challenge, but we worked really closely with the board, and I think in the end, accomplished a great deal. So I wanted to share those reflections with you as we launch into the presentation. So I think Sean's controlling, right? Sean, are you going to go to the next slide? Next slide. We'll just quickly look at a few accomplishments here. Certainly everyone's aware of the flood response and what occurred with museum. 5 severe flood events that occurred in July and August of last year. Tremendous impact, and response took significant resources. We'll talk more about that. Recently, we were awarded the President's and Governor's Award from the Arizona Forward for the district's Forest Restoration Initiative, and that was just a real recognition of the forward thinking that this organization has shown in launching this effort. And I think, frankly, long after I'm gone, I think that effort will be remembered by not only my grandchildren, but everyone's grandchildren as being something that was the turning point for this county and certainly Flagstaff, but all of the county. And then there's some other things here. We've secured funding for major mitigation projects in the museum flood area. We've accomplished some important floodplain remapping. There's just a number of things. I think, again, want to highlight the Bill Williams project and how Jay Smith has kept that moving forward and completed phase 2. Now we're moving into phase 3. The next slide, please. Museum flooding, significant impact. Our costs to date are at $5.7 million since the fire in July of 2019. And again, we're moving forward with projects right now. We're ahead of schedule, and it's going very well, which I'm very grateful for. We have a tremendous partnership with Natural Channel Design and Tiffany Construction, and they're just doing a great job. And if any of you are interested in going out and seeing the construction, we're going to start the fan construction on the 40 acres here. They're started, And it'd be great to get you out there to see it so you can have an understanding about what it looks like from under the ground to up. And I know you've seen the recovered fans and the completed project, out in the Schultz area. So now you'll be able to see what it looked like back in, that one was constructed in 2014. So, and of course, the damage figure here, about $1 million to homes and businesses within the Flagstaff area. So the team has been working hard over the last several months to really develop a strategy to what we've come to call to stop the bleeding. And what that really references is that we have an opportunity right now to leverage significant federal funding. And Jay will go into these details, but significant federal funding for forest restoration in this area. And I think it's important, really important to note, because when we stood up in 2017 and began to do the work with the Forest Service and on Bill Williams Mountain and other efforts that we've been involved with, our involvement with Forefry, et cetera, your involvement with Forefry, that we are now positioned very well with the Forest Service, because we put our money where our mouth was. Rather than saying, hey, it's your problem, it's your fault, you figure it out, we stepped up and said, no, when the fires happen and then there's flooding, it becomes our problem, it becomes our community's problem, it becomes our economy's problem. And so, but the only way to stem this bleeding out of the flood control district, where we continue to be, will be year after year after year in debt and struggling to provide any other services beyond just flood response, is to invest in forest restoration, reduce the threat of those and impact of disasters. Doesn't mean we're going to have zero, we're going to still have some level of fires, but and then transition to the new world of, frankly, becoming a flood control district that designs and implements flood control projects within our flood hazard areas, and working potentially with the jurisdictions as well. Next slide, please. So this list, I'm not going to walk through all these, but this list captures the disasters that have impacted the county and flood control district over the last 12 years. And Jay accurately pointed out that there's only 2 years that we didn't sustain some type of wildfire or flood event. And by far, the post-wildfire flooding impacts have been financially far greater than the fires. And even with the current tunnel fire, the valuation and the impact on the economy and the properties, we had so many more properties impacted by the flooding in that same area. But this captures that. And I think this tells the story about this repetitive impact to the district. And just about the time we get a little footing and we start down a broader vision, we're pulled back into this response and reactive mode. Next slide, please. And overall, the overall theme is that we really want to elevate the flood control district to better accomplish the mission and achieve a set of critical goals. And we're going to go into those critical goals and what they are. And how I see it is that, first and foremost, what's highlighted in red here is we have an incredible, unique opportunity to leverage the significant federal funding for forest restoration. So this isn't just the challenge of dealing with disasters. It's the opportunity to move ourselves out of the current dynamic, which is not sustainable. And to do so, though, we've got to move to the next level of maturity. And talking recently with Supervisor Ryan, we talked about how, back pre-Schultz, we were probably considered toddlers as a flood control district. We had very little funding, and we'll go through the history, but we had very little funding, and we did very little work, a little bit of work with the National Flood Insurance Program as because that's why the flood control district was established, really, is to manage the NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program, in our FEMA floodplains within the county. And then Schultz hit, and we had to take maturity. And I think we went to probably preteens, and we did have to grow up quite a bit through that period. At this point, I think we need to now move toward independence, and we'll talk more about that. And I kind of align it with the child going off to college, right? They have to now move to a more independent and ability to sustain itself over the long term, right? And that's why hopefully they have the opportunity to go to college or get some type of training so that they can sustain themselves. But that takes resources, right? Next slide, please. So now I want to talk about what are the critical goals, and you're going to see them here, and we're going to march through each of them. But you know, there's a lot here, and I know that each board member will look at this and say, well, and you're going to have alignment with some you may see are more important than others. But clearly, we obviously put forest restoration at the top because that's fundamental to what we're going to recommend. And this is fundamental to the strategy to stop the bleeding. And then there's a number of other priorities or critical goals that is our focus to achieve over some time frame. Won't all happen on day one, but over some time frame, because again, up front, we need to really be investing in forest restoration. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay, and Jay is going to talk about forest restoration.
I'll take a minute here to get this up to my level. Yeah. So good afternoon, Chair Horstman, Vice Chair Vasquez, and Board. Jay Smith, I'm the Forest Restoration Director for Coconino County in the Flood Control District. So we can go, Sean, to 2 more slides. Next slide. Yeah, so we're going to look at the consequences and realities of not investing in forest restoration. We've already looked at, through FWPP, in 2014, they did an assessment of the work they were doing in Dry Lake Hills and had over $1 billion of damage potential in Flagstaff. But they looked pretty much just in Flagstaff, maybe down to NAU a little bit. We looked a little bit broader, and now with today's dollars, and we're estimating closer to $2 billion that could be damaged through a post-wildfire flood if the western slopes of the peaks, that upper Rio watershed burns and then with subsequent flooding. We already know from the study with Bill Williams Mountain, the $379 to $694 million impact, and why we're focusing on that. I've chosen Bill Williams as the first place to focus on. We're looking at how do we allocate $2 million, or we had to reallocate $2 million in FY21 from forest restoration to deal with museum flood. So, you know, we're already seeing that we're not staying ahead of the game. We're already having to eat away at forest restoration budget just to deal with post-wildfire flooding. And then every time we do that going forward, we're going to lessen our impact and chance to leverage those IIJA funds that we're going to talk about. And just so everybody knows that upper Rio western slopes, it's going to affect from Cheshire all the way to Continental, even into Doney Park. You know, it's a huge impact area, and NAU is under like 1.5 foot of water to 2 foot of water, that north campus or south campus. No, north campus. I think I know, I went there. And then it also, the last thing, that the consequence of not investing in forest restoration is we're never going to get to where we can deal with jurisdictional flood issues because we're never going to have the money to do so. We're going to be spending all of our time reacting to fire, post-fire flooding, and never get to work on jurisdictions. What are the realities? The realities that we've seen so far is we've had major transportation corridors, 89A during the slide fire, 89 for how many days during the tunnel fire, 180, you know, was impacted by fire. we see these major corridors get impacted just based on fire. If Bill Williams burns and floods, I-40 and BNSF all get impacted. And then we know, the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project, they've pretty much spent their bond money. Now they're going, forward with some of this IIJA funding as well, but they've gone through the $10 million and didn't get all the acres they wanted to get with that because of the prices. So we're going to have to deal with some of that area still that they expected to get treated. And then obviously, with the warming temperatures and how well the fires, we're seeing fire behavior we've never seen this early and this late. Seems like fire season's a 11-month thing now instead of a 4 or 5 months. Next slide. Just a couple of real easy things here to show you Bill Williams Mountain, the map here that shows the impact of a post-fire flooding event. Next slide. And then the upper Rio, you can see those colors stretching from Cheshire all the way to Continental. And that's as far as this study went to. Next slide. Now this is the busy slide. This is the strategic plan that I've laid out for the funding request that we're making with the rate. So at the rate that we're asking, I've got a 5-year plan that's going to spend about $30 million. That's going to leverage at the rates that we're being told by the Forest Service, that 50% rate, that will leverage about $32 million. Now, if we can get to the 25% match, which is possible, depending on how much money we put forward, we can get up to $68 million leverage. Or what it does is we get through this quicker and fund it faster. And then those dollars can start getting pushed towards jurisdictions in these special flood hazard areas. So it's trying to free those dollars up as soon as possible. That is the leveraging key to all of this, to free up these dollars. And you're going to see through this whole thing how many dollars I have for the steep slopes and the priorities, getting up to 23,000 acres done and it won't all be done by FY27. That's the funding part. It will probably go through FY30 for the actual implementation. And back to you, Lucinda. Any questions? That's a busy slide. Do you have any questions about this slide?
It's not just busy, it's sobering. So
it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
But when we talk about billions of dollars of impact and millions of dollars in Williams and, all of these areas, we go to Mormon Mountain and the Lake Mary watershed, which is 50% of Flagstaff's water supply during parts of the year. Oak Creek, Sedona, Chena Village, Tucson, all of these areas, we have to look at. It's part of our job as a flood control district.
I think it's not just the economy, it's our basic existence. So it's important to take a look at this.
Thank you, Jay. Next slide, please. Then another critical goal is continuing to address museum flood mitigation. As you know, this fiscal year, and likely some cost into next fiscal year, we're investing significantly. We're very fortunate to have had very strong federal support for these projects. And both from the Forest Service, their commitment of $3.5 million for the on-forest measures, and then Natural Resources Conservation Service commitment for about another $3 million as well. And so that's been significant. That said, there are lots of associated costs that take place with these projects that aren't captured and still have an impact certainly going forward, although we're having very good conversation with the city about them really coming into the forefront in terms of response. And but the reality is that the city is going to have a very high price tag to effectuate true flood mitigation within the city. They've estimated probably 20 to 30 million. And so there's a question mark here, but I think we all need to realize that I think there's a pretty good potential that they're going to look to the district for supporting at least some of that project work. both looking at upsizing the current flood mitigation conveyance, and then also potentially a secondary conveyance. Next slide, please. Next is the fund the Schultz flood mitigation repairs due to the tunnel fires. I think you're now aware from the update on Tuesday that we've identified that a number of the structures there burned. They're going to be replaced with rock. They have to also be cleaned out to recapture the original, to restore the original capacity of those structures so that they'll function appropriately during rainfall events. And we're underway. In fact, the computers are running now. They take several days to run the flood modeling, so I'll have a better sense of the actual mitigation going forward. But we've put, I'm supposed to have an estimate later this week or early next week on what these repairs will cost, but I think it's going to be fairly substantial. The alluvial fans need to be reseeded. The rundown structures need to be reconstructed. The Rapaki terminal trail needs to be reconstructed. And then there's places where they've had to drive over some of the areas that was damaged. We need to repair that as well. They're going to work with us on that. So there's significant. And then I also I bring up that there were 2 watersheds that elected not to move forward with mitigation. That was their choice. And we respected that and moved on to others. And, but they may be at a higher, they remain at a higher risk. And I think what's important is that this watershed, and those of you that drive north, certainly Supervisor Begay, you look up on that mountain, you don't see any trees. The trees are still small up there. We have a very compromised watershed there still, and will for a long time. And so it's not as if we took a forest that, we're really going back to where it was after we had Schultz to a large extent. When you think about the flood flows, we've had some recovery, and I think we'll see that. The fortunate thing is that the burn severity map shows that the high severity area was identified at 11%. So that's a pretty small percentage. So that's good news. Next slide, please. And then flood assessment, the tunnel fire flood assessment, as I mentioned, it's underway now. The Jay Fuller is running that modeling now. I've made notice to NRCS to potentially take advantage of both emergency funding as well as long-term mitigation if necessary. I do believe that we will need to effectuate some level of emergency measures in the area with sandbags and barriers. And what I've really shared with people, because most of the people that are working on this now weren't here with Schultz, but there's a real heightened sensitivity to the risk out there, of course. And because of what they sustained over 5 years in flood events out there, they are very, very concerned. And I think there's a very high level of expectation that they're going to get some kind of support with mitigation. Next slide, please. We're going to turn it over to Crystal.
Thank you, Lucinda. Madam Chair, members of the board. So I serve as county engineer, and I also serve as the flood control district engineer. And engineering wise, outside of forest restoration, emergency and disaster response, the county has a commitment and an obligation through FEMA to special flood hazard areas that are within the county. We've listed on this slide 4 of the areas that initial engineering assessments have taken place. Projects have been identified in these areas, and only in the case of Mountain Dell have we actually been able to construct a flood mitigation project. These other areas that we do not list in previous 10-year plans the funding to accomplish flood mitigation projects in these areas that are within the county's special flood hazard area. On the next slide, there's 2 other jurisdictions or 2 other areas that we don't have an initial engineering assessment for, but we are responsible for floodplain mitigation in those areas. And they do need support, and we do need to conduct more engineering assessment because there is flood risk in those communities. At some point in the near future, we would like to undertake those activities. And the next slide, there's also now outside of our jurisdiction, our FEMA floodplain special flood hazard area, are our partners in Fredonia, Williams, Page, and Flagstaff. And we haven't been able to develop a program at the current funding level that we can create a share program or a program where the district partners with these other jurisdictions to help them address their floodplain issues. So we're been highly focused on forest restoration, and rightfully so. We've chosen to be more forward thinking and less reactive, but there are still these other projects and these other programs that we like in this budget. We'd like to propose that we start to chip away at these other plans. So with the next slide, I'll turn it back to Lucinda. Thank you.
Now I feel really short. That's true. So we've outlined the critical goals. And so how would we go about addressing these demands and needs that are taking place within the flood control district? And kind of 3 key areas that we're going to discuss. One is dedicating some staffing with the appropriate expertise within the flood control district. We basically have 3 individuals that are funded by the flood control district. 2 of them are in community development, and they focus on the National Flood Insurance Program, John Carr and Matt Storrs. And then we have Jay Smith that does forest restoration. There are little bits and pieces of some other positions in there, but the reality is, we've got Christopher. Not only is he managing flood control, he's also managing all the transportation engineering for the organization, right? And so we are constantly, frankly, subsidizing and supporting and impacting the flood, the public works, staffing and accountability, and be able to respond with the needs of the flood control district. And again, this is part of this maturity issue and ability to actually follow through on things. And we're going to walk through what that looks like. And then there's also some needs for increased operations. We have more facilities, we have more gauges, we have more types of operations and facilities out there now that need to be maintained. We constructed the Mountain Dell project, for example. Well, now we need to maintain it. We need to go out and clean it out every year, make sure it functions during monsoon season. Same for the channels that were constructed in Schultz. And we've been doing that kind of intermittently, and we need to take those kind of roles and really fund those kind of operations. And then, of course, most importantly, are the increased capital investments, particularly initially into forest restoration, as we've described, and then transitioning the funding in the future to the flood control district projects. So next slide, please. So for personnel, when you look at the flood control district and you look at Yavapai County, Mojave County, Pinal County, and certainly then, of course, the larger counties, Pima, Mojave, even to some extent, even in Navajo County, they have a dedicated engineer for their flood control district. And we really have no leadership or higher level people beyond those, again, that are dealing with the National Flood Insurance Program and Jay that are administering this program. Everyone's splitting their time between multiple tasks. And so we're looking at requesting that we establish an administrator role, that we establish a district engineer support role. Christopher, by law, would remain the district engineer, but we would have an engineer that would work with him. And this is going to become really critical as we move forward into the, working with the jurisdictions and going forward with our special flood hazard area projects, because someone's going to have to review those plans. One of the things that we need to establish with each of the jurisdictions is an IGA. And so then if funding goes, then we have to review the plans. We have to go out and do inspections. We've got to be monitoring that, manage that, or the district, as soon as we put $1 in, we own that project and we own the liability. And so it's really important that we have, and right now, there's no way Christopher could be adding that to his book of work. So we need someone that in fact would report to, the administrator and to Christopher as the district engineer, that would serve in that role. In addition, financially right now, the flood control district is a tremendous amount of work for the public works team and public works administrative team. And we need someone to manage those financials, and particularly with each of the disasters. If you've ever seen the spreadsheets that have to get created to work with DEMA, heaven forbid, you have to, Jeremy, God bless him, he works through these spreadsheets and then works through, what they determine is eligible, ineligible. And then there's the share, and some share is less. And it's a hugely demanding time sink. And the flood control district, if it's a flood emergency, will still own that process irrespective of what goes on at the EOC. The flood control district still has to own that because it's its own government, and it needs to make application directly to DEMA. That's how this works. So, and it's important that he own that and that the district own that, so that we have that continuity of understanding. You can't break that out of the district and then hope to have any kind of continuity of understanding about where are we financially. So it's got to live with the district. It can't live with the EOC. Not that the EOC can't support it during the immediate emergency, but he's managing all those costs as well, because in a flood event, they all come through FCD. Wes's time, all of that is all being paid by flood control district. All the overtime goes to flood control district. So manage that impact again to the public works. Next slide, please. And then we also identified that part of Greg's time, this program manager 3, which is Greg's role, would be covered by flood control. He's contributing significantly to flood control, and that would be split with public works with the transportation fund. Then we have another split for their curtain burner. You heard about that when we discussed public works and how they would operate the air curtain burner for part of the year, and then they would plow snow during part of the year. So might not be a 50-50. We're starting there. They'll actually charge their time based on what they're working on, and we'll manage that budget modification over time. And then forest restoration program manager, Jay needs some support. This book of work that he's launching is significant, and the number of agreements and all of those processes that are going to need to take place and managing those projects, even though we do intend to continue to work with the National Forest Foundation, there's still a great deal of work that goes on in that process. And he needs support for that, and support to continue to advocate so he can spend the time advocating for those resources. And we've got someone that can continue to help, with a lot more of the field work and that type of thing. Next slide, please. And Jay's going to take the next couple of slides with operations and capital.
One thing on that last slide that we had at the very bottom, I don't know if you saw it, because Supervisor Fowler had asked this question earlier to us. With all of those new positions that we're recommending, yeah, go back, please, Sean. There. With all of those that we just discussed, Lucinda just discussed, and with the proposed rate that we're going to be recommending, we're at 11%. That staffing is at 11% of the revenue. So you go to most of your departments and the staffing is 70–80% of the revenue. You know, it's a big ticket item. We're still doing it at a pretty small level based on the revenue. All right, next slide, please. So some of the operations that we're going to be asking funding for, the increased gauge and camera maintenance. So we've had to increase the number of gauges based on museum. We had Schultz gauges. Bill Williams, we've added some gauges on so we can be prepared and watch that. And then also the cameras that we've put in for the flood response during monsoon season, this new system that I think is being enhanced even more. The Upper Rio study, we want to relook at and include. The first study we did only had a portion of the Upper Rio watershed. We want to do a complete study of the watershed so that we can help prioritize where we spend dollars first for forest restoration to make the biggest impact. Drainage maintenance work that we have do as we clean out drainages to continue to keep waters flowing. And then there's a geological survey through Arizona Geological Survey study that they're going to be doing that we are requesting. And then legal representation, you know, as we get into more litigation and things that we need to do through the flood control district, we need to be able to compensate the county attorney's office for the work that they do for us as a flood control district. Next slide, please. And the strategic capital investments that we're looking at. So this kind of gets back to our plan that we are looking forward to for FY23. $5.5 million into forest restoration. By doing so, that first year we leverage $11.5 million. So, I mean, I hope I don't have to tell that story over and over, but that's the story. That's the good story that makes us go to bed at night going, hey, we're taking care of taxpayer dollars. We're investing in things that we can leverage federal dollars for. The $500,000 for flood control capital projects, that is the beginning of these special flood hazard areas that we're going to start building some funding so that when we get ready and when we have maybe some extra forest restoration, if we increase the leveraging or whatever, we can then build into that those special flood hazard areas, and $100,000 to start beginning those jurisdictional plans as well. So we're trying to build those funds, not like $100,000 doesn't do much, but over 4 or 5 years, as you start to build that, you know, then you can start looking at projects to do. And I'm going to turn that back over now to Lucinda. Oh.
And to note on that, some of these numbers we modified even more recently, so they may not be consistent with the materials in your original binder. So just so if you're aware that if you see that, don't be alarmed. And this geological survey study, it's a really tremendous opportunity. They've pulled together funding from the city and a number of other funding entities to really look at not only to document and quantify the amount of sediment that's being captured on the measures that we're constructing as we speak above the museum flood area, but also the volume of water that's reduced going across the fans or a fan. We're going to do this on one of the fans. And we've never documented that. And it's frankly one of my regrets with Schultz was that we didn't do as much pre and post analysis to really document the science. And so I'm excited that we're going to be able to have this partnership if approved, that we could document that science and share that across the Western US, because we're not the only jurisdiction dealing with this. Think about what's going to happen in Santa Fe and those areas now, tremendous impacts. And that legal representation, that's also to some extent, we will have some cost, for any kind of external, if we need to bring in outside counsel for special counsel for the board of directors, that type of thing. So we're trying to anticipate that as well. Next slide here and go on to the district property tax. So I want to start, we're going to talk now about, what is the funding required to achieve these critical goals that we just outlined. And Little bit of history here, and I'm certain, I think part of this we got from Supervisor Ryan, because he does remember many of these steps that took place, but it gives you a real good recap. One, to point out that the district tax is capped at 50 cents per the statute. Initially, the tax was 8 cents. I believe that was put into place when the district was put in place in 1986. And then in 2006, it was raised to 26. And then the decision I mentioned earlier in my opening statement was when it says 2010, it was actually January of 2011. It went to 40 cents. And I just want to note, because I know she was on earlier, but Joanne Keene was really fundamental to bringing in federal funding for us at that time. And she worked with our congressional delegation to get the NRCS funding, which had been stalled out in Congress for a number of years, $150 million for projects across the country, including our Schultz project. She worked to get that through Congress. So we saw that finally moving, and the board recognized then that, hey, we're going to have this opportunity to match that funding and actually do something significant out there, which in fact then did happen. It was improved in February. So, and then as you're aware, in 2018, which was fiscal year 19, the board, based on council, outside counsel who had looked at how the district had been formed, there was a reaffirmation and a change in the district boundaries, which were supposed to be commensurate with the county. And frankly, there had been a misinterpretation prior that had left out those jurisdictions that manage their own floodplains out of the taxing district. And that is not the case for the 14 other counties within the state. So the board had to rectify that. That was a legal issue that had to be remedied. And in doing that, they made a decision to lower the rate. The levy went up. They lowered the rate to basically keep the levy fairly similar. And then, of course, in 22, you will remember that you raised the rate to 26 cents to address the funding gap. And in particular, that funding gap was created by the museum response and other opportunities that we're trying to pursue relative to forest restoration. So just a reminder, this tax is not collected. It is a secondary property tax, and it is not collected on the Navajo Nation. As I think everybody's aware, they do not pay property tax, and they have their own flood control management process that they do with FEMA that they have jurisdiction over. Next slide, please. Now at the top, it says unanimous vote required to keep the district solvent. And frankly, all of us looked at that today and said, well, that might be a bit harsh, but I think that the issue's becoming, and when you see the financials, that we're continuing to go, to go into debt every year as a result of not being able to, accomplish our goals. And I think, frankly, the worst impact we've had is we had to shift that 2 million out of forest restoration. We would be another phase closer on Bill Williams Mountain if that had not happened. So, but we really, what we're looking at here is what would be involved in moving, the rate up significantly. And we believe that's needed again to achieve those critical goals. It's important to understand that in the statute, it requires that if you have a 15% increase in the levy, it triggers a requirement for unanimous vote. And the levy in FY22 was 4.7 million. And if in fact, you wanted to move it up, at anything above a 15% increase would require that unanimous vote. And a 15% increase would only take the rate to 28. It's at 26.20 now, would take it to 28.70. And you'd achieve a levy of 5.4. So the unanimous vote really comes into play. In fact, it probably, it may well have come into play even in prior years, and we just didn't really note it because there really hadn't been much discussion about there not being a consensus. But certainly back in 2011, there was a unanimous vote, and there had to be a unanimous vote at that time too, when they doubled the rate. Next slide, please. So now we're moving into the staff recommendation. What is staff recommending? And I think I can say that Steve fully endorses this. We've had a number of conversations about this and where we stand and looking at how this is going to impact the general fund, because frankly, the other piece to understand out of, for example, the tunnel fire, the loss of these 30 homes, and we're trying to support people with their recovery. None of that cost is all going against the general fund emergency reserve, right? Until we get into flood costs, then that will shift to the flood control district. So these dynamics that we're seeing with wildfires not only affect the flood control district, but they also affect the general fund. So the proposal is to move the rate from 26 cents to the maximum, the 50 cents per $100 in valuation. And it shows you that would raise the annual revenues to 9.4 million. The next slide shows you what is the impact on a household. And the median home value, which we confirmed with the assessor, is the 350,000, as we've talked about on some of the other taxes earlier. It would result in an annual household cost of $175 and then a monthly cost of basically $14.50. So people can equate that to whatever that means. The good thing about a property tax is it's more equitable. Whereas a sales tax is there's inequities. It's more impactful to those that are lower income.
What's the increase though? I understand if it's 50 cents, it's 175 for a medium home value of 350, but what is it currently? What's the increase?
87, around $87.
87. Okay. So
Yeah.
about half of that.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is you're asking for an increase of an additional $85.
Correct. Thank you. Good point. So next slide. When you take it, if the board were to approve moving to the 50 cents, we will still have a funding gap going into 2023 within the beginning fund balance. Because of the costs that we're incurring right now. And so we would enter that year, but the ending fund balance at the end of 23 would be a positive 283,000. So is what we're projecting now. And again, Jeremy will go through a lot of the detail when he goes through the 10-year plan on that. But, and again, you're going to see this and it's important to understand that, the outer years, as the more quickly we can move through forest restoration and again, shift those dollars into the capital side, it will look different over time is my point, right? I think we're trying to project right now and because we don't control the whole process with forest restoration, right? So right now, Jay's made his best understanding of what that plan looks like and how we're applying the funds. So, all right, I'll turn it over to Jeremy to talk about the 10-year plan.
Just a little bit here. Okay, Sean, if you could pull up the 10-year plan for me. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeremy Floyd. I'm the Administrative Services Division Manager of Public Works. So before we get into 23, I want to start with fiscal year 22, and that's the gray shaded area under projected. As you can see, if we go down to the 708, Sean, that is where I budget for the reimbursement from DEMA and DFFM. And in there, I have about 50,000 resulting from North Schultz flood. The reason I say that is you'll see in the next fiscal year and the fiscal year following 24, I have some reimbursements coming back to me but I like to stagger those just based off of timing and experience with these entities.
Excuse me, Jeremy, can you have the cursor kind of point to where you're describing? You are perfect.
He's trying to circle it there. Thank you, Sean.
So just follow.
And then for fiscal year 22, I want to drop to the circled in red, 8.248. This is where I'm budgeting the partnerships that we have going currently. Right now it's 8.2 million, and that includes some reimbursements. It's a estimated reimbursement from DFFM for the match for the NRCS. It's tentative at this point at 784,000. But I also have the Good Neighbor Authority with the United States Forest Service grant funding in that line. And again, this is circled in red in the 8.2, as well as some NRCS funding. The museum project grant funding coming back to the district. So the reason I want to start there is because it really plays into the story coming down below, where it's offsetting some of the expenses that we're seeing. So Sean, scroll down to the highlighted in yellow museum flood area. This is where we're showing some of the expenses that we've incurred this fiscal year, including, installation of some sirens. We have the museum response cost of 1.1 million, the NRCS exigency, and the long-term mitigation, as well as the USFS 3.5 million, and the Paradise Channel. So in total, 9.9 million. Some of that gets offset with some of that grant funding, but there still is a cost to the district. And then down below, we are budgeting approximately 400,000 for some Schultz repairs that'll need to take place this fiscal year. And in addition to that, we have some emergency measures that we'd like to place out there in the form of sandbagging and different items just to be prepared. In the end, we are budgeting, or we're seeing that we will end the year at a negative 865,000. That's the funding gap. And that plays into the next fiscal year as our beginning fund balance. So Sean, scroll back to the top, please.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Jeremy, when you talk about Schultz repairs, is that the damage from the tunnel fire, or is that another project that there's repairs that need to be done?
No, that's the damage from the tunnel fire. You're correct.
Okay.
On the Schultz measures.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So at 50 cents, we do have a projection of about 9.4 million in revenue for fiscal year 23. And we carry that out with a conservative increase of 3.5% in the following fiscal years. That's on the valuation, the natural increase that we'll see from the valuations. Scrolling down, you'll see I have the 120,000 for the DEMA reimbursement. That's for the museum flooding. And then I have the remainder in 24, the 39,000. So total revenue is right around 9.5 million. I won't touch on each one of the highlighted areas, but I wanted to highlight them so you could see the funding requests and how they're going to influence the operations, the salaries and EREs, and different areas like that. So those are the increases and where they'll take place. I will touch on the 5.5 million a little bit lower, Sean. That is where I placed the forest restoration dollars. And then scroll down, Sean. We did include 100,000 for next fiscal year for some engineering, some potential long-term flood mitigation in the tunnel fire area. In this plan, we did budget 500,000 for capital projects. Our goal is to start building up the fund. So basically next year, you'll probably see me put in a carryover request to carry the funding until such a time where we have enough built up to where we can actually put some projects in the ground. And then right below that, and Sean, this is important, we have the 100,000 starting. In the same scenario, we'll probably keep carrying those funds over in the next budgets until we build up a substantial fund. But we did start at 100,000 and we escalated to the end of the 10-year plan to where eventually we're about 600,000 a year. But at the end of FY23, come on back, Sean. We have an ending fund balance of 283,235 positive.
Again, to make sure we're clear in terms of what those, the various categories are there, that the capital projects line, which next year we're showing $500,000, that would be invested there, as Jeremy mentioned, to be accumulated. The goal would be able to be to start doing some engineering sometime in the not too distant future on one of those projects. That would be something we would bring back to the board, of course, to talk about the priorities and where to start that work. Probably the floodplain, the two floodplains that have the greatest risk, that makes sense to begin investing in now. The two special flood hazard areas are Coconino Village Mountain Air, that have, particularly Coconino has been very devastated over the years by flooding historically. And then also Munns Park. And Munns Park, we looked at a potential remedy there for a lot of the flooding. Unfortunately, it created downstream impacts and we weren't able to move that forward. But I think we still need to go back and look at that area. The flood impacts there are really dramatic and significant. And so we do need to look at, is there other types of things potentially that we could do? That was what had just come out of that initial engineering assessment. Fort Valley, on the other hand, frankly, until we get the measures completed on forests, we get the forest restoration done, it frankly doesn't make any sense to invest probably, because they would probably be completely destroyed if we had a fire and it flooded. So that's just the reality of that. Once that work is well along, then to begin to invest in that area as well, because they've certainly sustained impacts over the years as well. As many of you have seen the people out there in canoes, going in canoes when the flooding takes place and so forth. So then the next line there is the jurisdictional funding. And again, that is to support those potential projects and a program working with those jurisdictions where we don't have any authority or frankly any responsibility or jurisdiction, but to work with them as partners. Again, looking at developing a matching program or something like that, where we'll begin to meet with them and have those discussions this next year about what that program could potentially. We had some initial meetings, then frankly museum happened and there was no resources. There was no reason to talk about anything because there were no resources. And again, that will just continue to happen. We will have to push those conversations out over and over again if we don't deal with forest restoration. So, but looking at what that may look like, and hopefully that will spur those jurisdictions to begin to collect. Some of them, I believe the only one, I'm not sure about Sedona, but I believe the only one, I think Sedona may now have put a stormwater fee into place, but the only one now that does is Flagstaff. Page and Fredonia do not. Some of the other jurisdictions do not. Tucson does not. I don't believe Williams does. So, hopefully that will spur them because certainly I think they'll probably, there certainly should be an expectation that they're going to carry the majority of the cost of these. And I want to emphasize, these are going to be flood control projects, not drainage or stormwater. We're talking about flood control. But we've had a good experience, historically, because we have responsibility with Sedona. We've worked very well over the years with Sedona and effectuated some good projects there. And so I think there's an opportunity to do that again as we first invest in forest restoration and then can turn our attention to these other types of investments. So let me do the conclusions and then we'll come back because I know we may have some, questions that you have on the 10-year plan or the specific funding request. Go to the next slide, please, Sean. So I just want to highlight some of the key messages with some conclusions today. And again, as I just emphasized, we need to increase the flood control district tax capacity now if we want to leverage this federal funding. If we want to have an impact in addressing these, the multiple disasters we're now confronted with, and financially sustain the district over the long term and develop those other projects and implement those other projects. And it's really important to understand that as you implement these projects in the special flood hazard areas, it affects your community rate. It's called CRS, Community Rating System, through FEMA. And as you lower, right now, we're 8 out of 1 to 10. So we're very, very high. And that results in very high rates for flood insurance within these areas. As we effectuate these projects, that cost will go down, and in some cases will be eliminated. And they won't have to hold flood insurance. We certainly encourage people in those types of areas to continue to hold flood insurance, but they'll pay far less. They'll pay a few $100s versus thousands of dollars annually. The urgency is real. These disasters are depleting our resources, both financial and human, and that impact is significant. And I can't emphasize enough that, if we want to continue at the level we are, we've got to figure out a sustainable plan going forward if we want to have this kind of impact. And again, that will require that we take the flood control district to the next level of maturity and some independence that we've seen very successfully. I know Supervisor Ryan's worked with Yavapai County because we share that responsibility for, frankly, for Oak Creek Canyon as well as Sedona. And we've worked very effectively with them. And I see what they're able to accomplish with what they've done with their organization, and Mojave as well. And they're way ahead of us. They've done far more analysis. They understand where they are, what they need to accomplish. They're getting a lot more projects done. And so we've got some models out there of success. And then last and very importantly, we're talking about protecting our economies. Earlier, there was a lot of discussion about the importance of economic development, and I certainly applaud that. And certainly one piece of economic development that's very crucial for our county is expanding the forest restoration industry and the number of jobs that can be in. How many jobs are going to come into new life if 250 plus of good manufacturing jobs, and then you multiply that, the multiplier effect of that, of every person that's driving the log trucks and the fellers out in the woods and all the different pieces, that's going to be a huge economic stimulation, which frankly will pale in contrast to what this budget looks like. And if we don't do it, then what's the consequence? And I think the $2.5 billion, that's based on Williams and Flagstaff. Let's add Sedona to that. That's probably at least another billion. So again, this is real. And this decision, in my judgment, and I think the team's judgment, and the conversations we've had with Steve are that, this is going to have an impact over the long term. This is going to impact every citizen. And you may say, well, is it really impacting someone on the nation? It is, because these communities and these areas, they are sustaining our economy. And, the attraction of the peaks and the attraction of the canyon and the sustaining of that economy across the entire county and how they interface with each other. When Sedona, when we had the slide fire in the canyon, and Sedona lost 50% of its sales tax in 1 year, that affected the entire county. We saw that, right? When people didn't come to Sedona, they also didn't go to Page. They also didn't go to the Grand Canyon. They didn't go to Flagstaff. So in this state, that connectivity has been played out and demonstrated in economic studies over and over and over again. So this is going to affect Page. This is going to affect On Nation. This is the job drivers, right? So I really want to emphasize that. So with that, I thank you for your patience today, and we're here to entertain any questions and comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this information. It's like I said at the beginning, it's extremely sobering for us to take a look at the potential economic devastation, not to mention just the community and social devastation for something like this, and really the importance for us to be proactive. We need to get on the other side of this.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure there'll be lots of questions, and I'm going to, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation. As Chair Horseman said, it is very sobering to see the effects and the possible impacts if we do nothing. And so we have to do something. My question to you is this this raise in that you're requesting in the property tax, would that be, how long would that be for? Would it be permanent? Would it be for 5 years, 10 years? Because I noticed in the previous time for Schultz, it raised to 40 cents, but then it came back down. Is that the possibility here? Or are we talking about this being raised to 50 cents indefinitely?
Well, what's really critical to understand that when it was lowered because we added Flagstaff Page and Fredonia to the valuation through the reaffirmation of the boundaries. The boundaries had been established and they were not in alignment with the statute. And so they had to be realigned. The board had no choice. It was a legal issue. And so we'd have been subject to taxpayer lawsuits and other negative impacts. So with that realignment, then the levy went up. Flagstaff's about 50% of the levy. So that levy went up substantially. The board at that time made a decision to lower the rate to keep the levy fairly at the same similar level. And I know that Supervisor Ryan will want to speak to this because he was part of that decision, and Supervisor Fowler may well too. But so to understand, it wasn't as if they lowered the levy. They lowered the rate, but kept the levy at a fairly, still at that level, right? The intention when they moved to 40 cents, and you can go back and look at the record, and I'm sure again, Supervisor Ryan can confirm this. They raised the levy, and there were one supervisor in particular, Carl Taylor, who was very adamant that he made it clear that, hey, we can't just raise it now and then take it away later. Raise it just to meet the match and then go back to a lower rate. We've got to begin to serve as a true flood control district. And you don't know Carl's background. He's an architect and engineering, ran a large firm in Atlanta for many decades, very successfully. And in Atlanta, they have floods. He knew what a flood control district was supposed to be doing. And we weren't doing that. And we still aren't doing that. And he knew that. And he called that out. And to this day, I applaud him. And he said, yeah, I will vote for this only if this board commits. And we continue to commit to keep the rate, at least 40 cents. And he made a very, very good point. And I concurred with him. And I think he'd probably be arguing the same case today. So that's what transpired. So I think the intent would be certainly the 10-year plan that you see, we are projecting that it would stay at 50 cents. And, that would allow for that growth that would be commensurate with the valuation. We also may go into an economic impact period where values go down, right? Right now, we're at a pretty high level of valuation, and it can go down as well. It goes both directions. And so you'll see that levy go up and down over time, but the goal is to try to have some greater level of sustainability and to create this level of change with forest restoration.
I just want to add one thing, that our 10-year plan has a huge assumption that we don't have another huge disaster. We didn't plan that in other than our, when we get to 500,000 for our disaster plan, fund, but beyond that, we do not have a major disaster planned in there. So that's going to come from reducing forest restoration and other parts of the plan.
Thank you. And then my follow-up question, I know the analysis is still going on and it's kind of early to tell, but based on the recent tunnel fire, what is the prediction in terms of the flood hazard for this monsoon due to the recent fire?
Right now, they are running the models, so I really don't want to try to do a big prediction, but we do know that 11% of the watershed burned at a severe level. But again, what is concerning is that we already had a a pretty significantly severely compromised watershed. This watershed is nowhere back to normal. So the normal thinking of, oh, we only had 11%. Great. Well, we already had something that was already at a lower level compromised already, you know? So it's like thinking about a new car versus an old car maybe, and what are you going to get, you know, the efficiency, you know, thinking about things like that. So, you know, I'm hopeful that we aren't going to see major impacts, but we also, oh no, there's a factor of the rainfall event itself. And what we are seeing now as a result of climate change and other factors is that we are getting much more dramatic storms than we used to get, much larger dramatic storms. And so these larger storms, so we can go in and we can predict X, Y, Z. And, you know, we could have we had a 1,000-year rain event out there in 2018. And it really impacted a lot of the area. Now the area that was mitigated, it's, you know, did much better. I think we only had one home with water in the interior. That was because we had done the mitigation. Those on-forest measures worked supremely. The off-forest channels, although filled with trees and all this, it all fallen down, all got picked up by the water and carried down. And so we had about I think we ended up expending about 1.8 million in that disaster. So, you know, that could happen again, and it could be somewhat worse because we had this fire, right? The fortunate thing is it didn't burn the entire way up the peaks. You know, if it had burned all the way to the peak of the historical burn, that would have been much worse because there were much steeper slopes further up. So it burned some of the steeper slopes in a few of the areas, but not anywhere to the degree like the Shoals fire did. So, but we've thrown some numbers in there just in case, but if in fact there's a real threat, and it looks like Brandis, the Thames Brandis watershed is the one that's been the most, if there is a real, you know, threat, then we're going to have to look at mobilizing probably much greater resources than we've budgeted to be, as Jay pointed out.
Just one last question. Has this, the response or the need to help mitigate and plan for potential Shoals flooding this summer impacted any of the resources allocated for the museum flood fire mitigations?
No, I mean, we were very fortunate in securing a lot of federal funding. So those projects are moving forward. And fortunately, we have a partner in both Natural Channel Designs and Tiffany who have mobilized to get out to that area, do an assessment, and they're working now on a plan, on a schedule and a budget for that work. And it will be implemented before monsoon to repair those shoals. We would not have the opportunity this year if it came back and it said, gee, we need to do more, effectuate more mitigation in one of these corridors, particularly the two that are unmitigated. That would not be able to be accomplished before this season. There just wouldn't be the time to do the engineering and get the approvals, get the money, the whole process. But we could effectuate the exigency, emergency, sandbags, barriers, that type of thing. So, yeah.
I think while it hasn't immediately hampered the museum response, we only have a finite resource of staff. And they're already started the flood season, or the fire season. And as we enter the flood season, like our people are stressed and they've worked a lot of weekends already. And so it's going to continue to wear them down. And so it has impacted us and thinned our resources a little bit. People are stretched thinner than they were before. And as we get the modeling done, we're going to understand the response that we're going to need. There definitely will be an increase in discharge coming from some of those watersheds. The magnitude of it, we don't know yet. So we will definitely be having community meetings. We'll be recommending sandbags. We'll be doing flood impact mitigation assessments on people's properties. There'll be a whole other effort in addition to the museum.
But I think it is important when you're talking, especially to the museum flood area, the folks out there, to make it clear that there's no monetary resources. Obviously, there's going to be a limitation on staff, but no monetary resources coming away from the museum flood mitigation.
Not
That-
from the projects that are underway right now.
And I think that's important to underscore, because that is a question that's coming up over and over from the people out there. So,
And we're prepared to deliver the sandbags. They're going to go out on the 12th and 13th, and those will be mobilized. But both Steve and I have communicated to the city leadership that given this dynamic, that this is, we've been indicating that more of the responsibility needed to shift to the city. And now that's even a greater need now. And that will be the case. I mean, we have some resources that we've contracted with to support some of these efforts, but certainly, for example, the response is, if we have a flood event out there and here, and we have a flood event in the county area of museum, just 36% vacancy rate. There's only so much we can do. We'll have to focus on the county and do the best we can to help the city, but the city will have to take the lead. And I think they're looking at how to mobilize other resources to support them as well. So
that's important. The other is those folks from the Schultz area that opted out of mitigation, the Kevin's Way area. Obviously, this has now impacted further that unmitigated area.
Correct.
Is this mean there'll be no further mitigation? They opted out once, there's nothing that can be done?
no, that does not mean that. That the letter that I sent to NRCS indicated that we may well need resources both for emergency, exigency measures, but also long-term mitigation. So there may well be an opportunity if the flood threat is shown through the modeling to be significant enough to warrant those types of measures and I've asked Alan with the NCD to pull, we had a conceptual plan for both those watersheds to pull those out. Let's dust those off and start looking at what would be involved in those, particularly the measures on forest. So, because they've been so successful. My memory is, he knows more than I do, but is that those two watersheds, Copeland at least probably has a smaller footprint for an alluvial fan, but a Peaceful probably has a pretty good footprint. So there could be some measures affected out there that would be very, potentially be very impactful, positively impactful.
Thank you. Other members, Supervisor Ryan.
I need to, there you go. It's working. Yeah, it's hard to sit still as you go through the conversation because I've been involved for a long time. Once upon a time, we basically were just using the money to augment public works and stormwater. Money wasn't being used beyond that. And yet we had a flood control district. And the question was asked and the discussion that led to our modifications of the rates were, yeah, but we have a responsibility for flood control, A, and B, flood control is very expensive. And shouldn't we be addressing this? And with that, we started to move towards actually developing a science-based approach for what we would do, but also projecting for what we needed to do within the floodplain management areas. I'm going to skip over a lot, but basically, when Schultz came in, we said, we've been collecting some of those communities. We were collecting money for 40 years and starting to implement with the idea that we're going to move into them with flood management projects. But when Schultz came in, it was an emergency. We all looked at it and said, we need to move to the emergency. We need to move the money over there. But we don't want to forget about what our intent is for the flood management piece. The impact of Schultz and then these additional fires that have come in have been pretty substantial. And it's really modified our direction. It was, how do we become proactive? And we sit here and we take a look at it. We've dodged the bullet many times. We haven't had a paradise where it's burnt down huge parts of the community. Unfortunately, it's hit some of our communities, And it doesn't lessen the devastation for those that were impacted. But they're Paradise, California, they lost lives. They lost buildings. Boulder, Colorado. Now we have New Mexico. We have all this movement of money or movement of money that we want to put into forest restoration and try and be proactive so we don't have that happen here. So the other piece of it is when, Geronimo, when you were asking about the reduction, what we did was because we had to do the reformation of the reaffirm the boundaries of the district, we looked at it and said, and there were questions, not all of us were there with, we're at 40 cents, we're barely building a fund associated with it, but this is unique. We have a legal decision that says we got to bring in these other jurisdictions that haven't been paying. So instead, what we said is, let's lessen the impact as we bring them in. And with time, we can start to develop a plan that we can set forth, like we're looking at right now, that we can target and determine the appropriate amounts that we need to invest in. And so I think that's what we're looking at this point is, even when we bring in, say we bring in 9 million per year, when you're doing an infrastructure project and or you're doing a restoration project, we've been able to leverage money to even begin to nibble away at it. We're just barely touching it. So it gets us into how can we incrementally build this in a way that we really are having an effect. We can reduce the danger that's out there and then also start to get back to that floodplain management component that we have directly within the unincorporated communities and indirectly with our incorporated communities that we have out there. So it's an incremental growth and approach to doing it. Remember last year, the increase, or 2 years ago, I'm losing track, but we didn't have an emergency reserve. And now we had, what district was that? What districts were those floods in? We had these, came in and just consumed. But you could see, we said at that time, we need to buffer, build up the emergency reserve so we can respond. Well, we're functioning in a deficit, even if we increase the rates right now for what we have. So there is that. We are going to continue to have emergencies. So I look at this and it fits well with that growing analogy. We're growing to a point with flood control that we can target the money appropriately. And then to top it off, we have all this federal money that we have the potential to match up to right now. These are so many of the key pieces that we look at. And for what, our highest threat is the impact that it'll have to communities that we have out there. And I would just keep it at that. There's a lot more to talk about on this, but.
Supervisor Begay, I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at this whole thing here and something has to be done. We can no longer just sit back and not have this project going, and whether we do it as a whole or whatever, we got to get started. So that's all I have to say. And certainly, there's other projects that we might have to develop too that needs to be addressed too, other than the flood mitigation projects, so I just want to say that it's needed and I support whether we do all of it or, start the process. So that's what I like to say. Thank you. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And just I'll weigh in on it as well. I think at this point, our public understands that wildfire and post-wildfire flooding certainly is the #1 threat for Coconino County. And so if there is a time to do it, I think it's now for many reasons. We need it. And I think the public understands, they understand the importance of this. They've lived through the importance of this. Climate change and the drought associated with the climate change is not changing. So we need for our community and to protect our community, we need to be proactive. So it's a big bite, and it's a big bite for our community. It's a lot to ask of our homeowners, but we really don't have a choice. And so I'm very supportive of the request that you're making. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to add a point, right? Actually, I asked Jay to add it. We had a discussion earlier about, homeowners insurance, and then you think about, some of these areas are paying flood insurance, for very high rates. And he had a comment about the trade-off of the tax.
So stealing my next presentation a little bit, but
And by the way, I'm not sure we're going to go to the next presentation. We have some, it's 5 o'clock. We have some board members that do in fact have commitments. So what I'd like to do is make sure that the board on this part of the presentation has an opportunity to make comments and ask questions. And as for the other, I'm dying to hear about it, but I may have to wait till next week. So, but go ahead for
yeah,
comment.
so let's take this to a personal level. My home is in Coconino Village in Supervisor Ryan's district. The first place I went to get homeowners insurance denied me because I live in a high fire risk area. They said, we won't even insure you. So I go to another company. I get insurance. I have a 1,700 square foot home. It is insured right now for $387,000 replacement. That's what they're insuring my house for. If you take 1,700 square feet times the going rate right now of $450 a square foot, it's going to cost me $786,000 to replace my home if it burns up. I pay $1,500 a year approximately to get that insurance. So I'm either going to have to double my insurance, even if they'll let me, because the last time I called and said, hey, I don't have enough insurance on my house. They said, we have a formula. That's what it's worth. We won't insure anymore. And I'm like, so now I'm shopping for other insurance companies. How do I get my insurance up? I am 51% underinsured at this moment. 2 out of 3 homes in the latest study, 2 out of 3 homes in America are underinsured, either from most of them are at 20%, as high as 60% underinsured. I'm at 51%. If my house burns in a fire, I'm out of Flagstaff. I can't rebuild. And that's what's going to happen. We're going to see it in Tunnel. We're going to keep seeing this as homes burn. It's what's happening in Colorado. It's what's going to happen in New Mexico. California had to make a statute to say insurances couldn't raise rates more than 2% a year, to keep people to be able to keep their insurance. You won't see that in Arizona, likely, those kinds of statutes. So that's going to be the personal level that's going to affect every one of your districts. That's not one that's going to affect Geronimo's district or Matt's. It's going to affect every one of your districts.
And if I could just add to that, I've already been hearing from folks that issue of houses that are underinsured by as much as more than 50%, as you're stating.
I think it's pretty much going to be across the board. Everyone was under, even people who reinsured very recently, like March, are already saying because of the value, the replacement costs, that what's involved right now. And they're either madly rushing to try to get the interest rates as they are now before they go up anymore. And I think that's it. So when we look at that 150, a year, yes, for some families, that's going to be an impact. There's no doubt. I don't want to minimize that, but the other kinds of costs that can come in and affect that family, and they can't get insurance and they lose everything. And then now what is frankly, the hundreds of thousands of dollars they're either having to go into debt and through the county get services and everything. It's just, and other service entities, it's a massive drain on the community and on those families. And so, we're talking about an investment, that to me, if you look dollar for dollar, it's a pretty darn good deal, so.
we have an opportunity to leverage lots. So that's important. But Supervisor Fowler has been trying to be heard, and I want to acknowledge her. So Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. And this is an ongoing discussion. I remember when we did that tour, it was before the Schultz fire, this could happen, and it was like, how could it happen? It's unimaginable. And now it's happened again and again. And so for that reason, there's just a wake-up call in our county as to what a disaster is. And the other of that is that we have to really educate the community about what the ripple effect of all of this is and why we're investing so much, the increase in home prices, people moving away from those areas. There was one lady that I heard anyway, was moving, all packed up, and here her house and everything burnt down. So people are moving away because of that. House prices, it impacts the prices, impacts our home insurance, it impacts just everything that we're talking about. And I think that's another one that we need to really look at, the legislative education to our legislators as well as our congressional delegation. The national media doesn't do well for us because it makes it sound like it's the state is impacted rather than the counties and rather than the homeowners. That's where the conversation of the public needs to be had to educate people about what the real impact is and why counties have to do what they need to do, creating districts like this so that they can actually help the people and try to, in a way. In a lot of ways, we really cannot. The Schultz fire, you all had to get a bill through or waivers done and stuff. Just being real creative. And then on the other end too, the federal agencies that we depend on, their budgets, they don't have enough budget either. So this is the best time to do this with all the federal dollars that are being pumped into the community. We have to be prepared and be able to try to address as much as we can while we can. It's not like these dollars are going to be here forever. It's just we have a small window. We have to hurry. It's just like broadband, small window. That's it. This may be the only time that this comes out. So let's do as much as we can. I really support your plan, and thank you to you and your team for projecting out and to always trying to look at the bigger picture rather than just a project at a time. So I thank you, and thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other concluding remarks? I know that some people do have events they need to go to here in just a few minutes, but any other comments from members of the board first?
Madam Chair,
Halfway done.
for the schedule, if I could just make a comment.
That would be great.
We will like to schedule the rest of the presentation for Monday at 3:00. Monday at 3:00. You have 2 hours allocated for discussion. So hopefully that'll work with schedules on the staff side. So unless you hear different, that'll be the.
My apologies, I will not be here Monday. I'm going to be in Alaska. So, but I know Lucinda can cover and Greg can cover very well for me.
You don't want to be on.
No, I don't think so.
You can always join us via Zoom.
Well, we'll see you there shortly thereafter, so enjoy. All right, well, Lucinda and your
Thank
team.
you very much for your
thank you.
attention and, for your comments. And we look forward to continuing the conversation, important conversation about this. Thank you.
seems to be the number one topic of conversation. So I'm sure we'll continue and we'll see you all soon. So thank you very much. I believe with that, we are adjourned.
Yes.
And we will, I know tomorrow is a big day for some of us, even though it's not a budget day. Otherwise, we'll see you back here on Monday for budget. So thank you so much.